And welcome to the Men's Premier Grade Cricket Final here at Allan Border Field between University of Queensland and Redlands. Redlands won the toss, elected to bowl, and looking forward to a wonderful four-day final. The first 2 days, of course, this weekend. Michael Price with you, with former New Zealand international Hamish Bennett. Good morning, Hamish.
Morning, Michael. Morning, all.
And Georgia Redmayne, former Queenslander, and coming back from a bit of an injury. And,
yeah.
And how are you, Georgia?
I'm well, thank you for having me this morning. And I'd like to say still current Queenslander, despite not being on the field for the back end of this season.
No, it's current Queenslander, but I suppose former when you're injured, and you've got a lot of work to come back from that little bit of unfortunate work. Now, we've got the players on the field now. Umpires as well. Your opening batters would be Street and Lovell, averaging 70.65. Bryce Street and Angus Lovell's 52.73 in their 21 and 25 innings respectively. Both have got double centuries, not out as high scores. So James Bazley's going to open the bowling from the Catherine Raymond end. Beautiful conditions, lovely day for it.
Yeah, beautiful day in Brisbane, and lovely ground at Allan Border Field. I'd expect quite a good batting wicket, but we'll see if there's a little bit in the pitch early in the morning.
Well, we're just having a chat before, Hamish, and the ground staff reckon there might be a little bit of spice added to it. It looks fairly innocuous, but those spices have been added apparently.
Yeah, well, I think the AB wicket as well, whenever there's a little bit of green in it, does do a little bit. It's a used surface, so we're interested to see what this first ball does.
Bazley. And just left watchful the first ball.
Yeah, so used surface where CA11 played South Africa in late November, early December, before South Africa played the first test at the Gabba, and I feel as though the grounds with the temperatures you do get in Brisbane, got a lot of fluid in there to make the wicket sort of stay together, keep it compact. So I'd like to see hopefully a little bit of shape early, and with Redlands winning the toss, they've got to try to bowl uni out obviously, so I'd like to see them full, attacking the stumps, trying to get that kookaburra to do a little bit of talking early.
Oh, the outside edge of Street, and it goes through the slip cordon for 4. Streaky. The second ball of the day from Bazley.
Well, great delivery, as I spoke about. A little bit of shape there, catches the outside edge, Street with a little bit of luck. Bazley, that's going to encourage him though. I actually think it's a good toss to win. Have a wee bowl. I think you'd rather have the keeping pads on, Georgia.
Always, and it's always good to see 3 slips and a gully out for the start of the game here. And yeah, James Bazley getting it in good areas there and asking several questions. So yeah, hopefully some opportunities early, and hopefully some catches for the keeper in the cordon here.
Well, 16 matches for Bazley this year. He's more watchful there, Bryce Street. He's got 4 to his name, but off the outside edge. But Bazley's best figures, 4 for 11 this season, an average of 17.65. Boy, that was a good delivery, second up. In a final, that'd really get you the hairs on the back of your neck.
Yeah, like despite, as we said before, the amazing season that both these UQ openers have had, it's always hard coming in, opening the batting in the final, fresh wicket, and someone like James Bazley bowling at you.
That's a lovely shot. Straight through covers. Will it have enough to get through to the boundary? It's been reeled in. Good running though. They'll get 3 out of that. Street moves on to 7.
Don't mind that from Bazley though, early on. His Street's batted a lot of time in this competition, especially in the semi-finals. Faced a lot of deliveries. Shield cricket as well, faces a lot of deliveries with a lowish sort of strike rate around that mid-30s. So for Bazley, you've got to get him playing at the ball. Street's going to leave a lot of deliveries back of a length. He knows where his off stump is. He knows where his stumps are when it comes to length. So you've got to bring him forward, encourage that outside edge early. If you go for a few runs, doesn't matter. You've got to spend some cash to make some cash, I reckon.
Well, it's an interesting choice to have Bazley opening the bowling there too. But we'll have Stimson, I dare say, from the other end. Just right behind that one. It's well played by Lovell. They're really up and about.
getting back to your point before, Michael, George, are you still contracted?
Yes.
I was just saying, maybe he knows something you don't know, but former Queenslander, yeah.
I was getting a little bit concerned then. I'm pretty sure I'm on a multi-year deal at the moment, so
maybe just ring Bennett just between overs just to check.
Yeah, I'll see if he's here today, and might have to
just do a lap.
Base. Yeah.
Oh dear, I predicted your injury was worse than at first thought, didn't I? It went down leg side and was well taken. That's the end of the over, and it'll be none for 7. Uni. Interesting first over from James Bazley with 7 runs from it, but boy, there was a really nice little streaky edge through slips there that could have done anything.
Don't think you mind those seven runs though. I mean, Nick through the slips, then through cover as well on a fuller delivery. Can easily bring the outside edge into play. You've got to make the batters play because Uni's just going to try bat 4 days, so got to try and make them play at some deliveries to create some opportunities.
And a nice little crowd just ferreting through here now. Some good cricket to be played over the next 2 weekends.
Yeah, I think it's a really really interesting format, having the 4-day split over 2 weekends. Like, obviously, a lot of the club players would be used to the 2-day games, and then the Shield players who are used to 4-day games wouldn't really be used to the break between. So it certainly makes it really exciting having the come back the next week, and I guess you have that time to reflect and come up with tactics for the week after, which you don't always have that benefit.
Well, it is interesting, as you say, when you go through the season playing those 2-day games and through the semi-finals, and then all of a sudden you're in a 4-dayer. Stimson now. Oh, beautiful stroke. Bryce Street, 4 runs as soon as he laced into that through covers.
Yeah, we spoke about him having maybe more of a strike rate around the 30s, but he looks like he's playing a T20 game at the moment, 11 off 5. I think, when you get those balls pitched up and you've got that huge gap at cover, it's a really good confidence-building shot there. Still, I think it's a great field, and he's got the catches in place, so it's good to try to entice that drive on the front foot.
He's taken 33 wickets at 18 this year, Stimson. Very wily opening bowler, and he gets that one to move about as well.
Well, what Street just done is he's taken his guard massively down the wicket, almost in the danger zone, almost around that 5-foot mark, where he's taken his guard to try, obviously, get Stimson to bowl a little bit fuller, maybe so the deliveries are going over the stumps, try to negate the swing and the movement, give himself a chance to actually go at the ball. So it's good game plan from Street here.
Once again, Stimson. Oh, that just didn't quite get the full bat on it, but he's going to get a couple of runs out of here. Could come back for 3, does, in fact. Nice bit of running. So up and about, Uni. They move to none for 14. Bryce Street's got all of those off 7.
Also think as well, when you think about, Georgia, you'll be able to answer this better, I'm not sure if Pricey bats left or right-handed, but we've got 2 elegant left-handers in the comp box here. One bats 11 and one opens, so should probably ask the one that opens. But if you're trying to bat a lot of time, you've got to look to have intent, don't you? You've got to look to actually score. When you're just sitting there just trying to not get out, that's when you're actually going to get out by making a silly decision, not having your weight into the ball, not actually looking to score, not actually to put any pressure on the bowlers. Yeah,
definitely. I think, I probably don't have huge experience in red ball cricket, but the couple of games that I have played, I think sometimes if you're just trying to bat to survive the whole time, eventually a ball's going to come with your name on it. And, it's worth to have that intent and try to get those runs before that time comes, because sometimes I think you can get in far too a negative mindset, and it, if a ball's a half volley, if it's a half volley, it doesn't matter if it's red ball, white ball, or where the field is. So you've got to try to make the most of every opportunity you get to score.
That's watchfully left there by Lovell. A couple of dot balls there from Stimson.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, George. I also reckon as well, you're better off to die swinging than die in a hole. I reckon there's nothing worse when you get out and you come back and you think to yourself, what was I doing? What didn't look to score? I could have scored there, should have done this, should have done that. You're going to get out in cricket. I just think once you get out, you're better off to have no regrets and think to yourself, right, I played the game that I wanted to play.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an outside edge that goes through gully. Might come back for a couple. So a couple of streaky shots adding to the run so far. None for 16, Uni, and Lovell gets off the mark there with an outside edge. Interesting conditions today. It's not as hot as it has been over the last few weeks here in Brisbane. And thank goodness the players safe. Oh, he struck on the pad. Big shout behind the wicket. The bowler's up as well. Sounded like there might have been a little bit of a inside edge or two noises there, but regardless, umpire says no. And at the end of the over, it's University, none for 15. Streets on, actually I think it's none for 16. We'll have to double check on the scoreboard here. They've still got Stimpson as 4 deliveries.
Yeah, that should be none for 16 or 17 actually, because there was the 2 from Lovell there.
There you go.
Yeah,
Thank you,
good delivery there. I think, hint of in-swing, I think, on that last one. That struck him on the pad. But, yeah, obviously given not out.
Where is it?
Some big shouts, a couple of outside edges, so there's enough there for the bowlers over the first couple of overs just to give them some encouragement.
Definitely, they're making the batters play as well, so you don't mind going for a few runs. They've just got to pick up a pole in the next few overs, then the captain will feel as though it's been justified.
So Baisley, right behind that one.
Michael, you're talking about conditions. Do you reckon, what about the light today? Do you think that'll be an issue? Or?
I wouldn't have thought so. We've got these dark clouds hanging over Allan Border Field as we speak, but
I've only got one.
Can't use the floodlights in this final for the match conditions, but
I've had to run my own.
I'm not sure if these floodlights are like the ones at the Gabba or...
well, hopefully they stay on. We might talk about that a little later. I was there calling the game last night. It was 25 or 29,000 people got a shock as the lights went out mid-game.
Where's the remote?
That's watchfully left. That got a little bit higher too.
Yeah, some good carry through to the keeper there.
He's taking it right up around there.
Yeah. Good signs early. You always love that behind the stumps when the ball's coming through nice and high and not dribbling along the ground.
Well, we've had haven't had a lot of irregular bounce here at AB Field.
It's always a true ground, I think, with the bounce. It's just going to be the steepness of the bounce, how much bounce there is. It's always been pretty consistent at this ground. I just think Basie just looks nice as well, but you just got to be trying to attack the stumps.
Makes him play at that one. It's a straight forward defensive, no run. Yeah, so today we're looking at around about 28 degrees for the players. At the moment it's 29, saying it feels like 32. I love how they do that at the Bureau. It's interesting. Out there, probably feels a little bit warmer, especially if you're facing James Baisley at the moment.
I think sometimes you just have to ignore what that feels like says, because it doesn't make you feel any better.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, let that one go. Boy, that was taken really high with the hands up by the keeper. And so a fair bit of bounce coming from that end, the Catherine Raymond end, or the Albion Park end. Yeah, so last night at the Gabba was interesting times when you're calling a passage of play and one of the light tower globes actually explodes and catches fire and the whole stadium is plunged into darkness instantly. 36 players standing there, you could hardly recognise. It was incredible. Incredible.
All I'm getting is hands of pain.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Straightened him up and just... that extra bit of bounce probably did him in for the edge.
Yeah, absolute beauty there from Baisley. Just slide his beat in the bat. Just unlucky not to get the edge there. It's something that Redlands need early on to go their way. Get straight out. Someone who can just occupy the crease. It's a fantastic delivery now. He's just got to keep backing it up.
There's been a couple of chances. He's made an over so far. 5-dot balls. Keep the pressure on.
Okay, on you. So did you change anything this morning? So see bottom left.
Oh, another
Yeah,
thickish
I've just
outside edge that lands just in front of Gully to end the over. It's a maiden from Baisley. He's had 2
It's not to scale.
overs, 1 maiden, and none for 7 for him so far. But you're right there, Hamish. I reckon they pushed the envelope in the first 3 overs, Redlands, without actually striking the blow.
Yeah, and I think as well what you notice watching the footage is every left-hander for some reason, whenever a bowler comes around the wicket, automatically play at more deliveries. Whereas if that's going across the street, he knows where his off-stump is, faced so many deliveries of his life from right arm over the wicket, relying on the angle to miss the stumps, coming around the wicket. Even though he's probably missing the stumps, you feel as though as a lefty, you just square up a little bit, get behind it, and just fiddle at it.
I don't think it's fair, the whole left-handed, right-handed thing, because quite frankly, left-handers in all sport just look better. They look more fluent. I don't know what it is.
We just play the game properly.
Well,
Yeah, I'm not going to argue with you.
as a right-hander who couldn't play, I've got 2 strikes. That's a beautifully played shot around the hips there, just off the legs, and goes down for 4 runs, just straying down leg side Stimson there.
What's noticeable straight away from both batters is how they're coming at Stimson. So that LBW shout, it's probably a close shout, but puts a lot of doubt in the umpire's mind how far forward the batters are. Same then, Lovell using his feet, walking towards the bowler.
Any signal at all, John?
Stimson again.
Sure thing,
That's
mate.
a really
Yep, no worries.
forceful forward defensive there, right behind it.
Owen's camera.
So getting back to your lights, was it almost like a movie, or do
It
you
was
know what I mean? Like, it reminds me sort of like of the Dark Knight, Dark Knight Rises. You know, when Bane sort of comes in and just closes the whole sort of stadium down. Someone's just shot the light tower.
Just surreal. All the light towers completely gone and a large bang that preceded it as well. So we believe the transformer and also the lights in the tower conspired to both. A lot of naysayers were saying that it's the second week in a row that the Lions were belted by the power, but it was just surreal. When you see 36 players in the middle of a field and it's plunged in darkness except for a couple of lights, and then everybody held up their mobile phones with their torches on, it looked like an Ed Sheeran concert for a moment. It was extraordinary. But back to the cricket, and Lovell just watches this one go through to the keeper. Well done, Stimson, recovering that line.
Wasn't enough light from 29,000 sort of smartphones to
No.
play on.
No, and there was a 45-minute delay as the players went off the field. They fixed the problem. The lights came back on. They were only at about 75 to 80% capacity, but after 45 minutes they came on and played the last 12 minutes, and the Lions, who led by 40 points, almost blew it in that 10 minutes. They still won though. But an incredible event in southeast Queensland. Beautiful bit of fielding to stop a run there. That keeps the pressure on as well. Really good fielding.
Again, another example of Lovell kind of using his crease and coming down the wicket there to negate any movement from the bowler. So really good, confident shot and excellent fielding to keep it to a dot ball.
It's very interesting when you saw halfway through the last quarter and about a third of the crowd had left to go to the pubs next door.
Imagine the call-out fee.
The electrician's fee would have been extraordinary. They had the fire brigades, everything there last night. And also, that was the first time you've had the Gabba and Suncorp Stadium operational together at capacity for many years. And one of them blew up. There's a lot to think about there in the lead up to the Olympics. It's the end of the over. 4 overs gone. None for 21 uni, and then Lovell on 6 and Bryce Street on 14. Looking relatively comfortable, but they've been tested a couple of times.
Yeah, they have been, and also it feels as though they've been stuck at one end. Always feels as though we're talking about Baisley at the moment, facing bowling to Street. Stimson's bowled to Lovell a lot, so I reckon Baisley wouldn't mind Street getting a single and actually having a go at the right-hander.
Again, shoulders, arms. But we've had some really oppressive heatwave type conditions over the last few weeks in Queensland, so this will be a little bit of a relief. Good cricketing weather around about 29 degrees with a little bit of a breeze coming through, some cloud cover as well. Good couple of weekends of cricket coming up for this Premier Grade final.
It's actually quite nice bowling conditions now, coming over overcast.
A little bit of breeze coming through the commentary box window now. That's nice. Always struck and just half a shout there, muted. He's causing a few issues, James Baisley.
Definitely. I think, it's coming off a maiden over against Bryce Street from the last over at this end. And, he's now built 8 dots on in consecutively and a few plays and misses, a few hit strikes on the pad. So, pressure definitely building. As we said, they've got a 4-day game, but if you keep kind of knocking up those dot balls, the pressure does build and, you don't want to be stuck in that survival mode for too long.
No, to keep the positive mindset, as you said earlier.
I've got the windows open.
Oh, once again, just almost off the shoulder at about that one and just popped down in front of wide slipper gully.
He's peppering that out of half of his kookaburra. I think what Basie's done well is he's making Street make a decision every delivery. There's no sort of, as you know, George, opening the batting at times when the sort of opening bowlers bowl a bit wider and you can just easy leaves, allow yourself to read the wicket, read the conditions, read the bowler. He's getting made to make a decision every delivery. You can tell he likes to leave the ball, wants to bat some time, play some good shots, but Redlands really hit their straps now.
Yeah, definitely. I think, and as you were saying before, that around the wicket really forces him to play at it. And I think with the batters being stuck down at their respective ends the last couple of overs, I think it's probably really important to try to get himself off strike and try to work in partnership here with Lovell at the other end.
They made a change to the field as well. Lee Drennan, the captain, he's normally wicketkeeper. He's had enough at mid-off. He's got into the cordon, so now got four slips, 4 and 1.
Just had a chat with Baisley as well to facilitate that change. He saw those outside edges. We've found it 3 times so far, so just adding another one to that cordon. But he's been consistent.
Definitely. I think just looking at the field changes now, we've only got the one fielder on the leg side, so that I can... Oh, wait. Just the umpire at square leg's looking very lonely at the moment. So, yeah, definitely lots of pressure trying to find that outside edge here. Sorry, make that 2 fields on the leg side. Fine leg was hiding from us.
He is. He's hiding underneath the awning there. Once again, concentrating outside off and well left this time by Bryce Street. Lots of encouragement behind the wicket as well from Lee Drennan and the rest of the boys.
What they have the advantage this week as well is Jimmy Pearson as well, coming in as wicketkeeper. Obviously, he captains a lot of the stuff for the Queensland men's side when Usman Khwaja is away, does the Brisbane Heat as well when Usman's away. So a lot of experience Lee can call on there. Just sort of bounce ideas off and see what their sort of game plan is going to be across the day, because it's going to be a difficult, long day, and they've got to make sure that they don't use all their energy first up. It's a long day, these 4-day games.
Well, he's certainly used to that, Jimmy Pearson. He's been in some good form in the Shield as well. That's well left again. He's actually generating some good pace, James Baisley, and that's another maiden over for him. His second out of 3 after 7 runs off that first over. So none for 7. Good couple of overs from him, putting the pressure right on.
It's probably interesting to note, though, Lee Drennan, captain of the Redlands team, usually wicket-keeping, and now finding himself in the field. And it is a very different, I guess, view and take that you get of the game when you're behind the stumps as compared to in the field. So that might just be something that he has to adjust to. He probably doesn't get quite as good insight in the field than he would usually get behind the stumps. So I'm sure that communication will be open with Jimmy Pearson there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he'll be nominating these different point of view on his podcast at some stage, if he's not already doing it live from out on the ground. Actually, it's a good chat, Lee Drennan.
Yeah, we're getting very
Again, that's just struck high on the bat and outside edge, but thickish and no run. So they're not quite middling it, so there is a little bit of work going on the ball.
Yeah, and slips come out now for Stimpson, so he's coming to cover. So just trying to add a little bit more pressure, short cover there. Just trying to stop the flyer runs, build a bit of pressure. That's sort of the bowler Stimpson looks like. Just bowls a lot of dots, relies on his height, bounce, a little bit of nibble. Especially done well with the new ball this season, as you mentioned, Michael. Got a lot of wickets at a low average, so you know he's an accurate bowler.
Really good economy rate too at 2.5. Once again, he has to get right behind that. And a little bit of work as the ball spins away off the bat. He checks his bat out, too, does Angus Lovell. Just felt like it might have splintered to some degree. Well, we've got a nice new red cherry on it. It's intriguing. First session in a 4-day final.
I haven't recorded yet because I'm just getting.
And the quality of cricketer that we've got in Premier Grade final is extraordinary as well. State players. Oh, straight through. And taken around the waist too there by Pearson. So Angus Lovell beaten all ends up there by Stimson.
You mentioned some state players. I did hear there might be some rumours of some international player flavour next week.
Now,
Is
isn't this extraordinary, Georgia? We've heard some whispers. I'll let you feed that through to the... Because that's... Yeah, there has been some extraordinary whispers coming up.
Yeah, so the whispers are apparently, so Jimmy Pearson heading off to Australia A duties next week in New Zealand, I believe. Great selection for Jimmy, but unfortunately they'll have to replace him, and the word is that they might be bringing in a young bloke by the name of Marnus Labuschagne. So.
Oh, pretty handy up-and-coming batsman. So, oh dear. Now, how is that? When you can actually import one of the top 5 batters on the planet to come in for your grade final.
Yeah.
The second half of your grade final. Well, talk about that, Hamish. What happens? Do they share runs? Or
Marnus would be angry. He's probably not bowling today, wouldn't he? A little bit on the surface. He'd be running in bowling his little mitts.
He'll be hoping for a second innings so he can, come in and bowl a few. And
Few
hello to
footmark.
Marnus if you're listening.
A few footmarks.
does bring some energy to whatever he does. That's another good ball from Stimson. You're right. He just trundles in and just keeps hitting the same spot, doesn't he?
Yeah, very accurate bowler. Almost reminds me of someone like a Trent Copeland from New South Wales. Sort of just that tall, relies on the standing the seam up. You know what you're going to get with Stimson. You're going to get that 20 overs. You see Michael probably around about 45, 50 runs, and hopefully just take a pole or two. We'll be able to tell if Marnus is playing next week. There'll be a toasty in the fridge.
Might drag a few more through the gates as well. That's a good forward defensive, and didn't quite get 100% of it on bat as well. So Stimson is putting some good work on the ball. That's the end of his third over. None for 17 from him. University none for 24. Streets on 14 and Lovell's on 9. Doesn't it look like a village green, this place now? It's
Yeah, I think the redevelopments that they did last year have been fantastic, and it was a long time with no games at Allan Border Field, which is a bit of a shame, especially for us girls. We play a lot of games here usually, and to come back and play on it this summer was really nice. The amazing kind of lights that they put in, and all the new additions they've done with the kind of naming the different ends now. We got the Mel Bulow terraces up there with the seating over on the far side of the oval. So yeah, I think it really helps that ground and makes it a really good venue for high quality games here.
So I'll get you to explain that to some of our viewers as well. Mel Bulow the terraces, so named after her.
Yeah, Mel Bulow, a huge figure in the Queensland kind of fire history. She played for several years, also played for Australia, and was part of the first Queensland women's team to win a national title in the T20 comp. A few years ago now, I can't remember the exact year, but she's also still involved in Queensland cricket, which is fantastic. She's the head selector for our fire and heat teams. So
Nice.
she's one of the legends of Queensland women's cricket, and it's great to see that recognised with the Mel Bulow terraces.
Yeah, I think that's great. The way they've embraced the naming of different areas for all the cricketers as well, with the Catherine Raymond end now at the end that James Bazley's bowling from. That's the Albion Park end of Allan Border Field as well. Over the back on the practice wickets, you've got the Ray Lindwall Oval, and just a wonderful place to view and, well, to play cricket, I'd suspect too, Georgia. When you're out in the middle, you're looking around, you'd think this is a fair place to be playing.
Definitely, it was nice to be back here for WBBL this year, and we had a couple of sellout crowds here on some of the night games that we had. So, it's a fantastic atmosphere, and you always feel really close to the crowd and get that really good engagement with the fans, which you love.
Yeah, that was I came to a night game, and that was just extraordinary. It was just beautiful, good atmosphere, good community atmosphere. But the cricket was exciting as well, and you're right on top of it here too. So you got to love it here at Allan Border Field. If you haven't had the chance to pop down what might be the go over this weekend or next. There once again he's Got those half shouts as if the ball almost getting through, Hamish.
Yeah, what I find a little bit strange there is having that sort of squealy about 3/4 back. Obviously trying to get the thought of maybe the bumper into his head, but it's basically swinging the ball and nipping it around up top. I don't mind the old bumper, but I think you've got to use the conditions while you can before it flattens out. You got to hit 3 and 1 behind you. You got to try and bring those hands into play from those slips.
We haven't really seen the bouncer really used much so far, so yeah, it will be interesting. I think it's good to see the batters probably getting a few more singles now. I think that helps relieve a bit of the pressure.
Oh, another one just through him. Just beats the outside edge from Paisley. He's done it several times now. You can see it, the look on his face. He's a little frustrated, but he's enjoying his work.
Also that change of angle. I think there's a second delivery now. He's come over the wicket, stopped coming around the wicket. So obviously seen something. Maybe he wants to shape the ball back to straight, try and hit that front pad, or just get one to just stay across him and catch the outside shoulder. Go to lead Redden there at 4th slip. So I can feel Paisley's frustration though. Love to see him get an edge.
I'm sure they'd be welcoming that in the Redlands camp as well. Right behind that one. Good bit of fielding though. Well done. They're sharp in the field, the Redlands team at the minute.
Georgia, much difference under lights did you find when you came back to AB as opposed to during the day? Batting, vision, seeing the ball, or the way the pitch did play?
Well, the vision was great with these new lights in. I think the main difference that I noticed this year, because they'd done all the redevelopments, that the pitch was actually a little bit lower and slower than it had been more traditionally, just because it had been a bit kind of new and they'd been building it up after having to relay the whole surface essentially. But under lights, generally just kind of skids on a little bit more. But no, I didn't. We had all our games at night when we played here, so I probably can't compare to during the day since they've had that resurfacing. But yeah, that's something that I did notice, that it was significantly less carry from a wicket-keeping perspective coming back. But it's been a few months since then, so it looks like it's back to more its traditional kind of surface and carry through here.
Well, it's an amazing venue when you think about it, how much cricket they actually do get here at Allan Border Field from trainings from the Australian sides, to the club cricket, to the amount of state cricket that's played here. It's incredible. You think how many hours the actual groundsmen do, and you see them working on the practice blocks now in preparation for the Ashes and for the for men's and women's Ashes coming up. So the amount of cricket they do get, you've got to feel a little bit sorry for them as well. Preparing wickets and that, it's a thankless task.
Yeah, they also work out at Norths as well. A lot of the practice wickets out there. Obviously, when AB Field was being redeveloped, a lot of the kind of Queensland setup had to move to training up at the Norths complex. So, yeah, they often have to drive between the two. There's a wicket.
Big outside edge, and that's a great catch taken at second slip. Right in front of the face there. And Stimson gets his reward. It's a bit of a flash of a shot there from Angus Lovell. Really gave it the full swing.
Well, that's the start they wanted. Stimson pitched the ball up, getting to move. Lovell thought he was there. It's just nipped away from him, gone hard with the hands.
Big outside edge, and that's a great catch
there. Second slip as well by Smith. And
right in front of the face there.
Redlands, well, Stimson strikes first for Redlands. UQ now,
and Stimson gets his reward.
Smith, good set of hands.
It's a bit of a flash of a shot there from Angus Lovell. Really gave it the full swing. But that was the one they were after. That was that breakthrough that
Stimson pitched the ball up.
Had the few
to move,
sort of semi-chances, but that was the one they were right after. And Stimson gets his first wicket, 1 for 17. Uni now 1 for 25.
Also brings in the key partnership now. Street and Clayton, two people who scored a lot of runs. Obviously, Street scored 100 in his last innings. In the semi-final, and also in his last innings for Queensland Shield cricket down there in Tasmania. Jack Clayton's not been in some bad form either, up-and-coming talent of Queensland, high raps on him, so big partnership here for UQ and also for Redlands. Got to try and break this partnership early, not allow these two to set it up for UQ. I'd actually look to bring the offie on Sinfield, try bring him on next, try bring some little bit away from the left hand to get your spitter into the game early, because he's going to have to bowl a lot of overs. Bring him in early, make him feel valued, get something around the bat, get them playing, something a little bit different, just to get the two batters thinking, just something a little bit different.
Definitely with both batters now being the left-handers, and mentioning how key this partnership is. When these two last met back in December, I think Street got 100. He's been scoring a lot of hundreds this season from the sounds of it, and Clayton got 57, so they were the two highest run scorers in this same fixture early this season. So
400s and 650s this season for Bryce Street, so he's had a fair run. But Jack Clayton as well, he's averaged 43.93 in his 19 innings. He's had 4 not outs, hit a century as well in 550s over the season, so he's can carry the bat, and he's been playing well for Queensland as well. Gets it off the legs there, and it's going to get through to the rope just in front of the fielder for 4. Just lost that on the corner of the commentary box there.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot. Just clipped off the legs. Stimpson just angling in towards the pads, probably shaping towards the pads as well. Clayton's just gone with the movement. It's a nice start for him as well. It's always nice to hit a boundary in your first couple of balls. Just feels though he can get underway. Good problem to have though, isn't it, if you're Bryce Street? Scoring hundreds.
Just too many runs. Oh, that's well struck too. Oh, it's a valiant effort, but will it make it through to the rope? No, I think Drew knocked that one down. He did well.
a couple of really good confident shots from Clayton first up. First 3 balls on 6 runs, so he'll be really happy with that. And he's someone who's really kind of become more of a regular the last couple of seasons in the Queensland Bulls setup, and yeah, he's really developed really well, and coming off a few really good seasons.
Developing that solid play, as I say, he had the potential straight up early. It was recognised. Century on debut with Queensland, goes straight through there. He leaves that one and goes through to Jimmy Pearson. End of the over for Stimson. Wicket there, 1 for 23 after his 4 overs, and Unia 1 for 31. Street's not out 14. And Jack Clayton's been there for a second, and he's already not out 6. He showed some intent, and that's, I suppose, in certain areas, that's where Street and Lovell both showed some intent early. We're going to die wondering. They left a few half chances hanging out there.
I think Redlands bowled well as well. They've made the batters play. Not too many easy decisions for the batters so far. Not too many easy leaves. They've made them play shots. And Stimson as well will be that sort of bowler. You see the batters coming so far out of their crease. You feel as though you could hit with his pace. It'd actually be a really hard pace to leave. And I assume really niggly as well for a top level batter, because it just wouldn't quite come onto the bat.
So he's in between there, so he's not quite coming on as you'd want it, but that half pace.
Well, he's accurate. He gets that steep bounce as well, and you just feel as though, if you're a batter, you feel as though you could hit it, and then you just sort of get there, and you just saw from Lovell, he thought, I can hit that. And he's just got his hands away from his body, flashed the bat, and then Stimson with his height as well, just got that bounce, just gets it to stand up, shape away a touch, and just catch that outside edge, and he's got another victim.
Baisley now straightens him up a little. This is a good quick run, shy at the stumps, and well run. And keeps the fielder on its toes.
It's well done by Street, I think, trying to get off strike where he can and really start this partnership building here. You don't want to be stuck at the one end for too long, and just keep that intent and that good partnership building, I think.
Just the energy, bring the energy levels up for Jack Clayton as well, the new batter to the crease.
Yeah, keep that blood pumping. You don't want to be standing still for too long.
No, actually. Just can do all sorts of things. If your body's not moving, that means your head is. And we all know the problems that can entail. Yep. Baisley. Oh, and another one. He kept it down. It was deliberately played into the ground, but streaky nonetheless.
Catching the outside half again. Clayton obviously got nice hands, just be able to ride with it, make it go down to the ground. But Paisley's been in the action. You talk about partnerships with the batting there, Georgia, but it's also been a partnership in the bowling. Paisley's have applied a lot of pressure. They probably feel as though, obviously, they can score a lot of runs off Stimson. That's what they'll be thinking, and that's what brought on the wicket. So Paisley's done his job. 4.3 overs, none for 9. He's bowled really nicely.
Also staying over the wicket here to Clayton as well as Street.
It's straight down the ground and beautifully cut off there.
He'll
No
hate me.
run.
He'll hate me for saying this, but I asked him in warm-ups. I said, "Who would you rather get out, Bryce Street or Jack Clayton?" And he said Jack Clayton straight away. So it could be a little bit more energy behind these deliveries.
I mean, who's the greater threat?
You feel as though Clayton looks to score a lot more, don't you?
Mm.
Not taking anything away from Street. I think Street's a very good player and can leave well, but he's probably more your traditional type of cricketer, whereas Clayton looks to sort of score off most deliveries.
Once again, lots of support from the slips cordon for the line that James Bazley's bowling. Only the one run from this over again. That's the thing about Clayton. He's got a bit of a strike rate as well, 74. He goes after the bowling. A very positive cricketer. You see that even at Shield level. He's always looking to get onto the front foot, keep the bowlers on their toes. It'd be a vital wicket for Redlands if Bazley could pull this off. Oh, straight through! And, gee whiz, everybody was up. But no dice. End of a wonderful fifth over from James Bazley. None for 9 with a couple of maidens from him. 1 for 32, Uni, and Street's not out 15. Jack Clayton not out on 6.
Geez, he deserves a pole. That's the absolute beauty of a delivery. Clayton's been in good form. You know, normally if you're in good form, you nick those, so you know what sort of delivery that was. But Bazley's bowled outstandingly. Question for Dredden now is what's going to be tricky is he's bowled 5 overs. He'll probably bowl another one. Then after that, do you want to bowl him 7 or 8 to make the most of the new ball, or are you thinking down the track? For me, I'd like to see him bowl 7 or 8. Try get one. I think this is the partnership. I actually think, I know it sounds a little bit silly, but this is actually where the day will be decided. Because if Street and Clayton can get going, bat this session, bat the next session, they'll just stay there, occupy the crease, they'll be comfortable.
Yep.
You need to throw your chips at this partnership. You know, if you can break this, UQ haven't done much bowling. Probably a lot of the other batters, looking at the numbers, haven't done much batting. These two have been the guys who have controlled it for this team. You break this partnership, could just send a little bit of nerves into the UQ changing room.
Definitely, and I think, you know, James Bazley as well, like, I think each over he's almost created an opportunity, and yeah, I think taking him off now would probably be a little bit of a disservice to him, and yeah, I think potentially, as you're saying as well, you could bring spin on from the other end. Obviously Stimpson's got the wicket, but he's going at about 5.5 runs and over, so if you can try to tie the runs down from both ends and Bazley keep creating those opportunities, they might be able to get number 2 here.
Well, that one kept awfully low. It was taken around the ankles there by Jimmy Pearson and from Stimpson, and we saw the umpires come through at the end of that last over, and the ground staff have brought the sawdust out, and they've basically, you can see at the foot marks at either end, at the popping crease, both sides of the wicket, they've dropped some sawdust there to keep things level. Oh, again, outside edge and straight through the slips cordon, and that is 4. No, it's not. It's right. It's just pulled right up. Sorry about that.
It's gone straight through a gully there, I think.
Yeah, it's a drop catch.
Yeah.
No ball, though, so
No
it wouldn't have
ball.
mattered.
Oh, there you go. All
Makes the
happening
fielder
drama.
feel a bit better, doesn't it?
Well, you don't feel like as guilty, I suppose, but that,
fielders
again,
think-
that flew through there at a top pace.
It's something Stimpson does, just that pace. You feel as though he can get on top of it, and then just that bounce. You just throw the hands at it. Street did, and he dropped it gully, and Gully would have been looking for a shovel just to start digging a hole, and then he would have seen the no ball call, and he would have thinking, phew, well, it doesn't matter.
Relief.
I'm going to try and set up my polygon, that one down there.
And once again played straight at his feet by Bryce Street. He moved on to 17 with that. And Uni 1 for 35.
You talk about the sawdust coming out, Michael. I think that's actually a really good side for Redlands, knowing that it's actually moisture in the surface. So you take a little bit off, a little bit slippery underneath. Obviously hot, humid conditions. You know the moisture is going to come up from the surface. So it's a really good sign for Redlands, knowing there's a little bit in the surface, and they've just got to do the little things well.
It's an interesting point there, Hamish. And as I say, the conditions are a lot cooler than they have been. Still warm. Oh, just clipped off the hips. Beautifully played. That's 4 runs this time. It's well done from Bryce Street. He moves on to 21. That was just a little stray down leg side from Stimson and dealt with.
Yeah, it's a little bit unlucky. Just maybe trying to get that one to push across and maybe just hasn't swung. Street too good a player. Just clips that off his thigh pad, basically, that thigh pad line. Too good a player to miss out on those.
And Stimson again. Oh, just got the inside edge of that one. It didn't quite, he was aiming to hit it through covers and it went on the leg side. He's back with a square leg for a run.
Just having a look, the that far boundary, is that a little bit further out? Obviously we're on a wicket block that's more on this close side to the pavilion. So
well, the ground was extended during those redevelopments and it actually gave us an extra good 10 to 15 metres of field, which is wonderful because that boundary on the Melbulo terrace side of the ground was a lot shorter than it is now.
yeah, it used to be the hill where they used to say all the snakes were at, I think.
Is that why nobody wanted to go there? But that's the end of another good over from Stimson. 1 for 28 after his 5. Uni 1 for 37. Street's on 19 and Clayton's on 6.
I actually played a game here years ago on the old Allan Border field. You talk about the side being in a lot. Andre Adams bowled a delivery. I can't remember. Someone from South Africa had a massive 6. Aaron Redlands a deep square. Hopped over the fence, got on the groundsman's golf cart, drove it over towards the hill there with the trees, got the ball, drove the golf cart back, and just threw it in from the boundary. We were playing on the closest side, so it was actually, the boundary was about 40 metres, and to go get the ball was about another 60.
The quirks of the local cricket field.
Yeah, I remember when you'd be on that far side wicket block, it was a very short boundary, and there used to be the big tree up on the top of the hill there, the practice nets, and it used to take a bit of a battering, I remember.
Once again, Baisley, right on target. He makes Jack Clayton play at it. It's on the stumps, right on off.
It was like, you sort of be bowling and captain and go, what do you reckon, deck cover? And you sort of like, what's the point?
Yeah.
It's like when you play at Eden Park.
It's too short.
Play Eden Park, like doing long on, long off. It's like, well, there's about 12 metres difference. So, it doesn't actually matter.
Yep. Doesn't matter.
Your miss hit still go for 6.
Oh. You tow it straight up, it goes for 6. That's ridiculous.
No fun to be a bowler.
On tiny grounds, it wouldn't be.
She's a batter's game.
Baisley. And that was watchfully left by Clayton. He's had a really, really good opening spell, James Baisley. This is his 6th over, none for 9 with a couple of maidens in there.
I think this is the time for a change, though. Keep Baisley going, maybe one more, depending how this over goes. If he gets a wicket, definitely another 2. But this is where I'd like to get the offie on next over.
Well, Stimson's now, as you pointed out, Georgia, his economy rate's now blown out to 6.4, so after 5 overs, he's got 1 for 32, so he's starting to get a little expensive.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a change soon. I think we've just seen a little conference in the slips cordon between 4 or 5 of the senior players there, so it looks like they might be discussing some changes that might be happening soon.
Oh, got it. And that's 6. That's almost hit into the commentary box. He has belted that over just behind square leg fence for 6. Oh. Saw that long one like a watermelon, Jack Clayton. It was a bit of a long hop from Baisley, though.
Yeah, not quite at that good bouncer height that you'd want. Probably just missed his length a little bit there, and yeah, definitely well put away. And yeah, if there is a slightly shorter side, it's definitely this side towards the grandstand. So yeah, well dispatched by Clayton.
Yep, we're just talking about the disparity in distances, and that certainly aided Clayton there. Oh, he's got that one a lot finer. Again, short from Baisley. He'll only get 1 run out of this. So moving the score along, he's got 13 off 12, Street 23, and Uni are 1 for 48.
Love the intent. Love trying to, Baisley's bowling well, putting pressure on you. He's just put the pressure straight back on Baisley. Probably just rattled him a bit. Not sure now, running in, thinking himself, right, don't bowl short, don't bowl short, don't bowl short. He's probably unlucky as well to cloth that one, get down to fine leg, otherwise you could have 6 more.
We'll see how he responds. After a big 6 and a single. Straightens him a little there. Street watchfully lets it go through to the keeper.
Getting back to your point, George, the only thing with those big slip sort of conferences is when you're a bowler, you don't actually know if they're talking about the game or what's for dinner or what they did last night, or because you're always like, you're walking back to fine leg and hear them laughing and having a joke and all that. You think, oh, what are you guys like? I'm running in trying to do my job and you guys just joking around.
Probably an even only a time down at fine leg.
That's a fair point.
In games like this, when you're the only one on the boundary.
Oh, lovely covered plug there from Jack Clayton. Didn't quite get 100% of it, but it's going to battle its way towards the rope. Just pulled up inside. And he'll come back 4-3 and Uni bring up their 50 in 10. Well, at the end of 11 overs.
There might be motioning potentially for a helmet to come on here.
So 1 for 51 Uni. Bryce Street's not out on 26 and Jack Clayton not out on 13. And Georgia Redmayne completely and utterly on the ball here as the sub brings on the helmet.
She's used to the one screaming from the on the pitch at the 12th thing.
Yeah.
Helmet, where's my helmet?
So says to me we'll probably see and we will. Sinfield is going to be coming on.
We've got a couple of helmets in, even better.
Which means a couple of underneath the lid perhaps, and just putting a bit of pressure on the batters as the spinner comes in. So this is what you wanted, Hamish and Georgie. You wanted to see this change up of bowling. How do you think it's going to work out?
Well, at least we know one person's listening. I just like the option of the off spin. Off spin to left hand is obviously a great matchup. The great Shane Warne. You always used to say, if it swings, if it seems, it spins. So I think it's just a different change of pace, being able to control the game a little bit more for Redlands. Being able to just bowl pace from one end. Sinfield can either. I'd like to see him being attacking here, not be in that mindset. Let's look to bowl some dots. Really try and attack that front pad of Street and Clayton and that outside edge.
He's just got the one out back at deep mid wicket here, so got the catches in at slip and short leg. So
he's taken the 24 wickets this season, Jack Sinfield. Pretty good economy rate of 2.8 as well. That one's a little straight down the leg and just whipped around the corner. He's going to come back for a couple here straight. Beautifully run.
Sinfield made his Queensland debut this year as well, is that correct?
Yes, he did.
In both the Marsh Cup and the Sheffield Shield.
Got his Shield debut, acquitted himself quite well. Against South Australia as well.
We bowled that beautiful delivery to Sean Abbott, didn't he? The Gabba through the gate, top of off. So he should take plenty of confidence from what he's done at state cricket.
Yep, young man with a big future.
I think what is amazing is in Australia how much Nathan Lyon's done to the art of off-spin bowling, how popular off-spin bowling is. You would say before he came along, off-spin was dying in Australia, wasn't it really? It was all about leg spin.
That's right, it's sort of penetrated through the goat. But he's that popular character too.
Yeah.
He's going to
he's a good fella, isn't he? He's a likeable guy. And every offie has a little Nathan Lyon trait they do, whether it's the arm swing at the start, you see at club level coming through, or the way they spin the ball.
Oh, that's a great delivery. Has he got the outside edge? Big claim from Pearson. He beat the outside edge for sure. And good shout though. Good delivery from Sinfield.
Beautiful delivery. That's what they do to left-hand batters. They love bowling to lefties. Just squared straight up.
Well, you guys have got to have some disadvantages, the lefties. Getting a bit of turn there. Wants to get off strike.
Sinfield does have a wee sort of Gary trait there. Just as he loads up, his right arm just comes out the side towards his body and brings it back in. So that's his little Nathan Lyon trait. And to be honest, a very good role model to have. You've got another one coming through the ranks now as well, Todd Murphy.
Oh, didn't he perform well in India?
And then our Queensland mate, Matthew Kuhneman, did very well as well. So
Yep.
we actually see who they go with the Ashes. Obviously Nathan Lyon will be there, but who their second spin choice will be. Whether it'll be Murphy for a like-for-like replacement with Lyon, or you go the left-arm spinner.
It will be interesting to see what they go with. Last over of the Sinfield, last ball of the Sinfield over, I should say. His first, none for 3. And Uni 1 for 54. Streets 29 and Clayton 13 not out.
Good start for Sinfield. I think his first ball, he just kind of drifted a little bit full there and got clipped away, but after that came back really well and, you know, asking questions there, and that caught behind appeal as well.
That's the variation we wanted in the bowling, and should be another change coming up here perhaps. Malenko is going to be coming in from the Catherine Raymond end.
Very experienced player, played a lot of state and Big Bash cricket as well. So
Retired
yeah.
and unretired.
This one's playing up.
I like that.
Up the top.
Apparently this
For a long
one's,
time retired.
it wasn't working up there. I had to
Make
move
sure
down
you
here.
get
and
that
it's
decision
picked up
right
a
the
bit better
first
here.
time.
oh well, I'm a past player, a current player, all in one day. at the
Exactly
moment.
right. Exactly right. Never declare your injuries again, George. Right?
Yeah.
No, but Simon Malenko, he's got the 4 wickets in his 8 matches. Good economy at 1.8 too.
We're talking to a few of the Redlands players before the game. What they said about Malenko was he's a competitor. I think the last time they played in a final was 2015. He took 12 or so odd wickets in the game. So that's why he's in. He's a big plus competitor. As you said, Georgia, a lot of experience as well as at state level, so he can bring that to this level, help the bowling attack. He'll know his role, he'll know his job. So he has a pretty sort of classical outswingers action, so he'll be trying to swing one back, trying to hit straight on the pad.
Just leaves it outside off this time. No run.
He'll also obviously play a big role with the bat as well. Really great all-rounder for the Redlands team.
All I hope here from Redlands is they don't get stuck in that, trying to build some pressure. Let's see what happens with a bit of time, because these two just love batting, love occupying the crease. And the game can just drift away from you a little bit when you just try and do the simple things well. Got to keep attacking.
And easily dispatched. No run. Back onto the wicket block. So not troubled as yet. Yes, Redlands will be keen to get another wicket very quickly. See if they can. So Bryce Street's 29, Clayton's on 13. Gets a little bit warmer here at Allan Border Field, now 30 degrees. The Bureau saying it feels like 33.
What is with that? It's either 33 or it's 30, isn't it?
Well, I don't know about the feels like. I think, how do you quantify emotions?
I'm sure there's some really complicated formula involving percentage humidity and
Going off
direct path of sunlight or something.
going off Tony Greig's weatherboard, are we?
Yeah, something similar. I think that's what we're going to have to incorporate, because
The weather wall.
I don't get it. How it feels 3 degrees hotter than what it actually is.
Maybe there's someone whose job it is just to stand outside and just be like, oh, I think this is probably about 34.
Yeah, it feels like that.
Yeah.
Bit sweaty. Well, there's a little bit of a high riser and it just tucked around the corner behind square leg for a run.
So, well, if that's someone's job, they'll be donating their skin to Gucci.
Oh yeah.
They'll be leather.
End of the over there. The first one there for Malenko. 1 run. None for 1 for him. And Uni 1 for 55. Street moves on to 30 off 46. And Jack Clayton 13 off 13. So they're doing it quite well, Uni, at the moment. They'd be pleased with where they're at to survive so far. Only the 1 wicket down, considering some of the half chances that have been offered.
Yeah, they're starting to look a little bit more comfortable now.
That's
these two
when you'd be
building that
worried if you were a
partnership.
Redlands bowler too. You'd start to think, oh my goodness. Jack Clayton's looking comfortable. Street's looking comfortable. As I say, Street's popped up with a double 100 not out this season as well. And he's topped the charts for Uni as far as their batting goes with an average of 70.65. Over 1,200 runs this season. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Also played at the Australia A level as well. Scored runs there, so he's got a lot of experience despite still being quite young.
It was a good little ball there from Sinfield too. Just sort of skidded in, played away through slips. No run. He's fascinating to watch, young fella, Sinfield.
Straight away, this over has been a bit more aggressive. I'm not sure though about what Drennan's doing or if Pearson's calling that motion of the man under the helmet. He's changed positions every delivery in this over. I think you just got to, if you want someone on the offside, then going back to the leg side or a second slip, just put them there and keep them there as the bowler. Just back the bowler here. Just put another catcher in. Tell him to be aggressive. Put some air on it. Really try and rag it. Bring the people around the bat into play as opposed to being reactive.
And with the fielder right underneath the helmet there. Oh, great catch! What a beauty at slip! He's tried to play that on the leg side. It has clipped the outside edge, and what a ripping diving catch at first slip.
Yeah, and they broke the big partnership of Uni. That's the partnership that University of Queensland will be relying on to score a lot of the runs. Malenko, that man we spoke about, bowling the previous over. Absolutely fantastic catch. He said George, a key all-rounder, and well, he's done it with the fielding as well, and you almost think just stroke of that first hour, it's almost the first hour goes to Redlands now with that pole.
Extraordinary catch, but there was a nice little delivery there from Sinfield as well. You both called for it, and this is where you guys get the big bucks, and why you do is because you both called for the addition of the spin, and that's given them the breakthrough, and that's a vital wicket to get rid of the captain in Jack Clayton.
Huge wicket, as we said, like, you know, obviously winning the toss and bowling first Redlands, to get 2 huge wickets. Obviously there's, you know, the top 3 key batters in Street, Lovell and Clayton, and they've removed 2 of them already, so that's a huge win in the first hour for Redlands in this final.
So there's a little bit of a drinks break. We might just have a quick break. We'll be back with you very, very shortly here at Allan Border Field.
We're back. Sorry, I just missed a delivery there. Max Clayton's first ball. He's just come back after the drinks break.
Bit of an appeal there, but looks like it was bat first, I'd say.
And the off spinner's making it happen. I like that. We finished just after the drinks break. After the first 14 overs. University of Queensland 256 in Georgia. What are your thoughts about that first hour?
Yeah, I think, as we kind of mentioned before, I think Redlands definitely probably win that first hour. You get two pretty key wickets of this university's lineup. So, I think they'd be very pleased with that first hour and hoping to get a few more wickets now that they've removed kind of two of their key batters pretty early on in this fixture.
Would you keep Sinfield on? Were you thinking with the right-hander in, do you think you keep him going, or do you keep looking to use the conditions of the swing and the pace and maybe look to bring McBride on?
I'd keep Sinfield on for now. I think obviously Bryce Street's going to be the biggest probably key wicket from here. If you can try to get him out, that off spin's probably a good matchup for him. And I think sometimes people get a bit too caught up in the off spin to right-handers isn't the best matchup, but you've seen how well Nathan Lyon's done at the international level, so sometimes that ball turning in can pose some really good questions.
Yeah, I guess it just depends on how the right-hander plays the off-spin. If he looks to actually go after it, or if Max is going to look to sort of build an innings and just sort of let Sinfield bowl to him, or if he's going to take the attack to him. So, yep, some good points you raise.
It's probably a great opportunity as well to get spin on from one end, and then you can rotate your paces through the other end. And Sinfield's definitely shown some really good signs in his first couple of overs.
2 for 56, Uni. Pressure on Max Clayton now. Averaging 29 with the bat this year, this season. Now the bright sunshine here at Allan Border Field, so that's going to make it a little bit warmer than it has been as well. Still a good day for cricket. And the crowd building up nicely. Seeing the terraces on the outer side as well, underneath the shade sails. And that's a great area to just sit and watch. You've got your family as well, and the stands underneath us as well.
I think, we've spoken a lot about that top three for Uni, having done a lot of their batting over the season, but, it's a fantastic opportunity now for kind of those middle order players to really get some runs on the board under pressure in a final. Doesn't really matter what you do for the rest of the season, it all comes down to this one game. So, fantastic opportunity for Clayton and the rest of the middle order here to try to stamp their mark on this game.
Once again, Malenko comes in and just watchfully left by Bryce Street. His role's probably changed a little as they watched his partners disappear around him. He started off with a little bit more intent, but he is an occupier of the crease.
Yeah, I don't think too much will faze Bryce Street. I think he just kind of bats and bats and bats and doesn't probably get too caught up in what's happening at the other end.
Do you think he's one of those annoying batters who just gives you nothing? When you're in the middle, what do you like, Georgia? When you're in the middle, do you give the partner something, or are you sort of in the zone and give you nothing?
I like to chat to my partner. I like to have that communication open. I bat a lot with Grace Harris, so often you can't escape that chat.
So you're a good listener.
Yeah, I just nod and smile a lot and just let her say everything. But yeah, no, I do. I think it's always good to have that communication with your partner, because batting by yourself is hard when you're playing against 11. It's a much better odds when it's 11 versus 2 than 11 versus 1. So I think that's really important.
Always, I find the silent ones, Hamish, are the ones that are the most frustrating. And you can't get anything out of them. That's a good bit of fielding, that. Probably saved a run or two.
It's hard when you're coming in at 10-11 and you're sort of asking the main batter what's going on and what's our game plan. They just chew their gum, look at you and punch your glove.
Just get me on strike.
They don't even say that. It's like, I know what the job is, but at least sort of took me,
So they're just assuming you know exactly what you've got to do, which is get off strike.
Well, trust me, I'm trying to get down the other end as much as they want to be on strike.
Out,
yeah, exactly.
Oh, jumped up a bit at him. Like a viper off the crease there.
I like this, you know, we've got one regular slip, one leg slip, short leg. That ball turning in, I think that poses a lot of questions here. Looking for that catch off the hip.
He's definitely getting the ball to move sharply, Sinfield. Yeah, well forward there. Met the pitch of the ball.
Isn't it amazing though as well, when you rate a player, so obviously Redlands rate someone like Jack Clayton. Typically the matchup of the off-spin with the left-hander is a better matchup. I would like to see him start like this to Jack Clayton. Put some pressure on him as well. Take away your reputation.
That's a nice shot as well. It's going to be pulled up inside, but they'll run 3 here. Yep, they go for it. That's really well run. And that's the beauty of running the first one really hard, the second one hard enough. You give yourself a chance to get that third if it pulls up. Nice work, 2 for 59 now. Street's on 31 and Clayton off the mark with 3.
See here, you got one ball left in the over. Just keep the catches in. Sinfield's bowling really well. Back your bowler. You need, if you get Street out now, you know, this 3 for 60, you're right on top of the game. Crowd the bat. You got one ball to go in the over. Just back your bowler to bowl good delivery.
Already, yeah, one less in around the bat. And it definitely makes a difference in the eye line when you're a batter, when you've got almost everyone in around you and not much space. And yeah, obviously he's got a lot of space there on the leg side now, which hopefully will be appealing for him, and they might try to catch the outside edge here.
Offers a few chances. He's almost found the outside edge there. That's a good over from Sinfield. Uni's 2 for 59, Clayton on 3 and Street on 31. 1 for 7 in his 3 overs. He's getting the ball to do a little bit off the pitch. And he's inspired Redlands with another wicket there. They bowled quite well this morning, Redlands, with the once again the batting. And that's been stoic as well. A couple of half chances off it, but not too much, you know.
Baisley bowled very well with no reward.
Yeah, I thought so. So the wickets so far with Sinfield and Stimson. But Malenko's been very tight from this Albion Park end. It's only 2 overs. He's had 1 maiden and 1 run, so he'll resume hostilities again. Left, and a little bit of noise from behind the wicket as they greeted the ball. There's been a fair bit of that in the slips cordon. The muffled shouts, the oohs and ahs as they see the ball coming in.
Yeah, especially when the batter leaves it and the ball might be shaping in a bit. There's always a few choice words from both bowlers and cordon.
Well,
good shape away on that one.
Yeah. He's bowling a really, really tight line, Malenko. I mean, very experienced player, as we've said.
Well, it's an opportunity here for Redlands to sniff a little bit of blood as well. Just going through these stats, hopefully they're correct, but they've only got one other player in their lineup that averages over 30. Nicholas Sale. So apart from that, every other batter for UQ averages below 30, so it's a great chance for them to strike.
Well, as you said with Uni, the top order, Street, Lovell, Clayton, Clayton's prolific, but they can squeeze through here, Redlands. That might put the frighteners up. Oh, once again, beaten the outside edge. He played all around that.
Jimmy Pearson just doing a bit of a crowd catch there to get people on in the sidelines excited that there might have been a wicket, but unfortunately no outside edge on that one.
done that a couple of times. Malenko. Very, very tight bowling.
And that's an absolute beauty. Unlucky not to catch the outside edge. Very frustrating. See what? A lot of frustration between him and Baisley. A few words now. Not sure if that's to Max or to the fielders, but it's good. It's getting a little bit heated out there. That's what you want to see.
Well, there's a final. Oh, that's an outside edge, or has it clipped the pad? It's clipped the pad. There was that dullish noise, wasn't there, Georgia?
Yeah, definitely could hear a noise from here, but yeah, must have been off the pad there.
Oh, Jimmy Pearson.
Another crowd catch,
Off
get
to
everyone
the races.
excited. Yeah.
You just hear that dullish thud as it went past, and everybody behind the wicket was up as if that was taken. But sometimes you've just got to do that. Keep the umpires on the toes.
Max Clayton, 3 off 12 here. Pressure building on him a little bit, but he's just got to try to stay in the moment. And, you know, each ball that you get through is still a win in this format. So, yeah, try not to get too frustrated by this.
And he straightens that one, and that's another great over from Malenko. Another maiden, his second out of 3, and he's got none for 1. Very, very tight bowling, and Max Clayton lucky to survive that over. He's not out on 3, and Street's not out 31. Uni move on to 2 for 59.
Well, they got them at the ends that they want to bowl to. They want Sinfield to Street. It's a good matchup. Obviously, Malenko to Clayton as well, taking the ball away from his outside edge. If Redlands can just keep these batters stuck at each end, not be able to rotate that strike, then they're going to get a breakthrough sooner rather than later.
So Jack Sinfield. Good couple of overs so far from the young man. I just foot forward and watch that go past outside off. Dangerous practice, but
Yeah, it'd be
I
interesting
always
to see how
panic
much
a bit.
turns they're getting out of this wicket at the moment.
very interesting. The shouldering arms always sends flutters to me.
There's 2 types in there.
Yeah.
Shoulder arms.
Well, especially to a spinner who's showing that he's tweaking it a little. Anything can happen once it hits the pitch. Once again,
Bit of
left that
turn
one.
there.
And it jumped a bit too. He's taken that above the left shoulder, Pearson, as it took off the pitch. Nice and vocal behind the stumps here too. Oh, there's a big shout. It struck. Everybody's up and umpire completely unmoved. Well, the pressure's on. Bryce Street now. So we've been stuck on 31 for a little while off 60. I don't think that'll worry him too much. That's a nice shot, but it's going to be cut off right on the rope. It'll only be a single.
So I'm just not quite sure about that. Why you'd have a cover sweeper back. You're sort of on top of the game. Really try to keep Street on strike there. Trying to get him to go through the field or over top of the field. Really keep trying to apply that pressure. They took the man out from sort of short finally, put another point, put a sort of backward point in so then they could have point on the boundary, but I'd like to see both of them up. Try to make Street go through the field.
Especially with that extra bit of bounce as well, you might be a chance of a top edge kind of popping up and going into that point region. So
He's firing it in. Good economy rate too. End of his 4th over at Jack Sinfield. He's got 1 for 8. Uni 2 for 60. See Malenko pick up the ball from the Catherine Raymond end. The game's just on a bit of an edge at the moment. It could go either way, can't it? As you said before, Hamish, it's that session where you can win or lose the game. An extra wicket or two here for Redlands would be ideal, and Uni would be loving to put a few more runs on the board, put pressure back on.
Oh, they always say add 2 wickets to the total and see if you'd be happy with that score. I think there's 2 wickets added on here. I think Uni probably would be in a bit of a dire spot. So, yeah, I think Redlands would be pretty happy where they're sitting. And, yeah, Uni have got to try to bat through this phase and try to get through to lunch without any more wickets.
I was just looking at the numbers. You just look at them and you just know that the top 3 have done most of the work, majority of the work. If you're Redlands, you've got to try to get that middle order, lower order, try to score some runs for UQ. So sometimes doesn't look to be that happy, does he, Malenko, after he bowls a delivery? Just maybe walks back, maybe thinking he should have retired again.
It's a long way back to his mark.
Yeah, maybe not come back. It only gets longer and longer every year you get older. So,
well, I can attest that the older you get, the grumpier you get as well. So perhaps he's just developing that persona. I'm telling you what, he's tight with the bowling. That's a no ball though, unfortunately for him.
To be fair, cricket's probably not the most positive, cheerful game at times, so you can see why you can only get grumpier and grumpier.
Well, he's been bowling a brilliant line, and just to let loose that pressure a little bit with a no ball there, he'd be not happy with himself. Played straight down at his feet from Street. Been a festival of sport in and around Brisbane in the last few days. This Queensland Premier Cricket final, of course, all weekend and next weekend at Allan Border Field. Yeah. The Battle of Brisbane with the Broncos taking on the Dolphins last night at Suncorp in front of 50,000 people. The Gabba with nearly 30,000 people. Brisbane, Melbourne with the lights going out. It was all happening around southeast Queensland. What it did do is it staggered the finishes of those 2 games, which meant we could all go home without being in gridlock, because quite frankly, if they let Suncorp and the Gabba out at the same time, good luck. You might as well just camp out at Kangaroo Point for about an hour and a half, 2 hours. No such problem around here though. How easy is it to get into Allan Border Field, just up Greek Chapel Drive? Too easy.
I don't think we'll have the capacity issue like the Gabba or Suncorp today, unfortunately.
But in all seriousness, what a just elite sport that's around this city at the minute. Last night was extraordinary. Another end of the over for Malenko. Only the 1 run off it, and that was from a no ball. Off 4 overs, he's very tight. And that keeps the pressure, really. That helps Sinfield at the other end when you've got a bowler who's really applying the screws. It allows him to be that more attacking spinner, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think especially as a spinner, you want to try to really get stuck into one batsman to try to build that pressure. And with Clayton on strike, we did see they had quite a few around the bat. So that'll certainly be getting in his head, and they'll be trying to get a little inside edge here. That might go to one of those catches.
So they're getting stuck a little bit, the Uni batters. Here comes Sinfield again. Oh, and there's a chance. Has that come off the hip and just beaten the man at leg slip? Regardless, it's been cut off just before the rope, and well, it seems to be they're all going towards that man.
Nearly genius, Georgia. Nearly genius.
That's why you're on the big bucks, Georgia. That's why you'll get that big contract re-signed.
You'll come back. You'll come back into the Queensland team.
The amount of times I've told Jess Jonathan, who's our Queensland captain, that we need to bring in the leg slip, never happens. But maybe one day I'll get a leg slip in.
Well, that one also just spun down
A
leg.
leg slip for JJ's bowling, or for Noddy, or for her?
Oh, probably more for the offies turning it that way. It's probably not so much in the big bash, but occasionally in 50 over cricket when it's a bit of a dull period and you got batters who are kind of poking and prodding a bit. I think it's a great position, that in the short leg. Mainly because in the women's game anyway, we're not really used to having fielders there, and a lot of balls would just stand up there. So I always like a few funky fielding positions. I get lonely keeping by myself and no one in around the bat.
Merely Kerr's wronging as well early on. Kerr someone under the lid there for that.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tradition. I reckon she always starts a spell with a wrong in these days. So, yeah, she's fantastic spin bowler to get to keep to in the big bash.
Didn't mind that 2 balls ago there, Michael, as well, from Max Clayton, using his feet actually coming at Sinfield, trying to get him to change his approach. He's just been crease bound, which has caused a couple of little half chances. So don't mind him using his feet, trying to put Sinfield off his length.
Once again, he's just meeting the pitch of the ball there. Another interesting over from Sinfield. 1 for 10 off 5 overs. His economy rate straight on 2. And some chances there again. He's putting the fear of God into a couple of these, into these uni batters. Bryce Street's just crept up there. He will occupy, we all know that, 32 off 68. But Max Clayton, a little scratchy, 5 off 20.
He's just got to stick around with Street here. As we said, we probably haven't seen too much of the rest of the UQ batters probably batting consistently for long periods of time. So, yeah, really important for him to do his role and make sure that Street gets that partnership going and has that batter sticking with him at the other end.
So once again, Malenko.
I think that's where that communication piece comes in from. Street learning to be a leader within this side, talking Clayton through it, talking Max through it, saying to him, right, it's a little bit of a tough period. Just know what you're going to do. Be clear-headed. Watch the ball. Be certain in your decisions you're going to make. Just be clear in your head, and know that if you can just get through each delivery, get through the process of it, that you know you can get to lunch and then you can cash in later in the day.
They look sharp in the field too, Redlands. It's like Drennan getting a little bit excited there as he...
Running around without pads on, always a little bit exciting.
I was about to say, how often do you get to do that if you're a keeper?
Fewer now, which I'm very thankful for. But yeah, it does give you probably a little bit of a burst of energy when you realise you can actually run fairly fast without being restricted by the pads.
Of course, Jimmy Pearson being available for this game, and the regular keeper Lee Drennan going out into the field, the captain. Pretty handy. We've got 2 keepers of that stature in the team. Jimmy Pearson, of course, outstanding at being the skipper of the Bulls.
Lee Drennan, he's been keeping for the second 11 team, is that correct? As well, so they've got probably the top 2 ones in the same club team.
Very handy. That one came through a little bit more of a clip from Malenko, really bent the back on that one. Jimmy Pearson a little surprised at the rate it came to the gloves. Nice bit of cloud cover over, just cools it down a little with the breeze. Fair bit of chatter going on as well. Nice and vocal behind the stumps. Louis Armstrong made an appearance. maiden over there from Malenko.
Yeah, obviously the last couple of overs, that run rate's really slowed down. Malenko's bowled 5 overs for 2 runs, and Sinfield's been really economical at the other end too. So, yeah, I think the fielder's probably just trying to keep energised there by a little bit of chat and good energy in the field too. So, yeah, the game probably just slowing down a little bit here, and Street and Clayton hopefully just looking to get towards that lunch break.
Yeah, they've really applied the screws, the Redlands bowlers, but as you say, they might have shut up shop a little, just wanting to get to that lunch break. Sinfield, that's a little streaky, but that's through that vacant area. It should go through to the boundary before, but it's going to hold up in that lush outfield. Generous applause.
You'd say the outfield probably hasn't been a typical Alan Border outfield. Normally, the carpet sort of, once it goes through the infield, you don't even bother running. You just know you jog to pick it up from the fence. So it's...
I've seen a couple basically pull up.
I was very surprised that one didn't go for full.
So Sinfield again. Great experience for the young spinner here. And he's answered the challenge as well.
Still got that deep point back as we spoke about. And there's a deep square leg which is only about 3/4 of the way to the boundary, which is interesting. If they're thinking maybe you might play a sweep shot and get a catch in there, what do you think?
Well, that one was just tickled into that vacant area. The man you're talking about has to come in and save it, but did well to take off and restrict it to the 1 run.
I think that deep square is just the standard sort of spinner's fire leg, isn't it? Equivalent to a fire leg for a pace bowler. Just gives them a little bit of confidence and reassurance that they do drag one down. They've got some protection.
Yeah, just like he was only the 3/4 of the way back. Kind of an interesting placement, but I suppose that is maybe the longer side, so maybe cutting off more area, just coming in.
Yeah, trying to cut that
20
two
off
off.
the rope.
Also give them a little bit of a tease to go over.
And that turned down to the leg side as well. So offering that chance there, and giving him the look at it. The fielders, the leg slip and the close in bat pad as well. It's the last ball of the Sinfield over. His 6th, 1 for 14, and Unia 2 for 67. Street's on 33, and Clayton not out on 8. So 11 overs from Malenko and Sinfield so far have only produced the 16 runs. So they really have tightened the screws on the Uni batters. I think Max Clayton and Bryce Street, well, Clayton doing the right thing and just holding on to one end as Street negotiates his innings.
It's only been Stimson really that's leaked, you would say. Paisley obviously bowled very tight as well. Apart from when Clayton got hold of him, one delivery in his last over. So Willins have done well. An interesting move here. Maybe Georgia can talk us through it. But Jimmy Pearson now up to the sticks. There's a bowler. There's pace bowler. Definitely, there's nothing more. Well, degrading probably.
Oh, there's nothing better as a keeper though, coming up to the quicks.
Obviously bowled
but yeah,
very
Jimmy's
tight
obviously
as well.
done this a fair bit
Clayton
in the
got hold of
Shield.
him.
We saw, and he's
One
taken a
delivery in
couple of
his
really
last-
good
in
caught
his last
behinds,
over.
keeping up to some of the fast bowlers, and yeah, maybe it's another hit to Malenko with probably at the back end of his career. Maybe he's slowed up a little bit, but yeah, he's taking that helmet off now. I think for Clayton coming on strike from the looks of it.
There's probably more to do, obviously, with Street
Yeah,
using the crease.
maybe it's
coming
another
more
hit to
towards
Malenko.
Malenko taking the
Probably at
excuse
the
me,
back
taking
end
the
of his
LB
career, maybe
excuse
he's
me,
slowed
the
up a little
LBW
bit.
and the caught behind more out of
but
play
yeah,
and
he's
changing his length,
taking that
trying to
helmet
get
off
back in the crease
now,
so
I think,
Malenko can
for
hit that good line and length that he can hit on demand. So
Yeah, just another watchful defensive effort from Max Clayton, no run.
Also gives the batters something else to think about when, you know, you bring that extra dismissal into play of, you know, the potential for a stumping, making sure they're staying in their crease. And yeah, I reckon when the keeper comes up, you feel a little bit more cramped and just that other
claustrophobic,
thing.
isn't it?
Yeah, just that other thing in your head that you've got to think about. Maybe one going down leg side, make sure that you've got to keep your balance.
I mean, they're already annoying keepers, aren't they? So just to have them sort of close in your area as well is even worse. Put up with their chat.
Yeah.
Just, you know, just being pests.
Take the bails off for fun and then have to readjust them just to let them know you're there.
That unnecessary stumping, that just wastes time. And square leg umpire still takes a few steps and doesn't bother. Just because you're bored, basically.
Basically, yeah.
Well, it's a long day behind the stumps. Carrying all that extra gear around and so once again Malenko just dropping it on a dime.
He deserves one, doesn't he? Way he's done, built pressure.
Well, it was like Baisley at this end as well, just consistently. Oh, that's tucked around there. Square leg and nicely fielded there. Saved a run. End of the over, the end of Malenko's 6. That is none for 3 from him with 3 maidens. Uni a 2 for 68. And Bryce Street has really slowed down, but again, he just wants to be there till lunch and take a bit of the sting out of the bowling attack.
Yeah, he's been in the low 30s for a long time, hasn't he, Bryce Street? But I don't think it'll really phase him.
So Jack Sinfield again. And sharply spun again. He's changed the angle again now. Can't see Street or Clayton taking too many chances as it unfolds here. So 3 dot balls to start.
Wondering whether Redlands might consider bringing someone like Baisley back on for maybe an over or two before lunch, which I assume is at 12 o'clock. Is that correct? 2 hours in?
I reckon that might be the go, Georgia. We'll get the nod shortly. Ooh. Once again, that's softly played with the wrist through. That vacant slip to gully area. Bryce Street just patting it down into the dirt. Trying to get that one through, gave it a little bit of force, but no run, couldn't penetrate the field.
It's a good call about Baisley. What I'd actually like to see, which might sound a little bit outrageous, is I'd actually like to see Baisley come in and try and attack Street upstairs. Try and put some, just an over or two of bumpers just at Street. Just see if he's going to take it on. Yes, he's going to hit it to the shorter side, but that also brings fine leg and deep screw into play for a catch. Talk about when Clayton hit that 6. If Stimpson was around just a touch more, it would have been straight down his throat. So wouldn't mind actually seeing a little bit of chin music towards Street. Just see if he takes it on.
Something a little different.
Yeah, who's coming on now. So, and as you said, like there's probably only really been that one as a short ball, and it probably wasn't as well directed as he would have liked to execute. So, yeah, it's certainly been effective that you see in a lot of red ball cricket is the quick bowlers coming on for short spells, really trying to bowl fast and short and really attack the batters there.
So James Bazley's going to resume hostilities from the Kath Raymont end. His 7th over. Straight into the rhythm and played back down the pitch for no run.
And just looking at Street as well, like, if I'm looking at him from, I've never seen him, if I haven't seen him play before, sort of likes to hang on the crease, hang back a little bit, leave it. So it looks like the shortest sort of ball would look like there'd be a scoring option for him as well, especially the cut shot. So it's just sort of just testing him out there, just seeing how much he wants to leave, if he thinks he can score off it. No one likes a bumper, especially for a couple of overs. Will he be patient enough to keep leaving it, keep defending it?
Just outside off. No foot movement there, really. Just a swing of the bat. Well, again, trying something different is at least going to give you the opportunity to get the result that you want.
I think with Street, you've got to be willing to throw the dice a little bit. You've got to be willing to sacrifice a few runs to get him. If you can get him for under 50, for about 100 balls faced, 110 balls faced, then you know you're going to put a lot of pressure on that middle to lower order.
Seemed like it just fizzed through a little bit faster there. Taken up relatively higher in the waist by Pearson and behind the stumps.
We had some not bad wheels in the Big Bash, did he? Big Bad Bazley, as they called him. So that mid to high 130s can run in, hit the deck. Probably more class as a batter who bowls, I would say, as his all-rounder, as opposed to a bowler who bats. So looks like he enjoys his bowling. Done a lot of it this summer, so good chance for him to shine.
Yeah, I think when he first started playing Big Bash, he was definitely more of that batter bowling, but then his bowling turned out to be so effective. I think a lot of last season he was bowling 3 or 4 overs in a lot of the games, so combining well with other quicks like Spencer Johnson and Michael Neser, of course. So yeah, he's certainly developed that bowling, I think, in the last couple of seasons.
He was definitely their 5th option, wasn't he? You could go in as that all-rounder, play 4 genuine bowlers and have Bazley as your 5th option as your genuine all-rounder. So did well the Heat, 1 game off sort of being eliminated, and then unfortunately just lost it with a couple of overs to go. So hopefully next year's the year.
It's a real back half of the season for the Heat. In last place halfway through the competition, and then come back and make the grand final. Cinderella story.
Well, it's a good time to get hot, isn't it, at the back end of a comp?
Yeah.
Sometimes the start of the comp is when you actually want to play your worst cricket and sort of iron out a few of your sort of creases as you go along in the tournament. So they definitely timed their run perfectly. Could have made a movie out of it if they won it, I reckon. The amount of travel they did.
That's a nice shot. He struck it nicely. It's timed well. That's going to make it to the rope for 4. Just leaned into that, gave it the full face of the bat, Max Clayton, and 4 runs. He moves to 12, Uni 2 for 72.
Yeah, they'll give Clayton some confidence. That's a beautiful shot. Just leant into it. Bazley just over pitched. Not a bad delivery. Don't mind him bowling there, and Clayton's just leant onto that shorter side of the boundary, and the outfield on that side looks okay. Just run away. Always hard to pull in here at Allan Border.
Well, when it's timed as nicely as that as well, the end of James Bazley's 7th over, none for 23 for him. Sinfield's going to resume the attack. Oh, well, the young man, 7 overs, 1 for 14. Had a good season as well, as we've said. 24 wickets in his 9 matches. Queensland Premier Cricket. He's tried to give himself a little bit of room there to slash that one through. Couldn't quite get a hold of it. He doesn't seem to be giving it too much air.
Yeah, and he seems to be bowling quite only focused on the offside. There's not too many fielders around the pads on the leg side, so he's obviously trying to entice him in and try to get those edges of the outside edge of the bat there. So
that's a great little call there, Georgia, right as it happened.
Yeah, definitely more offside focus for the left-hander, whereas when the right-hander's in, he's probably got a few more catches on the leg side, leg slip, obviously working with that turn into the right-hander and away from the left-hander.
Not far off achieving that wicket there. The outside edge again. Just a couple of fielding changes there. We're getting a slip, a leg slip, and man at bat pad on leg side. So interesting time, about 15 minutes before the lunch break, and so you've got both teams wanting to... Oh, another chance. That's flown past the man at leg slip. It's a bye.
Nice.
There you go. That did turn.
It's going to be interesting as this game goes on with this wicket. Sinfield's getting this first session, day one. Could actually look like could actually be quite a hard wicket to bat on last.
He gets through his overs at a bit of a clip too, does young Sinfield. Always. He'd be handy in the getting the over rate through anyway. Economy rate of 2, 8 overs, 1 for 16 for him. Once again, James Bazley's going to come in from the Catherine Raymond end. And Sinfield would be love bowling at the opposite end to both Bazley and Malenko, because they're tying up that one end for him so beautifully at the moment, allowing him to just express a little bit with the ball.
Probably be hoping that they roughen up, but some footmarks there to attack that he can bowl into when Bryce Street is on strike.
It'd be interesting to see. We haven't seen the re-emergence of the sawdust either, so perhaps the conditions drying it out a little. No chance of rain, it's only 50% humidity, but reasonably hot, about 30 degrees. It's a quick call. Seeing the stands next to us there, good crowd coming in here. Just it's fascinating to see how many people just come in and spend the day. Spend a couple of days here at the cricket. It's a great
Easy
place
to
do
get
it.
to,
Oh.
lots of seating.
Just not really a bad seat in the house either, too. Just quietly.
Cafe's open, so
And it's a good cafe. They do make a good coffee. Good feed down there too. But you know, since the redevelopment of this particular part of the world, they just turned it from what was a relatively ordinary sporting facility into a village green boutiques.
be interesting
Type
to
of
see with the
stadium.
Olympics. There's going to be a few developments, I think, around this area. Getting some Olympic venues is what I've been hearing.
Well, Albion Park, one of the greatest wastes of real estate in Brisbane.
Tell us
Sorry.
what you really think.
Written and authorised by me. Yeah, if you want to write to me and abuse me for that, it's Michael Price, Price. It's a great piece of real estate right in one of the most expensive parts of the world that gets used, once a week? Ridiculous. hopefully the state government will do something about that. In the lead up to the Olympics, they're doing a lot of stuff positively about the city with the Gabba. Well, it's
Fix the
costing a lot of
lighting
money.
there would be nice.
Hopefully they'll fix the light towers, that'd be good. But no, some exciting times in the next 9 years leading up to 2032 here in Brisbane. I suppose if you're hoping for the legacy for all sports, that you don't get white elephants built and then not used afterwards, like has happened in other parts of the planet. Hopefully that the structures they build stay and leave a legacy for all sports, not just a elite few. Paisley. Oh, great bit of fielding reflex. I like that. That shows some intent too from a fast bowler. Maiden over from James Paisley. None for 23. 8 overs, 3 maidens. So he's tying up that Catherine Raymond end, or the Albion Park end. And we'll see if Sinfield's going to have another trundle. He will. So he'll get to express again.
Bryce Street's looking really solid here. He's getting close to that 100 ball mark, so I'm sure he'll be seeing them pretty well by now. But yeah, he's looking really solid. Looks like he's trying to settle in for a long day at the crease here, but I've probably just put a commentator's curse on him.
So what's the mindset there? He needs to occupy, but he can't get himself in a rut.
Yeah, he has been in the 30s for quite a while now. But as you saw just with that last deliveries, he's kind of, you can see a lot more confidence in his strokes now than potentially at the start of the innings. So I think that intent's there, and you know those runs should come with if he keeps that intent up.
Max Clayton, a lot better footwork in that particular delivery. Met the pitch of the ball. Sinfield's testing him too. He's just varying it up nicely for him.
So to get back onto Bryce Street, I think it depends who he's batting with. If you're batting with someone really aggressive, I think that would actually harm the person who bats with who's really aggressive, because they want to be on strike, they want to rotate, they want to be scoring, get the game moving forward. Whereas it looks like with Clayton, Max Clayton, he looks like he's happy to build an innings, defend as well, sort of plays similar to Street, so this partnership sort of matches each other. Whereas if he's batting with someone like Laura Harris, you can imagine Harris will be getting pretty frustrated. She's not on strike and the ball wasn't going to the rope.
Yeah, I was saying just the other day I'd love to see her play a red ball game and be in the position where she has to try to bat out a draw. And just be
show some patience.
Great viewing for everyone. I think she'd still go for the win, even if they needed 500 in a session.
She'd have to bat 1 or 11.
So you're saying a leopard can't change its spots? Is that right?
Oh, I think you need all kinds in a cricket team, don't you? You need those people who'll try to bat the whole day, and then those others who just struggle when there's 1 or 2 dot balls in a row. So
that's the beautiful part about sport, isn't it? All personalities form that whole called a team.
I think especially in probably more white ball formats, but it's great when you get those players together in a partnership, when you can have the big hitters always need someone who can just rotate to them, and vice versa. Like, just know that you have someone at the other end who's going to be scoring pretty quickly, so you can just take your singles.
Oh, outside edge again. It goes past the outstretched hand at first slip. Come back for a couple. That's a streaky couple for Max Clayton there. He moves on to 16. And it'll be the end of the over again. He zips through them, Jack Sinfield. There's going to be a bit of a chat mid-pitch.
Got a bowling change here.
Looks like there might be. It looks like James Paisley's been replaced. And it's going to be Biggs coming on now for Redlands. So here's an interesting turn up. left armour.
He's coming off 2 for 30, I think, in their semi-final against Norths.
So Tom Biggs. Oh, immediately. He tried to belt that one. Didn't quite come off.
Love that straight away. Left arm, a change of angle, but also he's obviously dragged it down a little bit, but Bryce Street took it on. So as a captain now looking at that, saying, right, put someone back, get someone in around maybe behind the corner or at mid-wicket for the flat pull shot that he actually hits and it's going to go in the air. Get him to go upstairs just before lunch.
That could have resulted in anything then, as you're right. Top edge. As it was, it ended up at mid-on. He was trying to get that back with a square. That's a nice shot. Didn't quite get the full bat behind it, but one run results just in front of point.
Yeah, I'd love to see them go for the short bouncer route and maybe even come around the wicket, bowl into Street's body, have square leg and fine leg back, really force him to play that shot.
Well, Street's a conventional cricketer, isn't he? He likes everything being the top of off. Just try and change his thought pattern a bit. Just try him overthinking his batting.
Even get a little short leg in as well under the helmet, bowling up at the ribs.
Get someone annoying in under there, a short leg, just chirping away. Lee Drennan maybe, get rid of some of his energy.
I'm sure he'll let us know about it in the podcast. It's going to happen. That's nice. Soft hands from Max Clayton. Just dangerous practice, but soft hands. He just dabbed it down in front of Gully. Once again, I suppose I'm a worry wart when it comes to that type of stuff, Georgia, but when it's outside off and it's bouncing high and you can all go pear-shaped really quickly with those soft hands. You can get that outside edge. Maybe it was just me.
Yeah, well, if you do play with soft hands, chances are hopefully it goes into the ground before it goes into the fielder. But it looked like he had pretty good control on that one.
Yeah. Oh, that one down leg side, got half a shout. He's provided a couple of highlights, Tom Biggs, so far.
I was just going to mention that. It just looks like he's going to make something happen, doesn't he? Might not be off a beauty of a delivery, but it just looks like he's just going to make something happen. Is he maybe something down leg side or just a short ball that I think they can take on? I think UQ have looked at this and seen Sinfield, Baisley, Malenko as their sort of three main bowlers. And straight away off Stumps and Biggs, they've actually looked to score runs straight away since they've come on. So can provide opportunities.
He looks like he's steaming in, Tom Biggs.
His follow-through is very impressive, almost down to the striker's end.
Well, you can't fold in front of his attitude, can you? That's the thing when you're bowling, trying to bowl fast. You need to want to bowl fast. You need to be in that headspace of wanting to run in hard every delivery, so can't fault him on that. Also provide a few foot marks as well for the offie, so not a bad move from the skipper either.
It's very watchful. Played directly at his feet, and that's a fair over to start your campaign. None for one for Tom Biggs in his first over, and we might just get one more in before that lunch break. It will be Jack Sinfield. It's 11:58. We've got 67 overs remaining in today's play. Already played 29. So as we edge our way towards the end of this first session, you said, Georgia, your formula before was, you add 2 wickets to the total and see whether you like it or not. Still, Uni wouldn't be that, or Redlands would be happy. Would you think?
I think so. I think, they've had 2 pretty key wickets, even though they haven't taken any in this last hour. But I think they'd be happy, with the start that they've had. And I think if they can get Street, they'll feel like they're well on top. They certainly slowed the run rate this second hour. I think maybe even 20 runs or less, I'd say. that's
They've
been scored.
Significantly slow. Boy, he nearly played that one onto his own stumps, Bryce Street. He actually came off the bat into the ground and bounced over the wickets into the hands of the keeper.
Yeah, even if they're not getting wickets, I feel like the game hasn't really moved forward much for Uni. They've gone from about 2 for 60 to 2 for 80. So I don't think Redlands will be too disappointed, even though they haven't taken that third wicket this hour.
Now, what would you call that position? The man's on his knees.
He's second slip there, he's just making sure it
It's
carries.
just second slip, but he's only seriously a metre from the crease. On his knees. That's the first time I've seen that happen to a spinner in quite a while. But he's got to make it carry if it comes. That's exactly
Be the
right.
most comfortable position, I reckon. You've
Yep.
got the excuse. You don't have to run and chase the ball. You just stay on your knees and go where you can reach. It's like, playing catching at home on the couch or something, isn't it?
Nice. Oh, again, that just gets a nice little bit of bounce.
Also to add to George's comments there, I totally agree, but also I think the breaks come at a good time for Redlands as well. Just get into the sheds, just have a few little chats about what the game plan is, just get a break, get the two batters to start again.
That's another maiden over there for Jack Sinfield, and that will be the lunch break. So Sinfield is 10th over, 2 maidens, 1 for 20, the young man, and Uni, they're 2 for 80. Bryce Street is not out on 37. Max Clayton not out on 16. The wickets, well, there's only been the 2 of them, and one came from Jack Sinfield and the other from Stimpson from the northern end, and that will be the lunch break. We'll come back, have a bit of a break ourselves, and we'll be back with the second session very shortly with Queensland Premier Cricket final between Uni and Redlands.
Yeah, it's hard to know what's real on the internet.
Well, at Dodo, we are. The truth is, you can get fast, reliable internet at a great price, no matter what anyone else tells you. Get the real deal with Dodo.
I want to live.
And welcome back to Allan Border Field for this Queensland Premier Cricket Men's Final between Uni and Redlands. Bryce Street's not out on 37 and Max Clayton not out 16 for Uni. They were sent into bat. Redlands won the toss this morning and elected to bowl, which was an interesting choice. But they've got a couple of wickets on board. Michael Price with you, with Hamish Bennett, the former New Zealand international and former Australian squad member, and current Queensland genius with an injury is Georgia Redmayne. Did I make up for it, Georgia? Nearly.
Slightly, yeah.
I almost omitted Georgia from the Queensland squad this morning, and she looked at me very strangely. I just signed a big contract a little while ago. What happened to that? But resuming hostilities, and we've got Stimson, who's was bowling at the other end. He now picks up the ball from the Catherine Raymond end. He leaked a few runs going at 6.4, but he got that vital wicket. So Hamish and Georgia, how do you see it after that first session? Redlands reasonably happy with their couple of wickets, and what about Uni with the fact that they've still got a couple of quality batters in?
Yeah, I think Redlands will be pretty happy to get two of the big three out. I think for UQ now, it's about trying to press on, really trying to bat the rest of the day. Probably not too worried about how many runs they get. Just trying to make sure there's not too many troops in the shed at the end of the day. I guess that's the intriguing thing about the club 4-day final. If you qualify first, it's you have to get beaten. So just try to bat that, get a good score on the board, but also take enough time out of the game that you can manipulate the way that Redlands have to bat.
And as I understand, after having a chat with some of the officials, so if you lead on the first innings and there is no outright result, you'll be declared the winner as well. So interesting times to play out here at Allan Border Field, and this is why it's such a tense morning of cricket.
Yeah, it's an interesting move as well from Redlands. It'll be interesting to see who bowls at the other end. I'm assuming the off spinner is going to be out there because Pearson's got his helmet behind him keeping there, but I think Malenko could have been a good shout to start it off as well.
Well, Malenko and Baisley owned that end. They didn't let any runs go through whatsoever. They really tied up one end and stopped Bryce Street from scoring. He was 31 off about 35 balls, and he's now 37 off 103. So they really tightened the screws, and that allowed Sinfield, the offie, to come in from the other end and work his magic. So interesting move. But Stimson is the top wicket taker in Premier grade cricket this year. He's been absolutely brilliant with 33.
And we had Biggs, who bowled from this end last, just before lunch, and only got the one over in the session, and now he's been taken off. So hopefully he comes back on at some point during this session, because he did look like a bit of a point of difference with the left arm as well.
He looked like that little, I think golden arm would probably be maybe a little bit hurtful comment, but he looked like I said, George, someone who can make something happen. So it's probably more of that end of a session sort of bowler, or the older ball waiting for the new ball to come on.
And just watchful there, Max Clayton.
Guess what Stimson does add is, for Clayton and Street, they'll feel comfortable facing because of his pace. So he can lure them into being comfortable and just playing a delivery where they don't have to. Clayton and Street probably says opportunity to start the session off well, be positive, look to score.
It's a beautiful shot of the Stuart Law stand. We're sitting high atop that box, as you can see at the left of screen. Great position to watch the cricket, and that's a nice little single. That'll get the fielders on their toes. And Clayton gets off the strike, and well, actually no, he's farmed the strike because he's finished the Stimson over. 1 for 34 for Stimson, and Clayton's got 17. Street is on 37.
Yeah, good single taken. I think as a batter coming back on after a bit of a break, you want to make sure that you probably don't get too complacent and get stuck at one end. And I think, you know, getting up and down the wicket a bit helps that concentration as well. So yeah, you kind of got to have that reset focus and make sure that they keep moving the game forward here.
So interesting session. This could make or break the game almost. We said the early morning session was vital, but where it's sitting at the moment, with Uni with the 2 wickets down but just the 82 runs, and it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. Now this bowling change has happened, so James Baisley's going to come in. from basically the Hamilton Hill end.
Both switched ends.
So they've swapped. What would precipitate that? Whether there was something else that they'd be thinking in the pitch?
So it'd have to be the wind, wouldn't it?
It's been. Which way is that blowing? So let's have a look at some
Need
of
a
the
flag
flags.
or something.
That's the one thing we don't have at ABFL. Well, there's some flagpoles over there, but just no flags.
Doesn't seem to be, though, that there's sort of much wind at the moment, but maybe just enough, especially if you're a little bit...
The famous wind vane of Alan Border on top of the stand, on top of the Matty Hayden stand, has it blowing.
There's one thing that's very noticeable, though, Michael, straight away, is the groundsman put the full covers on the practice facilities straight after lunch, so that makes me a little bit nervous about some rain. I know there's talk that there's no rain, but whenever I see the groundsman put the full covers on at 12:45...
Yeah, never question the ground staff of Queensland cricket. They are the Nostradamus of weather predictors. They understand what's happening, but they prepare for the worst. They get the worst case scenario. But there is a 50% chance of a mil of rain, 25% chance of at least 3 mils. There is some storm cloud, but it's over a southern part of Brisbane at the minute. I'm not sure whether it'll get here, but those guys are cleverer at that stuff than I am. Paisley now. Oh, playing a miss. Again, a little bit of the old satchel feet going from Max Clayton. Not a lot of movement there.
Yeah, he's just been squared up there, back foot coming around and just going with the hands at the ball. So, classic sort of outswingers delivery there to the right-hander. Paisley, if anything, just because he hits the wicket with his height, just naturally bowls that back of a length, just needs to just try pitch it up just a smidgen fuller to catch that edge.
He's beaten the outside edge numerous times for basically little reward. I think he's been one of the best bowlers so far. Seemed to have a bit of extra zing-a-ding-ding about it as well. It didn't carry through as high as it could have to Jimmy Pearson.
I think he's been the bowler that's been in the game the most, made the game competitive. A lot of outside edges, had the next second ball through slips as well. So he's bowled very well without some luck. Just needs a little bit of luck to go his way. He feels as though if he can get one, he's the type of bowler that could get 2 or 3 in a spell. So always the first breakthrough when you're bowling is always the toughest. So once you get through that, I feel as though he could turn the game really into the Tigers' favour.
Oh, I can feel that breeze coming straight through the window. It's definitely going from left to right, as you can see it on screen. So across the pitch. So Paisley be getting some benefit to that wind with the swing, I dare say.
What do you think the groundsman may be looking for an early knock-off on a Saturday?
There's a few darkish clouds down to the south, but...
So I know that's the Ray Lindwall Oval. Who belongs to the nets? There's a name on the nets, I know that.
One
there's
used to
2
be the
different
Carl-
nets as well.
The
so
Carl Rackerman nets, didn't they?
The Carl Rackerman nets over there.
One
yeah.
used to be.
maybe on this other side here, but
They're definitely... They're covering up all the practice wickets with the heavy-duty stuff over on the other side of the ground. It's just off screen as that we finish that maiden over from James Paisley, and once again he's bowling superbly. 9 overs, 4 maidens, none for 23, bowled without a lot of luck. Great conditions for this Queensland Premier Cricket final. 4-day final, and this is day 1. What will be an intriguing 4 days.
we see Jimmy Pearson coming up to the stumps with Bryce Street on strike again, as he did prior to lunch. So again, just trying to keep him in the crease here and add a little bit of pressure behind the stumps.
Oh, just flick that off the pad and that's gone beautifully fine for 4.
I think that might be
Oh,
leg
one off the
bias.
leg, just off the pads. Okay, fair enough. I thought I heard a little clip of the noise. Might have got a little bit of bat to that, but 4's 4, especially in a final. 2 for 86, Uni. So 31 degrees And Redlands applying some pressure bowling-wise here. So it's plenty hot out in the middle. I was having a chat to, I won't say his name, he's affiliated with a couple of cricket teams, good man too, but he says the Marnus whisper could be a thing. There you go.
Troomers.
But then again, he's a bit of a stirrer too. So he might just be stirring the pot for me, but we were talking about it earlier because it's a 4-day game and Jimmy Pearson's been called up, and I think...
So that mean Marnus gets to take the gloves, or
will
Lee Drennan take them?
You'd say Lee Drennan will probably take the gloves, but Marnus will probably want to open the bowling,
Yeah.
as Hamish said. But look, that would be... Seems fanciful, but it is possible.
Well, he'll be off to Glamorgan soon, wouldn't he, for a county stint for the Ashes before the World Test Championship final. So he probably wants to have a hit. So probably no better place to have a hit than in a game. So,
and also, well, it's going to be happening for uni. You will be there is a replacement because it's already been announced that Tom Keller is in for week 1 this weekend, but Jano Kurtzi is coming in for the second weekend. So they've worked that out nicely, and that's a beautiful cut shot. That's straight to the boundary for 4. It's lovely. He middled that one very nicely with Bryce Street.
So do the second week replacements have to be named at the toss?
Well, this is...
Because otherwise you could just drop someone on form if you wanted.
Oh, it'd be a strategic replacement. Oh, very interesting. I started referring to that as they used to have the medical sub in AFL. Now it's not the medical sub, it's a strategic sub. Just call it a replacement player or whatever.
X Factor.
X Factor guy.
X Factor, bringing that back.
A drop in. And that's a nicely played soft hand shot that goes down through the gully area. And Street all of a sudden moves to 43. Max Clayton 17 not out. That is the end of the Stimpson over. 1 for 40 off 7 for him. Uni 2 for 92. So very interesting that that substitute will be happening for Uni. So it does open the door for a possibility of Redlands as well. Just off the inside edge of the bat, but it's going to be cut off easily. And just one. So they've still got the energy up in the field, Redlands, which is good. I suppose it's the opposite end of the scales when it comes to the two clubs. Uni's won quite a number of grade premierships, and East's Redlands, as it's been, only with the 3. So the underdog, I suppose, is in this final would be Redlands, would you say? Holistically, even if not for their... Well, that's a very, very tall bouncer. He didn't have to even bend over for that one. It just skyrocketed Super Ball off the pitch.
Well, it's good to see him bowl a bumper though, Street. It's good to see him go upstairs and just test that. Get his feet in the toilet, as they say. If you can bring him forward, get him hanging back a little bit, playing with his hands and bring those slips into play. That's the reason you bowl the bouncer, is to try and get their weight to hang back, so when you pitch it up again they can not get into the ball as they have been previously. And I think you're spot on, Michael. I think Uni definitely the favourites with the form, especially the batting that they've had throughout the season. So Redlands going to have to bowl them out. Redlands going to have to bowl them out sort of 300, I reckon. If they get them anything under 300, I think they'll give themselves a big chance. But if these two can bat the session and just occupy the crease, especially with a little bit of rain around, they won't be that keen to get back out there. Take some more time out of the game. It could be a long time in the field for Redlands.
Yeah, there's a little bit of rain over in the south or west by the looks of things. But it's beautiful here at Allan Border Field. Of course, Redlands, we were talking about Marnus. Labuschagne, of course, who is rumoured to be a possibility of replacing Jimmy Pearson next weekend when Jimmy's away. He was part of the Redlands Premiership in 2016. So the players that were part of that side, Stimson, Malenko, Jimmy Pearson and Marnus Labuschagne, 4 fair cricketers, and one of them will be missing out, Pearson or Marnus.
Yeah, you look at the Redlands lineup and there's some really recognisable names in there, isn't there? So, and then you've got young Sinfield as well, who's under 19 Australian representative and newly debuted Queensland Bull as well. So they've certainly got some standout names in that lineup. So yeah, they're surely not too far on the underdog tag. They're definitely a close matchup.
Why I sort of balked at the underdog tag. That's historically, they're the underdog because they've only won the handful of the 3 premierships to unis, well, plenty. But the names on the list, that's quality cricket side.
Sam Hazlitt as well.
Yep.
Played for Australia.
That's the thing, for a grade cricket final, this is got an extraordinary amount of talent. Paisley, and that's a nice forward. Got himself forward there, Bryce Street, but once again he's not overextending. He's not going to put himself in too much danger. That's the end of James Paisley's 10th over. None for 24 with 4 maidens, and Uni 2 for 93. Bryce Street's 43 not out, and Max Clayton has moved to 18 not out. I suppose it's fairly handy too when if your keeper is going to disappear like Jimmy will next week, that you can have the captain of the side come in and, you know, do his normal job, which is keeper. So it wouldn't disrupt too much regardless.
The more keepers in a team, the better, I say.
Well, that's coming from a keeper, obviously, Georgia. I understand that. You've got to stick with the keepers union. I was talking to the great Ray Phillips, and he'll hate me for calling him great, but Ray Phillips, former Queensland keeper, and I said to him about wicket keeping and why his hands were so beautifully clean. They're not like heels which point different directions. Georgia Redmayne's hands are as clean as a whistle. There's no breaks there.
Not yet.
Not yet.
I got a break on two broken fingers on this very field actually. So yeah, I wouldn't say completely. We'll see how I look like in 20 years' time, how swollen they are. And
Ray Phillips did point out though, his fingers might have been clean, but he's got 2 brand new hips. And he's purchased one of the pickets on the fence just to our right here in the Stuart Law stand as well. Some famous names have purchased those pickets here at Allan Border Field. That's beautifully turned around the legs. That'll be 4, and he gave up the ghost there, basically, so it will be 4 runs. 22, Max Clayton now not out. And Uni 2 for 97. Yeah, so you can pay a few $1,000s and buy a picket on the village green fence down in front of the Matthew Hayden stand. I think Bernard Fanning, lead singer of Powderfingers, just forked out about 10 grand or something. But then again, he might have a bit of coin, old Bernie.
I'm sure he's got a few spares.
One of the great performers in this country.
Stimson just sliding down leg side for that boundary before. You know, I'm sure he's obviously going for that leg side stumping plan with Jimmy Pearson up at the stumps. Would love to see that as a dismissal in this format.
Well, Jimmy Pearson, have you seen him employ that tactic for the Queensland Bulls, standing up for the stumps? Once again, Stimson just putting it on the spot.
It's just got away from him a little bit, actually, at the start of the session.
From Redlands, from the
yeah,
bowlers.
It's just leaked a little bit, I think. Try to get a little stability
4,
back on. I can
gave
see
up
why
the
they went
ghost
back
there,
to the opening bowlers after lunch. You just don't want to
4 runs.
keep the off spinner on for one end for the whole day. You want to keep mixing it up, get the batters changing game plans and changing thoughts. But it's a well bowled delivery there. But you need to be accurate. You need to try to build some pressure over a long time. That's why it feels like Malenko and Paisley would have been a good option after lunch, and then maybe Biggs can come on for 2 or 3 overs and try to change it up a little bit.
That's the end of Stimson's 8th over, 1 for 44 for him, and Uni still 2 for 97. Only 4 off that over. Bryce Street 43 not out, and Max Clayton's catching him 22 not out. both strike rates in the 30s, so as I say, they wouldn't be too concerned with regards to how fast they're going as long as they're there and they're actually progressing the score to some degree.
They have had a great start after lunch, as we mentioned before. Like, they are moving the game forward at the moment, and there doesn't seem to be too much happening for the Redlands bowlers. We haven't seen too many plays and misses or chances or that type of thing. So, yeah, it's been a really good start and good confidence start for Uni since the break.
It's amazing how a quick reset in the dressing room can do something to your head. Who would have taken the charge in the dressing room? Obviously Drennan, but you've got the likes of Pearson and that, who in the field, who would have been addressing it just outside of the leadership group there?
I think it's just more casual conversations.
Yeah.
I think throughout the lunch break, you're just sort of casually chatting about what you think and what you see, and it'll be probably, I would have guessed, a lot of cliches. Probably just do the simple things well, do them for long periods, keep it top of off stump, be in and around abouts off stump, and we'll be in the game. I think it's just trying to get there, trying to get the boys, I guess, focused and switch back on for a good session of cricket. But I think it's probably more Pearson and Drennan and Baisley and those Hazlitt, maybe those senior players that are just thinking about ideas or what they could do, something different to try and break the game open.
And Street and Clayton obviously communicated during the break, but they would have had some assistance as well.
I'd actually be interested to know what would happen there, because a few of the players I played with, batters, just didn't talk in breaks. Just stared at walls or just chewed gum or just didn't even blink. Like someone like Kane Williams doesn't blink. Like basically he just sits there in his chair, just chews his gum, just stares into the... You couldn't talk to him. You'd be like, Kane, he'd just be going...
Just in his own.
Just in his own. So you just don't even talk to him. Whereas other batters would come off and you'd be like, you're batting in 5 minutes. And they'd be like, oh yeah, she's a bit of pad up or whatever. So... Whereas Bryce Street sort of strikes me as that sort of person who would just be sitting there and staying in the zone, wouldn't want anyone to talk to him, disrupt him, knows what he's doing, knows what his plans are, and just wants to be left alone.
You just got to take that time to mentally switch off, don't you? You're concentrating so intently ball on ball for 2 hours straight. I think when you have that half-hour, 40-minute break, you just probably want to zone out and, just switch off mentally for a bit, so you might not be too up for chatting to too many people, potentially.
Well, not everybody's got that Labuschagne-esque energy level, where they just want to have a gibber and get around everybody.
I've seen some batters go bat at lunch that are still in. Just have something
just
to
go
eat and just have some throws, keep hitting balls, and then just
go into the nets.
Come back in and then drink some water and then go back out and keep batting. So
it's one way to keep focused.
Yeah, well, I guess once they're in that state, they just don't want to leave it. So it's an interesting one.
Well, that's well bowled.
It is. That's a good bouncer. That better than the one that was a metre over Street's head in the last over. That one made him sway back. The chin music, as Hamish called it earlier.
What about you, Georgia? Like if a rain break and that, you're batting, do you come off? I mean, obviously the bowlers are pretty cheery because they're not bowling. So they're not even... It's like they're a spectator. They're just watching the game, not caring about it. But you come off. What are you sort of thinking? What are some of the personalities you've seen?
I reckon, for myself, I'd probably... be a little bit more in the zone, or just zone out and just sit down quietly, but then have that time to have those chats with coaches or whoever you need to kind of assess what's happening and where at the game and how we want to approach, I guess, the next passage of play. But yeah, probably I feel as someone who, if you're wicket keeping for 50 overs and you have a half-hour break and got to go out opening the batting, I probably don't talk too much, to be honest. I kind of just zone out and make sure I get food and then just probably, consider mentally how I have to approach the game when I go out to play. So, yeah, probably not too chatty, but probably more just focused on what I need to do to be ready when I go back in.
Well, that's the thing. You've both been in dressing rooms in the elite environment, and it's not a cookie-cutter experience. Everybody's not the same. You've got your quiet ones, you've got your mad ones, and you've got your too serious ones. But you need all of those personalities to make up the sum.
Yeah.
I think it's the bowlers that tend to... the teams I played in tend to have probably the bigger, funnier personalities, and the batters were probably more serious and...
introspective.
Well, they always finish on a negative, don't they? So
true.
So they're probably always contemplating life and why they play the game and that, whereas with a bowler, you get another chance. So, and you need to sort of... As a bowler, you sort of need to be able to create some dark thoughts in your head or create something different to get you to run in when you're tired and sore and you don't want to. So, yeah, from my experience, it's always been the batters that are the ones who want to switch on and talk seriously and almost play the game before you're out there, whereas the bowlers are thinking to themselves, well, we've got another opportunity. I can have for 4. Doesn't really, well, you're obviously a bit upset, but you've got another bite at the cherry.
Now, Sinfield's been added to the attack from the Catherine Raymond end, or the Albion Park end.
Which confirms our thoughts about the wind. Definitely changed. Obviously, off spinner's going to come into the breeze, try to hold it up, hopefully help us drift. Need the big boys come down breeze.
Oh, that's an outside edge. That's out. He flashed at that one, did Bryce Street. That's a vital wicket for Sinfield. And boy, the bowling changes, well, have come up trumps. 44 for Bryce Street. Caught Pearson, bowled Sinfield, and Uni now 3 for 98.
Yeah, good knock there from Bryce Street. Just going back to cut one. Just bounces a bit from Sinfield, and Pearson takes a great catch behind the stumps. And you can tell by the celebration there how much that wicket means to Redlands. They all ran in, sprinted in. Didn't even wait for the umpire to put his finger up. They all knew. Sprinted in as a group. And that's the wicket they wanted after lunch.
Oh, that's an outside edge.
After the game seemed to be getting away from them just a touch.
He flashed at that one, did Bryce. Ball that Sinfield has thrown down because it was high and wide. He just reached out to it and got the top edge.
There's the bounce there.
Oh, that's
just
an
shows the
outside
bounce
edge.
of the surface, what he's actually putting on the ball, the revolutions he's putting on the ball, the bounces. Made Street go back. It was obviously the right shot to play, but just a bit of turn and just the bounce that he's getting in this morning session and going into the afternoon is
that's out.
It's perfect for the off spinner, really.
Flashed at that
and this has opened the game up, in my opinion. Putting some pressure on guys now who haven't necessarily scored big runs.
Very much so. It exposes that line-up a bit. You know what, I've been following cricket and elite sport for a great chunk of my 57 odd years. And Hamish, that is the first time I have ever contemplated that a batter always finishes on a negative. That is a piece of genius from you, and I will carry that for the rest of my days.
That's what
I've never looked at it from that perspective.
I always ask,
unless you're not out.
Yeah. I always ask young kids, my first question to kids I've coached in the pathway is, who's your favourite player? And they might say, Georgia Redmayne. I said, right, if Georgia Redmayne bats 100 times, how many times is she getting out? And they might say, 98, 99. So, okay, cool. Well, she's getting out 99 times of 100. What chance do you have?
Oh.
And they say, well, I'm probably going to get out every time I bat. It's a good start there, good first delivery. I'm probably going to get out 99 or 100 times when I bat. I said, okay, well, what about we think about, why don't we score as many runs as we can before we get out, as opposed to just trying to think that we're not going to get out and build this big innings. Because if you can't handle getting out, then you should play tennis or something.
Correct. Oh, back leg and a shout, but no, Sinfield himself muted that appeal. Oh, it's getting exciting now. The young man's ripping it in from the Catherine Raymond end. He's got 2 for 20, and the last ball of his 11th over will be coming up. He's having a good chat to Jimmy Pearson behind the stumps. So I think Jimmy wants another one.
An extra catcher in on the offside, I think he wants.
I like this. Barking the orders.
Well, this is it. For a new batsman in Kellart at the crease, yet to score. And you've got Jimmy Pearson barking the orders behind the... You wouldn't do that.
You
just
see
to
a couple of plays
out,
and misses hit on the pads. Yep, we need a few more short legs in. We need
Bingo.
a silly cover, you know.
Let's load up that mental capacity. Oh, it flew down
really
leg side.
Bowling into that arc there to try to bring that leg slip into play. So I like that from the off spinner.
Wicket maiden from Jack Sinfield. He's got 2 for 20, 3 maidens, and he's bowled 11 overs. It's a really good economy rate, 1.8 as well for an off spinner.
Especially with only 3 balls going the over, just get them round the bat. I mean, Kellett's got a higher score here of 27 for the season, averaging 18, so he's going to be nervous. So the more people you can put round the bat, keep second guessing his decision making, you're only going to give yourself more of a chance of taking another pole.
Well, they can afford to be a bit more aggressive here. They've got the 3 best batters in the sheds and got them 3 for 98, so you know, you don't mind going for a few runs. If you can try to pick up 1 or 2 more wickets here, it really blows the game right open for Redlands.
So they've got a chance here. It's a sniff. They've got rid of the 3 batters they wanted to get rid of, Redlands. So big chance here for Paisley. Nice forward play there from Max Clayton. He's got to adopt that senior statesman role in the middle now. He's had 22 off 68. A few scary moments.
And he's got to adjust to a new partner as well. Like as we were saying before, the kind of Clayton Street partnership probably worked well with them being similar type batters, and yeah, be interested to see how he goes with Qld here.
So Tom Qld, he's playing this weekend, and he'll be replaced by Yano Kurtzi next weekend for Uni. Oh, he's leaned back on that. It's in the air and it bounces between the two. Oh my goodness, they almost bumped into each other. The 2 fielders, it's bounced over the rope for 4. It just bounced inside the rope, but goodness me, it was only a metre either side. There was a fielder of that.
Wasn't far off a catch there. Could have almost
he's
been.
leaned back on that. It's
maybe
in the air.
either of them
bounces
could have
between the
almost tried to save the
two.
boundary then, but there was almost a collision on the.
They almost
on the
bumped
fence.
into each other. Communication wasn't at a premium on the rope. He's leaned back on that. It's in the air. But that's the 100 up for Uni. Well done. 3 for 102
goodness.
now.
They almost bumped
And
into
Max
each
Clayton,
other.
26 not out.
The 2
Hart was
fielders
in and out there though.
I thought that was going to be caught there for a moment. So, you know, I think that's a plan that they've. You know, we've seen a few short balls lately from Paisley, and yeah, almost pulled one off there.
That's the advantage of the short side. Just sort of top edge it and it goes straight to the man on the sweepers there on the boundary, and also the disadvantage when you're fielding there. There's not much space between 5 leg and deep square, and she's nearly HIA time.
Well, so they're putting the frighteners into the Uni lineup, the Redlands bowlers. They just wrestled that momentum back that they lost a bit just after lunch.
And they'd love to get Clayton out here, get 2 new batters in. Be a huge hole in the game for Redlands to try to get Uni 2 new batters in. You got your bowlers pretty fresh after a break as well.
Well, these fielders were down just behind. Backwards square leg, just behind square leg, and they're only about 15 metres separating them.
They didn't have too far to move.
But
they almost hit each other before the ball crossed the boundary.
It literally landed right in between them, didn't it? But they almost face planted against each other without the communication. What could have happened there? Now Lee Drennan's going over to square leg.
Pearson's caused barking a few of the orders, which I quite like to see, but there's a wee bit of a bouncer plan coming in. Drennan's going to sort of float in that space there, just in front of square leg. They're going to bring Point over as well. He's probably going to go around the corner. Just bowl a couple of bumpers here and just see if Clayton wants to take it on again. My mindset, if I was the coach, to tell Clayton would be tell him to hit him onto Queensland cricket. Go at it. You want to bump me, I'm going to take you on. I'm going to hit you out of the ground.
So the fielder moves to square leg and the umpire moves to Point. Around the corner. And that man at square leg just tidies up.
Could also try the double bluff, just a nice length ball on 4th stump, try to nick him off, get his footwork a bit mixed up.
Always thinking, and that's why Georgia Red may be barking the orders behind the stumps too, just quietly. Always thinking of the alternatives. And you have to too, because you're seeing it from a different perspective than other people. You're right up against the stumps, you're right on the pitch, and you're seeing how the ball deviates.
You get the batter's view, don't you? So
more or less.
I think, you know, I think the great thing about this tactic, it's making the batter think about what the bowler's trying to do, rather than maybe what he's trying to do potentially. So,
well, that one rose a bit, and he just brought it down to ground, and just the single there.
It's actually a plan I'd like to see Biggs bowl too, because I feel as though Paisley's the strike bowler here. He's the big alpha bowler, you would say, of the group, and they'll probably give him naturally more respect. So they probably won't take him on with that sort of plan. Whereas someone like Biggs, I reckon they feel as though they could probably score off him and take him on, being not as quick either. So she reckon it's actually a better plan for the left arm bowler, just come in, get it at the body, and just say, right, just try and take me on, see what happens.
So Max Clayton farmed the strike there and kept Qld off the strike.
You reckon he's on $1 per run? Just like the old English pros. You always take the single off the last ball. You know who's getting paid per run when you're playing English league cricket.
So Jack Sinfield's going to be bowling from the Albion Park end, where the dark clouds are gathering here at Allan Border Field, just more towards Brisbane South. Not here though. Once again, that one's spearing down that angle. Down leg side. He's protected there with a leg slip and an incredibly short leg. His bat pad. Nicely played. Yeah, this has been really impressive bowling from Jack Sinfield. I saw him bowl against South Australia in the last Shield match. Some really good work. Oh, but he just seems to have grown in a short space of time, where he's believing that he belongs at this level. And with those 18, 19-year-old players, that once they finally click that they've got it, it's wonderful to watch where they go. And the world's his oyster if he keeps going in this trajectory.
He just adds to the Queensland cricket headache of spin issues, doesn't he? Well, unfortunately, they have to turn the Gabba into a ragging wicket. When you got Kuhnemann and Swepson both going for one spot, Sinfield in the background is your third option. So,
and Kuhnemann's more or less overtaken Swepson in that pecking order. It's very difficult, isn't it? It's
difficult when you got a good pace bowling lineup as well. So you're not really using your spinners, so you don't have to as much rely on him. So yeah, it's tough.
All the Bulls, they're four really good quicks. That's another maiden over there. This one from Sinfield. So 12 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 20, and a really good economy rate of 1.7. We're going to get another bowling change here. It's a bit of a conference going on between Jimmy Pearson and Lee Drennan. Now they're going to give the ball back to James Bazley.
Be interesting to see if they continue with that short ball tactic in the heavy leg side field. Doesn't seem to be that way as of yet.
Well, we've got the man at square leg and a deep backward.
It's probably just more that traditional field to Callett. New batter on strike. Try and test his off stump out. Test the outside edge. I think it's one of those things when you see a batter play a pull shot, top edge it, everyone gets a little bit excited, sniffing that there's something on when maybe there's not. But if you do that bouncer plan, you do have to commit to it. It's not a plan you can do to a batter for 2 or 3 balls, I don't believe.
Oh, left. Jimmy Pearson behind the stumps, throws his hands up in the air.
That's a good type of leave though, right? There's 2 types and that's a good one.
That's a good one. I always have my heart in my mouth with the leaves. I'll make no bones about that.
It must be a stressful day for you then.
Well, always on the edge. But when you've got bowlers putting it on the same spot, I suppose you get a reasonable read on it. But here's Bazley again. Once again, it was watched and left by Kellett. Still not off the mark.
Was he the one that was saying it might be getting replaced next weekend?
By Jano Kurtz.
He's probably got the dream game then, just bat for a day and a half and then
that's it.
Not have to field. That's probably the dream in cricket, right?
Well, and you don't the stressful second part of the game.
He'll be hoping it rains tomorrow.
So they've wrestled the momentum back, Redlands here. Outside off, and once again left, and even James Bazley reacted to that one. Generous applause downstairs as well in the stands. Really enjoying their cricket here at Allan Border Field. So the Matty Hayden stands reasonably full today. And we're in the Stuart Law stand, and that also well frequented downstairs. I must say, I do much more enjoy coming here to the cricket than the Gabba. It might be a different experience in a few years, who knows? This feels like cricket to me.
You feel a lot closer to the action.
Oh! Yes, indeed. But it's, oh no, it's just got a wonderful...
Traditional grandstands.
Yeah.
Bit of a hill, you know.
You could plonk it down in the middle of
Terraces.
an English village or a country Victorian town or something. It's just beautiful. Love this place. And that was a really interesting shout there too. Kellett, heart in mouth. 7 deliveries, still yet to get off the mark, and James Bazley's firing it in around his feet. None for 30, Bazley. Still reckon he's been, probably he and Sinfield the pick of the bowlers, and Bazley hasn't operated with a lot of luck. Really worked hard. Whew. Almost got through the defences there of Kellett. 5 dots in a row. And this is piling that pressure back on now. This is where we saw Redlands, you know, basically push Uni into a corner pre-lunch, with Bazley and Malenko operating at the other end, tying it up, and Sinfield coming in and being a little bit more attacking. Set it up again. Yeah, watchful forward defensive. Nice maiden over there from James Bazley. His 13th, his 5th maiden, in fact, none for 30. And Uni, well, the 3 for 103. Max Clayton's 27 off 79, and the new batsman yet to score is Tom Kellett, who's faced 9 deliveries.
And we got Sinfield to continue here with his off spin. Just the one in around the bat, I think, for Clayton at the moment.
Getting plenty of bite though, isn't he? Looks like it's been consistent spin from both ends. And bounce as well, more importantly. It's day one. It's the bounce he's generating.
Was that off the bat? In that leg slip there?
He's unlucky to miss out on that, Clayton, on the scoring opportunities. In a rare occasion, Sinfield's bowled a poor delivery, and unfortunately Clayton hasn't been able to cash in.
I think the, as you're saying, like the bounce for a spinner, I think is very underrated. I think, you know, people often talk about turn, but I think the bounce often gets perhaps even more wickets than turn does. And it was his 3rd ball of that spell from this end, just after lunch, that got Bryce Street just with that extra bounce outside off stump.
Well, yeah, the bounce can challenge you on the front foot and the back foot. Normally, you always hear that, you know, good players to play spin off the back foot, and that gives them time to adjust to what spin's happening, what's going to happen off the surface. But if you get that bounce, it doesn't really matter as a spinner if they're playing off the back foot, because you can also challenge the splice of the bat and the shoulder of the bat. That's sort of what happened to Street. Just got unlucky, really. Looking, go back, play the right shot, just bounced on the touch. And for Sinfield's delight, got the outside edge and the big wicket. But I actually think, which sounds funny, I actually think he's looked more threatening to the right-handed batters, even though he's got two lefties out today. Probably what the matchup was for him to bowl to Jack Clayton and to Bryce Street, but he's looked very threatening to the right-handers whenever they've been at the crease as well.
I like this change up to around the wicket as well, really bringing in those leg side fielders with the short leg, the leg slip, It's also got a bit of a catching mid-wicket in, as well as that short kind of 45 type fielder. So really threatening and bowling straight at the pads there and getting that turn back in. So really cramping the batters for room.
You see the opportunity there, that last delivery. Hazlitt diving to his left, and not sure if it was off glove or not, off bat, but he's definitely in the game around the bat.
Another maiden, 2 in a row. Be interested to see how, I guess, Clayton approaches this, I guess, next passage of plays, getting up to 85 balls now for his 27 runs, and as we spoke about before, it's probably that danger time now if all you're thinking about is survival. I feel like there might be a ball that just nabs a little bit of extra bounce and might get you out, so it'll be interesting to see how they potentially try to get some extra runs on the board here and try to put the pressure back on Redlands, because Redlands are right on top at the moment.
Well, this is an interesting change actually. So Baisley's come off and John Stimpson's about to come back on. He's about to call him Steve, his dad's name. I don't know why. But so John Stimpson's about to come back on, and as you mentioned there, Georgia, about Clayton. I think this is the opportunity Clayton to be looking for. I don't actually think it's a bad move from Drennan, because if Clayton is sort of struggling a little bit, thinking about scoring some runs, they've looked to target Stimpson the whole day, being able to generate some runs off him, so could just lure him into a false shot and feed the cordon behind him. So key little spell here for Stimpson as well.
We've got Kellart still trying to get off the mark here, so face 10 balls now. He'll be trying to get up the other end here.
You know where his time is there when you're sort of none off a few.
You just keep watching that number go up and you're like, oh, when's it going to happen?
Just bowl me one pads or something. I can just inside half down the final leg and walk down the other end.
And then it hits your thigh pad, it's only a leg by.
Umpires, eh?
He's doing well though, he's looking solid despite not being able to get off the mark. He doesn't seem to be too phased by the bowlers coming at him at the moment.
Well, it's always a hard thing to commentate on, isn't it? You don't know what's happening inside the 2 inches there, or inside the noggin, to know what he's actually thinking of, what his intent is, what his movements are, what he's thinking of actually looking at the ball. So as long as he's thinking about his key movements, then his headspace will be alright.
Jimmy Pearson just having a stretch on the ground at the moment.
Wicket keepers, eh? Oh, do you wear gloves? You know when the
Just
ball's
having a bit of a lie down.
You know where the ball's coming. You know, God, just got to catch it.
There we go, wicket. Caught it first slip, another one for the slips caught in.
The change of bowling brings it. Great change from Lee Drennan. He's done well when he brought Sinfield on to replace Stimpson from one end. He's bringing Stimpson back to his original end, and just that lack of pace as well, and that bit of shape that Stimpson bowls with. He's accurate. Keller just saw that wide one after facing 12 dot balls. He thought this opportunity to go off the mark, but it's just too much shape.
There we go, wicket.
Stimpson just nicks him off, and he is delighted.
Another one for the slips caught in.
He's gone for a few runs, but he's taken 2 important wickets. And Redlands now right on top. GQ of 4 for 103.
There we go, wicket. Yeah, he's really pitched that one up, Stimpson. Another one got a fair bit of shape away from the right-hander. And as you said, just far too enticing for a batter who's not yet off the mark, and just drew the edge. And another good catch in the slips caught in. There we go, wicket.
He's just playing away from the body there with his hands. It's always a risk, especially in the longer change of bowling brings it. And Redlands, well, they're up and about, absolutely up and about. It just adds more pressure to this UQ middle order. So now they've got to bat time. They've got to try bat time, but they've also got to establish a partnership. That's what sometimes happens when you get a big partnership. Not necessarily runs-wise from Max Clayton and Bryce Street. They had a big partnership with how many balls they faced. And they can just put a little bit of scoreboard pressure on if you lose a wicket, and that's what it's done. So we hear a few rumbles of thunder, or was that your stomach, Michael?
That was my stomach just coming back from the back room. Thanks very much for looking after that wicket, Hamish. Boy, didn't he shape that nicely. Just went almost angled straight out to second slip, but The young man, that was irrepressible. He had to chase that one across, and well, that's opened up the door for Redland. 4 for 103. Walker, the keeper, in now. Immediately, the muffled shout as Stimson puts one past the top of off.
Walker coming off a 63 runs in their semi-final against Wests last week, so in some good form. So he'll be looking to try to build a good partnership here with Clayton and try to get Uni up to a decent total here.
You're good on the stats there, Georgia. You should be working the back room for Seven or Fox or something, just handing the stats out.
Oh, look, when I injured my Achilles, I got to be stats girl for Queensland Fire for a while, so I don't mind my numbers.
Became one of the nerds, did you?
Yep. I didn't become one. I think I already was one. So.
Started in that position. And
it just became official.
just slowly migrated in there.
There's a wicket maiden for Stimson. 2 for 44 for him off 9 over. Still a little expensive at nearly 5, and the economy rate at 5. But
I think it just shows as a bowling unit. Sometimes when you sit down, you pick bowlers and you think, oh, you know, it's easy to look at scorecards and think to yourself, he bowled well, he didn't bowl well. You look at the bowling partnership that Sinfield and Baisley actually put on, and that's who you credit the wicket to. It's that bowling partnership before they made the change of bowling. Bringing Stimson on, delivery that Callett thought he could play at. Obviously got the outside edge and they get the breakthrough, and that's partnership bowling for you. That's what is real key in the longer formats of cricket. It's that partnership bowling.
well, Sinfield now. Oh, he's got him moving back and across already. Max Clayton. He's faced 85 deliveries, and that's not a great sign.
Yeah, well, the good thing is that he's played 86 deliveries and he hasn't got out yet. So, you know, he's faring better than Walker at the other end. He's only faced 2, so I'm sure he'd probably love to be on a few more runs. But
just evaded the man at extreme short leg bat pad.
Yeah, I can really see there's going to be a few opportunities, I think, on the leg side here. You've got Sinfield coming around the wicket, really targeting that straight line, and at the pads. We've got the catches in place and protection out deep as well.
So he's definitely aiming in there, and he's doing it accurately as well.
I think Clayton has to try to put a little bit more pressure on Sinfield, though. A few deliveries going back to, I think he hit towards mid-wicket. Actually try to get them thinking a little bit as well.
He's got it all his own way at the moment too, so he's dominating and pushing Clayton back into his box.
I think it's easy as well to think to yourself, we lost a wicket, I've got to knuckle down, but sometimes you just got to always keep that intent up, thinking how you can get those people from the bat away from you.
Yeah, we haven't really seen.
That's a shy at Stumps, and
probably would have been out with direct hit.
It was a little wide. Spectacular athletic stop there from Sinfield, and a nice bit of backing up as well.
Yeah, we haven't really seen a hugely aggressive shot against Sinfield at all. I don't think we haven't really seen him come on.
Stumps and
Clayton or Street when he was in, kind of try to hit him down the ground or into the vacant kind of mid-wicket space. So yeah, wouldn't mind seeing maybe a little bit of aggressive play just to try to manipulate the field a bit and get those fielders out of his eye line.
Athletic stop there. That was a brilliant piece of fielding and almost resulted in the run out.
From the big fella, John Stimson. Just sort of woke up there and went off trying to rest and got around the ball and threw it nicely.
Sinfield again, final ball of his 14th over. Oh, the leading edge, Jimmy Pearson, was half up as the ball trundles back down the pitch, but he's offering all kinds of problems for the uni batters is Jack Sinfield. He's got 2 for 21 off his 14 with 5 maidens and uni of 4 for 104.
Don't mind that though. Walker looking actually come at him. One of the players I played with, one of the batters, his saying was right arm batter versus right arm off spin does not belong, has to go. So, you know, I think that's the sort of mentality you got to have. If the ball's turning into you, you just got to say it doesn't belong, it's got to go. So, no matter what the format of the game is, you know, if UQ did put a bit of pressure on Sinfield, then, you know, he's about 14 overs, 2 for 21, then what does it put on the rest of the bowling attack? He's holding it together at the moment, allowing the big boys to freshen up between spells and also taking wickets. So, I think you've got to try apply a bit more pressure back onto the bowler.
Well, Stimpson, who got the wicket with that wonderful outswinger in the last over, he trundles in again. Oh, again the half shout as it cuts back in after it was left. You can see why he's the leading wicket taker in grade cricket this year, Stimpson. He's just dropping it on a 1 cent piece all the time.
He's naughty, isn't he?
The Chinese water torture.
Yeah, he's just naughty. He just shapes it away and then has one that just nibbles back. And just the bounce as well, just this height that he comes from.
You can see him. Like Old Man River trundling in, but what a... He drops it exactly where he wants it. Not a problem.
It's going to remind you of those sort of... some of the cricketers you see, maybe the black and white footage of the way he sort of starts very low and sort of probably not the run-up a bowling coach is teaching now these days. It's all just so funny, isn't it, when you put a cricket ball in someone's hand, how all biomechanics and all your running technique goes out the window, and you sort of just find a way to get it down there and bowl it.
There's nothing wrong with the actual technique once he gets into his
stride. I like the arm rotation as well as in his run-up with the ball.
It is funny though, eh? Just when you put a ball in someone's hands, just weird things happen.
Open to interpretation.
Yep.
Go in and bowl the ball with a straight arm. There's so many ways to do it.
Yeah, as long as the arm's straight, that's the key.
Well, again, cricket is one of those games where body shape doesn't necessarily dictate whether you're going to be brilliant or not. It can certainly assist you in certain areas, but... And once again, he just drops it outside off.
He actually finishes in a pretty nice position, doesn't he? Once his front foot lands, he's got a nice high release. His left arm locks in tight towards his body and allows him to get that ball to shape away.
Well, watching in the history of world sport, there's people like Lee Trevino, the golfer, who had, and he quotes, and some of the golf coaches quote, as one of the ugliest golf swings in the history of golf. Or down the leg side, almost. Pearson just pokes his finger and says, oh, that was close. But yeah, so he had traditionally the ugliest golf swing, but he did it the same way every time. So consistency was his X factor. And
permanently ugly.
Yeah. So it went where he wanted it to go, regardless of how ugly it looked.
It's not how, is it? It's how many.
That's why you got to love sport. It's got more drama and pathos in it than most everyday life. A maiden over from Stimpson. His second maiden, 2 for 44 off his 10 overs. Now Walker, the keeper, has still not got off the mark. He's only faced the 3 deliveries, and Max Clayton, 96 deliveries for his 28 runs. He was the junior partner with Bryce Street, and now he's adopted the senior role.
Game's not really moving forward too much though. We've probably had 2 wickets and maybe 20 odd runs, I think, since lunch.
So
but
yes.
yeah, it's Uni's probably a little bit in their shell at the moment, but they've got to be careful that they don't lose wickets whilst they're doing it.
So once again, we're going to see Jack Sinfield, the offie, come in. Surrounded the batter. So you got short leg bat pat. He's going to turn around that one and he'll be allowed to run a couple.
We haven't seen a sweep shot either today off the offie, but actually looking at the conditions, I actually think it'd be quite a difficult shot. Probably actually wouldn't be a shot you'd probably really suggest. Top edge, get it to fly to that short 45 fine leg, maybe even out to that sort of deep square that's halfway back. But I think what it does allow is, I think you've got to use your feet. Either got to go at Sinfield a little bit, or be willing to go back in the crease and dong him over mid-wicket.
Oh, just clipped off the pads.
We've got no fielders outside that kind of inner circle at the moment, so they are, offering it up as a shot if he wants to play a more aggressive sweep or try to use his feet and go over the top here. But the Uni batters are quite content to just try to hit those gaps on the ground.
That one went through for a bye. So it didn't hit anything. Sinfield again. Well done by Max Clayton. Front foot down the pitch. Nullified the spin. But it was a no ball. It was a no ball from Sinfield.
Yeah, they got 3 behind square. That's the actual problem. It's the deep man down a deep square there. It actually was behind square with the short leg slip there. Lee Drens moved into a short 45. And then the man on the boundary was James Baisley, was actually behind square, so it's 3 behind square. On those drifting errors when you're just drifting in the field.
So Clayton facing Sinfield. Oh, and that's a chance. He's been given out. Leg slip and a nice little catch taken. Oh boy, now Uni are in it and in it deep. 5 for 108. Max Clayton is out for 28. Let's have a look at the replay here. Sinfield gets his 3rd. Just whipped off the feet. And that's a chance. He's been given out. Leg slip and a nice little catch taken.
But yeah, great catch, and yeah, really to the plan that the bowlers have been doing there. Sinfield have been targeting those pads and targeting that straighter line and really bringing those leg side catches into play. So really well executed, and Clayton gone for 28 off 99 balls. So a long innings there comes to an end, and yeah, Redlands right on top here, 5 wickets, and we're going to have 2 new batters in at the moment.
So Max Clayton out and Sinfield with his 3rd wicket. They're having a drinks break, so we'll just have a quick one ourselves and be back very shortly from Allan Border Field. Facing Sinfield.
And that's a chance. He's
Been given out. Leg slip and a nice little catch taken. Oh boy, now Uni are in it and in it deep. 5 for 108. Max Clayton is out for 28. Let's have a look at the replay here. Sinfield gets his 3rd. Just whipped off the feet. And that's a chance. He's been given out. Leg slip and a nice little catch taken.
But yeah, great catch, and yeah, really to the plan.
Back at Allan Border Field for this Queensland Premier Cricket final between Uni and Redlands. Back after the drinks break, and Uni are going to resume at 5 for 108. The new batsman in is Grady. He came in after Max Clayton was taken down the leg side by Sammy Hazlitt off the bowling of Sinfield for his 3rd wicket. He's got 3 for 24, the young spinner. Now Grady has to come in and face the music, so to speak.
I haven't run this past our stats person, Michael, but who's Georgia? But for the
oh, there you go. You were after the full stroke, the actual arm movement, and that was classic cover drive for 4.
let's throw my stats all out the window, but that's a beautiful start. Actually showing some intent to the off spinner for the
fantastic shot. Like I think we were saying before, I think the batters just
there
need
you
to try
go.
to find
You
some
were
way to
after the
apply some
full
pressure to Sinfield here. He's bowled
stroke,
15 overs
the actual
for
arm
less than
movement.
30
That
runs
was
and taken 3 wickets. And I think with batters trying to defend him and getting out, I
Oh,
think
there you go. You
know,
were
probably
after
the
the
best form of
full
defence might be attack at this point.
stroke.
Try to
The
make the
actual
bowler change
arm
something.
movement. That was there's a chance and he's gone. Well, there you go, Georgia, just as you're saying it.
Trying to defend. Should have tried to hit him before.
Well, there you go. He clean bowled him. He faced 2 agates. One of them was a superb cover drive. The second one, clean bowl. Watch the replay of this one, guys. This is incredible from Sinfield.
Reminds you of the Abbott dismissal. Oh, just hit his body there. Just hit that back hip
there's
and
a
just
chance and he's
top of off.
gone.
And
Getting out, I
Oh,
think.
there you
great
go.
dismissal.
You were
Probably
after
the
the
best form of
full.
defence.
Unfortunately, Grady's probably just played the wrong line there. He just overcommitted to it. Knowing his last ball, the over,
Well,
just trying
there's
to
a
see it
chance
out.
and he's gone.
It's gone in a bit hard
Well,
with the
there you
hands.
go, Georgia,
Not allowed
just
to
as
ball
you
at the
say.
bat. And Sinfield, well, he's having a great game here. UQ, they are in real strife. 6 for 112. The stats I was going to get to was, I think, pretty sure we've had 15 overs after lunch. After the first 3 overs, UQ had scored 20 runs without loss. And the last 12 overs, they've scored 12 runs for 4 wickets. So it just shows you that change of intent. Maybe those dark clouds have just got into their heads.
Well, certainly it is raining, or it has rained over around the Mount Gravatt area. But they're
Sort of broken up now, though, haven't they?
yeah, they certainly have. There's a little bit of blue sky just above us here at Allan Border Field. There's some pretty voluminous dark clouds to the right, but oh, there's another chance. It's nearly played around the corner from Walker into the hands of Pearson, Stimson the bowler. How about Jack Sinfield? 4 for 28. 19-year-old spinner in a final. Shows a nice little calm
He's had
head.
a great summer. He's had a great summer, obviously making his state debut. And, yeah, there's a chance for his 3rd 5 for this season. Best bowling is 5 for 44 so far.
Stats.
There she is again.
She's just got him.
Had to throw him in there.
Hey, why not?
Tell you what, it just shows.
Got
that
it, flaunt it, Georgia. That's what I say.
You got it. Yeah, it's a great strength. Yeah, I think it just shows as well when a young player gets the opportunity to play state cricket and coming back down, just the confidence that they have in their ability and their skills to actually own their space. You can see him as well at the top of his mark when he's going to bowl, or when Lee Drennan the skipper goes over to talk to him. He looks as though he knows what he's doing, what he wants to execute. I think that's just that experience of going up to that higher level and then coming back down.
Stimson, that was well outside off.
It's amazing what confidence can do in a game like cricket. It's such mental based, isn't it?
Wasn't it amazing? Because you don't wake up with less ability. That's what I always tell people. Like, you don't wake up forgetting how to bat, forgetting how to bowl, the movements of it. But the way you feel or the way you wake up just dictates everything.
It's amazing. My daughter plays a bit of hockey reasonably at state level. And
More than reasonably from the sounds of it at state level?
well, she's doing okay. Just missed the squad this year, but she's underager, so she'll have another crack. But all about her and her teammates. It's all at 13, 14 years old. It's all about making them happy. They've got the skills. They've got the talent. Just make them happy. Enjoy the game. Why are you playing this? Because you love it. You're playing a kid's game for a living out here. Seriously, if you can't get some enjoyment out of that, go and have a good look at yourself.
That's probably the problem with cricket. It's such a miserable game.
It's all about failing.
It's all about failing. That's where we coach. You have more bad days than good days. And you go, why am I playing this game?
Well,
you're right, though.
It's a resilient game, though.
Yeah. Teaches you a lot of lessons. I look back at my career, and for a bit of it, I was miserable. And you think to yourself, why are you doing it? And whereas, obviously, I've had the pleasure of being, having not a bad relationship with someone like Brendan McCallum, who just wants to play the game because you love it and you enjoy it, and it does become infectious. And just shows that whether you have a good day or a bad day, the sun's still going to get up tomorrow morning. Life's still going to carry on, so just don't let it affect you. And the saying that I guess resonated with me later in my career was train like you care, play like you don't. And that was something that was I really enjoyed, because you put everything into your training, then you got out there and you said, right, I'm going to express my skills. And if it doesn't go my way, then at least I've walked off trying to express my skills as opposed to playing some sort of game I don't really want to play. And you see why all the batters are miserable.
Yes, I can understand
I need
that.
to write that quote down for when I have some bad days.
I was meant to say, there's some great homespun philosophy. You could be very welcome on Ted Lasso, I reckon, there, Hamish.
I don't know if I'm that positive, but I want to be like that. But
oh dear.
Season 3's out. Not bad. Not a bad program.
Oh, mate, I just...
2 episodes in.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, yeah.
I
Great show.
still reckon it's one of the best shows I've ever seen.
Same.
Oh.
Good.
Love it.
I love the Alan Iverson practice quote. He does, we're talking about practice.
Practice.
Practice. So good.
So Sinfield. Oh, beats the outside edge. Got a bit of turn on that one.
He's a real chance for a 5 here, I think.
Oh, massive chance. And he's running above the ground, isn't he? He's bouncing into the popping crease. Loving his work.
I think he's $1.01, isn't he? For a fifer.
He's got 2 slips in and a short leg.
I'd like to see another guy on the offside though as well. Maybe
silly point or something.
Yeah, maybe take out mid-wicket, try get him to go across it as well, because they just get sailed off the front dog as well. Makes them play from the crease.
Oh.
There's that bounce coming into play again, just not being able to get over top of the ball.
It doesn't look like he's about to play a sweep shot out to square leg, does it?
No.
Nah.
And that was really thickish. That could have gone anywhere. The 2 slips clapping as it might have gone to them.
Just looks like every delivery, doesn't it? You're just sort of holding your breath, waiting to see what happens.
Well, it's a transformation over this summer for Sinfield. We watched him in Shield. He got promoted into the side, and as an 18-year-old spinner, you're going to be a bit nervous. But as you said, he's owned his space. I can see the difference in him. I haven't seen him play grade cricket since I saw him play against the South Australians a month or so ago.
Yep.
But boy, just the growth in that month is incredible.
I think what Queensland did do well as well, what you've got to credit them as well as that last 9-day game. I think they rested a lot of good players and actually played a lot of those guys on the fringe to find out a bit more about them. And we actually give those guys the opportunity to go play state cricket. They learn what skills they're lacking, what skills they're good at, what they actually need to go away and be like. Because it's always hard. George, you would have found this when you're going up through the pathways. People were telling you what it's like, but to actually experience it, that's when the penny drops of why am I training so hard, or why am I doing this specific training. And you actually get to that level and you actually find out why you're doing it, then you can go back, master your craft a bit more, so when you get another chance, you can really take it.
Definitely. And I think as well, you get to the end of the season and the Bulls have pretty lengthy contract list, and then you want to actually see them get an opportunity and see, like, I guess the result of the year of training before they have to kind of review their contract lists for the next year. So Sinfield, I'm sure, will be pushing for a spot there with these performances.
Well, he's a rookie, wasn't he, currently? So he'll be looking for a full-time gig.
Now Stimpson, that's a nice stroke, but not fully met with the bat. No run. At least showed a little bit more intent to play positively from the new batter in Sale. So Walker, the keeper, he's got 2 from 11. Nick Sale, 1 from 7. So they're in a very precarious situation, Uni. 6 for 113. Well, once again, just left that plate around it. Stimpson asking the questions.
A little bit of a tricky face here, Uni. It's sort of like they want to bat time because they know if they can bat time, but you sort of feel as though they're not going to have enough runs on the board if they just try and look to bat time and try bowl Redlands out. This wicket should be better later today, tomorrow, probably the best time to bat on it, and then it's going to have a week to sort of just dry out, really. I'm not too sure on the rules or what happens midweek around watering of the wicket or covers and stuff, so
Maybe some uni players coming in to give it a bit of water during the week.
yeah, at night bringing the old watering can down on a limp. Or they're going to be bringing their chisel to open up the cracks. So I'd like to see someone. I've always liked the number 7 in the longer format. It comes out, sort of takes the game on, and tries to sort of just throw it back to the opposition.
Oh, just over the top of the man at mid-wicket, and it's going to go to 4. Gee whiz. That was probably about a foot away. Let's have a look at the replay.
Just mind that though, he's throwing everything at it. Big cover drive.
Oh, just over the top.
A little bit heart in your mouth sort of stuff there for a second, but gets the result. Just throw it back to the opposition. Don't mind it at all. At least if you're going to go hard, you better off to go hard than go soft at it.
Well, if you go soft at it, he's caught.
The man at mid-wicket.
Just throw it
Gets
back
around
to the
the corner
opposition.
for another run.
Don't mind that though, showing a little bit of intent.
Just over the
The
top.
way, you know, Sinfield especially is bowling. You almost can't bet that you're going to be able to keep all those balls out. So, yeah, good intent from Uni here and try to get some runs on the board here.
Nice from Nick Sale. He's got 5 off 11. Walker has the strike though. He's got a couple of runs. And Stimson in his 12th over. This will wrap up his 12th over. He's got 2 for 48 so far. They're up and about behind the stumps. You can hear them every time. One is aimed at the stumps, as Stimson just did then. That's the end of his over, 12 and 2 for 48. Uni 6 for 118, Walker and Sale, the not outs. So yeah, the intent there from Nick Sale with that cover drive was exactly what's required. Almost gave up a chance, but what do you got to lose?
Yeah. You're going to lose anyway, as we've learnt today. You're going to lose no matter what you do. You're always going to get out. But, yeah, I think it was a good shot. It was probably a little bit sliced, probably not quite timed as he would have liked, but he, you know, put enough effort into it that it cleared the infield and raced away for 4.
We're at the halfway mark of today's proceedings. 48 overs gone, 48 remaining. Sinfield comes in 17th over. So 2:40 is the tea break until 3 o'clock. So still a little bit of batting here to be done by Uni. That's a nice shot. He just saw that early. Nice bit of fielding, just stops it from getting to the boundary as well. Some good running makes it 3.
Just drifting a little bit full there, Sinfield, and yeah, well put away by Sale there. I think, you know, any opportunity you do get to score, I think they've got to try to take it here. So that was a really good cover drive.
So he's going okay. Walker now is going to have the strike though, and there's going to be a little bit of a field change. Lee Drennan now will grab the helmet. He's going to, so we're going to have the bat pad and leg and off. Fly slip. Oh, sorry, leg slip and first slip. Okay, now Walker's shown his intent there. He's opened the shoulders a little bit, and that's, I suppose, when you're looking at the lower order, sticking around for no runs isn't going to do anybody any favours, really. As you said earlier, Hamish, just batting out time is pretty fruitless at this point.
No point trying to be a batter if you're not. Not taking anything away from Walker, but if you're trying to, you know, if you are a stroke maker, you just got to play your natural game.
You are what you is. The great Frank Zappa once said that. Sinfield. He's still firing in, and he's not giving over a big amount of air. Sorry, he's sort of fizzing it in a little.
He bowls with pretty decent pace for a spinner. He doesn't really try to slow it up too much from the looks of it.
Or
it's a good shot.
Just cop the outside of it. It will be pulled up just in front of the rope. Nice bit of fielding.
I think that's what a bit of intent does, though. It makes the spinner bowl a little bit flatter, a little bit faster, and actually try to take away the scoring opportunities. So whenever someone's tried to play a shot against Sinfield today, the follow-up has normally been a bit quicker and a bit flatter. So I think Sinfield, I mean, looking at the scorecard, you'd say it's his day. I think he can afford to take a risk with these two, try to fly it up a little bit, try to get one of them moving out of the crease, try to get a stumping as well, just to add to the list of his dismissals today.
It's a bit of a swirly wind coming in across Allan Border Field as we speak. Cool things down just a little. It's about 28 degrees now, and it feels like 28 apparently. So they're on the money.
It's nice when they match up.
Yeah, it's a bit of synergy there. The cloud is definitely south of Brisbane, so it's not troubling us in the near future, even though the ground staff are to our left sitting in their little tractor next to the sight screen. Probably more comfy seat there though. Stimpson. Oh, streaky. Just got the inside edge and he's shaping the ball very, very nicely.
Yeah, coming around the wicket here to the left-handed. Batter Sale.
He's got 2 wickets. And he's been very, very consistent. Might have, at one stage his economy rate was boosting past 6 and it's now down under 4. He's worked hard to get back into it.
Probably also a reflection of potentially how the intent may have dropped off from the University of Queensland batters as the day's gone on.
Could be a valuable lesson learnt there for Uni. It's played straight to the fielder for no run. They seem to have dug themselves a little trench there and they've struggled to get out of it. And they did wrestle some momentum back just directly after the lunch break, but after the loss of the wicket, the first wicket, that momentum shifted dramatically. That's a nice shot. It's going to be fielded though. Well run. Just immediately knew. Good loud call as well. I like that. Just cuts through and good single. So get the fielders changing. The left and right-handed batters out. So 40 odd minutes till tea. If you were Uni, that's your target. Make it till tea without the loss of any more wickets or trying not to get all 4 swept away.
Hopefully with a few runs along the way.
Yes, indeed. I'm still using your formula of earlier. It's not enough runs on the board.
No, and you could kind of be worried that, you know, if Sinfield gets 1 wicket, it could be 2 or 3, especially with more tail end batters coming in.
That's another good over from Stimpson. 2 for 49 off his 13. I think we're going to get another bowling change here. It's a bit of a conference. It looks like Sinfield's going to continue.
I've always wondered though, in the longer format, why the batters even bother looking at the scoreboard. I say that in the way of like, because you've got so much time to bat. Just the score's actually irrelevant. It's the only thing that puts pressure on you. Like, so, like I can understand limited overs cricket, you need to look at the scoreboard for run rates and etc. But when you got a 4-day game or a 3-day game, why do you even look at the scoreboard if you're a batter? Just let the moment sort of, you know what you feel.
You should just bat each ball as it comes, really, no matter what the score is. If it's there to hit it. If it's a good ball, you defend it.
If it's not in your zone, just let it go, Whereas, obviously the Allan Border Field scoreboard's very nice and lit up perfectly, so it'd be hard not to look at it, but especially when you Sale now batting from the Indies batting from, but it only just puts more pressure on you when you're in the middle talking about it, as opposed to actually worrying about what your process is ball to ball.
You see that number 6 for 124 and suddenly the pressure comes on at just seeing the score and feeling a little bit behind in the game.
That's a lovely shot, just jumped over the top of it, the fielder.
Drennan lost without his gloves on, I think.
Yep.
Need to do the MS Dhoni and just put the legs together and bat it down with his pads.
He's fielding in the covers without the pads on.
Just got to stay low there, when it bounces as a keeper. A lot of keepers miss it because they, they don't expect it to bounce.
Oh, big chance, and he's out. He's been given. The catch has been taken. It's popped up. Sale gone for 11, and that's a 5-for Sinfield.
As we said, he wasn't paying much to get the 5-for. He's got it against Sale as well. It was awkward dismissal here. Sales looked to almost sweep it and then gone against. Tried to turn with
Big
it.
chance, and he's out. He's been given.
Obviously, the umpires thought it was inside edge. At least it was going on, hit the stumps, but it did look like it was drifting down leg, but just got caught in two
Big
minds there of what
chance,
shot
and
the
he's
player
out.
just didn't
He's been
quite commit.
given.
And unfortunately, that's probably the first time he hasn't committed to a shot in his innings, and it brings his downfall. And UQ, well,
big chance,
trouble
and he's
before.
out.
They
He's
definitely are
been
now.
given.
It's 7 for 126.
The catch has been
Definitely. Catch taken there by Chris McBride. And Jack Sinfield, 5 for 36. A teenager in his Premier League cricket final.
How many can he get?
Poor.
He could run away with almost 7 or 8 for here.
There is a possibility. Uni in all sorts. 7 for 126. Now Walker is going to be joined at the crease. Looks like Matthew Williams is going to be the Willins is going to be the man. So Sinfield, oh, he'd be loving his work today.
It was a good catch there as well, because when a batter shapes, well, I didn't really do much short league work in my time for obvious reasons, but when the batter shapes out like that, the big high backswing, looking at whack the ball on the leg side, be naturally actually take your eyes off the ball and not actually worry about the ball and just worry about protecting yourself. So it's actually a really good grab as well.
He's had to take it quite high up too, especially when you probably start in a lower position. It's a good adjustment.
It'd be a terrible position to field, wouldn't it?
Oh, it'd be fun being in around the bat.
Oh, you definitely know
But that's
you're
coming
alive.
from a wicket keeper, you know.
Yeah,
I'd hate to be fielding a deep square leg or something.
You get plenty of drinks. As long as you've got a good trainer that can come around and give us a good banter, then it's all right.
That's a good forward defensive there from Willins.
Well, he's got a big stride, Michael, so you'd hope it's a good forward defensive. It's about halfway down the wicket.
That's a good metre or two. He's a tall boy.
2 metres 05, I think it says in Redlands notes. So
205 centimetres. That's
Actually looking forward to seeing Willins bowl. Haven't seen him bowl live, but seen him do a lot of training in the NCC as part of the Queensland Bulls squad. So looking forward to that when that happens. But I'm not too sure about his batting. I'll just let me check the stats. Top score of 41 not out this season, averaging 16. So yeah, potentially batting at 9 for good reason. But he's obviously shown he can have some decent innings in there as well.
hopefully he's got the mentality of having a good time, not a long time.
Well, he's got a high score of 41 not out, as you say, so can hold it. Holds it very high at 205 centimetres, I might add.
Long levers, hopefully he can swing at it and get some balls to that boundary. Would be nice to watch.
Well, the strike rate is 90, nearly just below 92 for the season, so it shows he doesn't muck around.
Interesting to see how Walker approaches it here. Probably kind of now having to bat with more of the tail end batters to see how he approaches the innings.
Well, they normally give away their ability. So if he looks to charge here or play a pretty aggressive stroke, you know at 9, 10, 11 aren't much chop. So let's see how he approaches it. If he approaches it, carries on his innings the way that he's been playing, then he's obviously going to back Willins to build a partnership with him. If not, then could be a little bit of fun.
Simon Malenko coming in.
Ooh, bit of almost shape away and then cut back in then from Malenko. Very good delivery.
Tell you what, they're blessed with bowling, aren't they, Redlands? Especially this session, they haven't taken the foot off the throat. It's been able to make bowling change after bowling change and with no real weakness.
It's been a good team bowling effort, as you'd mentioned before, Hamish. The fact that, you know, James Baisley's been a really good bowler, probably the pick of them, but without luck, Sinfield.
Malenko's probably been the most economical. He's only going at 0.5 economy rate, yet to pick up a wicket as well. So yeah, he definitely deserves one here, and he's definitely getting a lot of movement with the ball. So it would be challenging for the new batters, and Walker himself's only faced 20 balls. So yeah, interesting passage of play here.
So Malenko, of course, part of that 2016 Redlands premiership winning team. Was more or less man of the match in that game too. Oh, very consistent bowler. So once again, Uni under pressure. Oh, that's cut back violently. He didn't know much about that one, did Walker?
He's had some great deliveries this over. Malenko coming straight back into the attack and, yeah, asking questions almost every ball here. So, yeah, you just feel like something's about to happen. Last 2 balls of the over here, whether Walker tries to get a single or maybe a quick single to try to keep the strike for next over.
Hear a little bit of thunder in the distance as the rain clouds are still within a few Ks of Allan Border Field, but not on top of it, thankfully. Good delivery there from Malenko. Another dot ball, 5 dots in his first return. His 7th over, he's only got the 3 runs from it. From them.
There's only 2 from the batters in there. 1 no ball in there. Maybe even 2 no balls in there.
Yeah.
But it's just incredible, really.
So the cloud is heavy and it's coming from the south and is actually coming back towards us. So Malenko's maiden over. His 7th over, none for 3. As you say, maybe she's a couple of those with no balls, so I think it's only 1 off the bat. So we've got a little bit of heavy cloud, and you heard that thunder in the microphones. It's behind us in the Stuart Law stand, and it's coming north. So there is rain coming.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at the groundsman's buggy over there near the fence. They are in position, but they don't look too concerned at the moment. Just
When do they ever look?
very casual.
I was about to ask that. When do they look concerned?
It's a chilled out job.
Well, you know when they're all in a big pack and like hovering
Yes.
around, ready to run the covers on. He looks very relaxed, just throwing the ball up and down there in his buggy. So there's only 1 of them over there at the moment. So
That's because they realise there's not much rain coming. When I say there's rain coming, usually they're predicting it's only 1 or 2 mils. Anyway, so hopefully it won't affect us here at Allan Border Field for this final. Intriguing so far. Sinfield, he gave it the full flourish. A bit of an outside edge there from Willins, and he gets off the mark.
I'd like to see Willins go for one, though. Those long levers. I reckon he could hit it a mile.
1 out to the scoreboard or to
Over
that
the
light
scoreboard,
pole.
yeah.
Into the shed out there, the groundsman shed.
Let's get a message out there.
He needs Sinfield again.
It's probably been his only one little criticism, you could say. Once he does get hit for a few or shows a little bit of intent, he does fire it in there. I'd like to see him just flight it up, just keep trying to rip the ball like that.
Oh!
It's very typical of an off spinner. I think sometimes you see them hit for a 4, they go quicker, another 4, they just keep getting quicker and quicker and quicker, don't they? Yeah.
I think it's the language that the captain uses to them about trying to dot it up, and you know, and automatically you think defensively, you got to try and bowl those aggressive dots.
It's nicely turned around the corner from Walker. Another 1 run. Brings the man out. Willins back on strike. He'd be home in the AFL as a ruckman, this fella. Extremely tall unit.
We got a basketball too, wouldn't we?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You put him up as an
just reach up and
under the bucket.
Put it in.
He's going to get off the mark again, and that's probably the best course of action. If you can get off the mark, get at the other end. Just get off. Strike.
If he does get 5 or 7 overs tonight, especially the bounce we're seeing this surface, he could be difficult. Sort of gloomy conditions, new ball. It could be very difficult with the bounce he's going to get. Maybe a few catches at gully, or Redlands will be hoping they nick them over the slips, but he could be a tricky customer.
Another sketchy one around the corner, but they're offering
Hazlitt's
it.
there, definitely in the game there at leg slip, isn't he? It's almost every ball he's diving around trying to stop it at some point.
Well, they are literally offering him that shot, aren't they? You have a crack at it and we'll see what we can do for you. But that's Sinfield's 19th over completed. 5 for 40 now. 5 maidens, and Uni 7 for 130. Walker and Willins, the not outs, 6 and 2 respectively. So 7 for 130. They've got another 27 odd minutes to negotiate before the tea break. That's got to be their first target. Just see that its temperature has dropped here definitely in Allenborough Field. It's not as steamy as it was earlier. The wind coming across the field, the AB weather vane on top of the Matthew Hayden stand is having the wind blowing across the pitch here, left to right, as you see it.
Would you almost consider, say, if you're, with 7 down at the moment for 130, try to bat and almost prefer to have a few overs to have a crack at the Redlands batters at the end of the day rather than trying to just bat through the rest of the day?
I've always been a fan of, if you get 300 off 50 overs, or you get 300 off 100 overs, it's still 300. So just play your natural game, just go there, try to play your natural game, get the runs on, and then you can have 2 bites of the cherry and hope it does rain overnight. Keep that wicket fresh, because that's an absolute beauty again.
Drops it.
He's almost bowling too well, Malenko here.
Yeah.
Can't get any bat on it.
Imagine coming off the field and that's your feedback.
Sorry, mate, you just did it too well.
How well? Yeah. How do you reckon you went? Yeah,
Loosen up a bit.
I actually reckon you bowled too well. It's amazing that him and Baisley haven't taken a wicket though, isn't it? When you look at the lineups and how well they've bowled, you think you could easily say, if you didn't have a scoreboard, you could easily say they'd have 2 or 3 each, but they're going wicketless. Getting back to your point, George, there about having a bowl tonight, the only concern I have for UQ is they could bowl too much tonight. I think they do get bowled out, and they want to get bowled out with about an hour to go, getting close to that sunset where the umpires aren't sure whether to stay on or stay off for light, making that difficult period. The only problem is you don't want to be bowling too much when your big boys actually get 2 spells because of the amount of overs you have to bowl. So sort of 15 overs tonight would be quite nice for them. That'd probably be an ideal result at the moment.
Yeah.
Malenko doesn't even look like being scored off at the moment. This is his 8th over. This will be his 5th, possibly his 5th maiden.
Yeah, the 2 last deliveries there are the ones he's actually bowled you can actually score off and set the point perfectly. So he'll adjust again and he'll probably bowl an absolute rip of this ball. So he'll be hoping he can catch the outside edge.
Maybe, thought the good balls weren't working, so we'd try a few short and wide ones and see what happened.
Get him with that false sense of security, lure him in. Just all part of the plan.
So another dot ball from Simon Malenko. Big shout and another maiden over. That's 5 from 8 maidens, none for 3 for Simon Malenko. 2 of those were sundries, so he's got an economy rate of 0.4. Doing beautifully.
The last delivery there, Walker's actually, by going back to that, it's what's actually made a miss of. He's actually come forward to that. I think he's going to nick it. Just with the bounce on the serve, he's gone back and just gone on the hands with it. He actually played it okay. I guess that's the art of batting. You've got to think to yourself, right, I've been beaten, I'm not out. Scratch your crease and start again and worry about the next delivery.
So Jack Sinfield's going to continue. This is over number 20 for him. He's got a bag of 5 already. Willins faces, gives it the full swing straight down the field.
Here we go. Here we go.
He's
Some
having
intent.
a look.
He's opened up those long levers you asked for.
Yeah, I think getting back to Sinfield, I think you plug him in all day from this end, don't you?
Yeah, I think so as well. Bowling from this end, he's already got 5. Is it? Not sure what that came off, but he's a chance for 7 or 8. So bowl him from this end and then rotate the quicks from the other end, get them fresh and fast, and try to get some intimidation factor into the tail end batters. Pearson being kept busy behind the stumps.
Nice and active. Well, it has to be the amount it's turning, eh?
Yeah. I've seen the test matches. I can't remember what series it was, but when the keeper was setting up on the leg side.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was in Sri Lanka when that was happening.
Those things are turning sideways. They bounce very high. It didn't come near the bat, but bounced very high and no chance.
Like that though. It's gone for the big full swing into the scoreboard, into the light tower. You should see what Sinfield follows up with. Typically, he'll follow up with a bit flatter delivery. I'd like to see him loop this one up.
Oh, that was left, and boy, oh boy, that just missed off stump.
Oh, you're nervous again, weren't you, Michael?
A leave.
Leaving the off spin is always a little bit dangerous when you're a right-handed batter.
Outside off stump.
Yeah.
Not the place. Oh, just popped up. That fielder at bat pad, and yet another maiden over for Jack Sinfield. 20 overs, 6 maidens, 5 for 40. Some good figures there. Once again, we'll see Simon Malenko pick up the ball from this end. What is this end?
Yeah, saying you're struggling to find a name for the end.
Oh, it's Hamilton Hill over there. It's Brothers Rugby Union, perhaps.
It looks like it's yet to be revealed. We've got a lovely little cover over the naming of this northern end, and I'm sure that will be revealed in good time by Queensland Cricket. Probably make a bit of an event of it, probably. I'd say.
Yeah, they don't mind a bit of that.
Free morning tea is always good.
So another free lunch.
Nice stroke there. Get a couple of runs out of it as well. That's, I believe, just a little bit of pressure though.
Yeah, they always make it into a bit of a function. We had a Champions Corner unveiling over on the other side of the field. Got a lovely free morning tea for that, and then the Melbulo Terraces was another little event. So.
Hey mate, how you doing? Good, good.
The Champions Corner is a great addition, isn't it, to the ground? Especially on game days at WBBL and when Australia played the Pakistan series here as well.
Yeah, you can get food up there, and it's a great spot to view the game from too. They can have little functions. I think the Governor General himself was sitting over there when they had the Governor General's game here. So, yeah, it's quite the viewing spot.
It's probably the only negative you talk about when you have a ground like this, that when you're there's somewhere like a bigger stadium like the Gabba, and that when you're sitting in your seat you're forced to watch the game. Whereas here you can socialise, tune in and out of the game. But with T20 cricket, the ball's flying flat and hard into the crowd. That's your only concern.
So Malenko. Oh, beats the outside edge of Willins.
So he's going to pitch it short to get it up around Willins' head.
So that'll be a very steep bouncer.
It'd be a good option though, because he's probably someone, you know, the tall growing up. If he's tall growing up, probably not someone who's faced a lot of short pitch bowling. So maybe under it. He's probably used to someone who's just used to getting on the front foot the whole time. So
Let's that one go through to the keeper.
Yeah, growing up, I see someone tried to bowl him a bounce. It's probably barely reaching his his shoulders.
He'd just be hip height.
Yeah.
It's like the short people, isn't it? You know, when you see a little short batter come out, and you think to yourself, you know, they're used to having it sort of up around their chest height most of the majority of their life. You actually got to really pitch it up to try and challenge them on the front foot.
Well, they're always really good cutters and pullers, aren't they? The shorter batters.
He got right in behind that Willins as well. Good defensive.
Yeah, he'll just be used to getting on the front foot his whole life.
That massive stride of his.
He's almost in the danger zone when he does a massive stride. But he's getting himself in. Actually, I'd love to see the left arm to come on again. Just for an over or two here, just before the tea break.
Something a little bit different, and you know the batters might try to get after him, try to get some quick runs on the board, and that'll present some opportunities.
That's an expensive over from Malenko there, Michael.
Well, was he for 3 runs off it? 3 runs, a whole total of 6. He's got.
He's blown his economy rate.
That's off his
0.7
9 overs.
now.
5 maidens, none for 6.
It's going to be hard to pull back.
He's sort of got it on a very tight leash.
He might need to be taken off next over.
Yeah, stern word from the captain.
I agree with you. I like to see Tom Biggs have another crack just to see what happens. Just get the wild left armour going. But as you say, I think Sinfield's basically set up shop here.
You can't take him off.
Yeah, just thinking about the left armour bowling in short at Willins could be interesting with that angle as well. Would really cramp him up. Maybe something he's not as used to.
Also, I think Walker would fancy himself as well. Just be able to take him on, just a few looser deliveries. So they'll be quite tentative before tea. They'll want to make sure that'd be a big talking point between overs trying to get through to that break.
Just played through for a single, just beat the man at that pad. So Matt Willins, 2 metre tall Matt Willins.
See, Madon's gone back as well.
It's interesting.
That one shot last over where he kind of had a bit of a swing at it.
I'd be looking to keep him up. You want him to come at you. You don't want him to go into his shell. You want him to try and come at you. It's going to create more opportunities around the bat.
Boy, that's a stride. Good luck. It just completely nullifies the spin when he gets there.
He's almost playing it just out of his hand, isn't he?
Just massive stride. So if he's standing on the crease, that's a good 1.5 metres in front of that he's ending up. Oh, front foot. So far down the pitch, you want to be really sure.
Yeah, I was just thinking, if we haven't really seen any today, but if he attempted a sweep shot, he'd probably come into contact with the ball about 3 metres down the wicket with those arms.
Exactly right. Huge unit. Sinfield, last ball of his 21st over. Oh, down the pitch, and he's lofted it a little, but it's safe. And farms the strike and keeps himself on it. There's 1 run to finish that over. And Sinfield ends his 21st with 5 for 42 off with 6 maidens. Still got that economy rate of 2. Uni 7 for 135. They just arrested the slide a little. Walker was not out on 10 off 38. And Willins 3 off 19, not out. So we played 57 overs today. 39 minimum remaining. About 14 minutes until we hit the tea break, but we do have provision to go through to 5:30 should those minimum overs not be met.
Yeah, they're probably a little bit behind track at the moment, I'd say.
See if we kept Sinfield on. It does sort of help that, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, you probably want that 34 overs for a session, so they're 5 overs and maybe 15. Oh, they're probably around on track, actually.
It's always tough though, when you lose. It's actually taking wickets hurts your over rate.
Yes.
It's the weird thing about cricket. You take wickets and it stalls the game, takes you out of your rhythm of getting through your overs. So always struggle with that. Same with Test cricket at the moment. You play so much overtime. I just don't know why they just don't make it 6.5 hours and then add another half an hour on, or
make the sessions a bit more even as well, rather than turning the last one into 3-hour sessions.
Yeah. But what hurts Test cricket with over rate, which obviously no one talks about because it's the commercial side, is the drinks break. And how much stoppages the drinks break actually costs. If you took the drinks break out, you get another probably 4 or 5 overs, but obviously the commercial element of it, you can't take it out. And same with DRS, how long DRS takes, but that's obviously from a fan's point of view. I love a good referral.
There's a fair bit of replay screen sponsorship as well, in all forms. You got him behind that. There's a delicate balancing act between keeping the punters and the corporates happy, isn't it?
Yeah,
always.
I think 2 hours 10 or something like that for each session of Test cricket, with an option of a half an hour extra or something. Maybe 2 hours 15 a session with a drinks break, or you know, ideally you'd keep your 2 hours with no drinks breaks, but then you take a massive commercial element out of it, which is obviously not going to happen. So need to find the balance there between the game and the people that help pay the bills.
Another good delivery from Malenko. 4 dots again.
So when you first experience as a player playing on TV for the first time, you're top of your run-up, you're ready to go, and the umpire's going, no. You're like, we're all ready to go, we're all ready to go. He goes, mate, TV's not ready. They're another minute away. You're like, what? But I'm ready to go.
You got to wait from the countdown on the big screen as well. It's like, no, the countdown from 20 hasn't started yet. You have to wait for that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or coming back from the ad break between overs is always a bit of a slow one. It's like, well, you tell us that we have to get our overs in, in a T20 game in 75 minutes or whatnot, but you're making us hold up for a minute because of an ad break. So,
when the lights went off at the Gabba last night, the television broadcasters were sitting beside us. I was broadcasting for the ABC, and because we were at the venue, we knew what was going on. The broadcasters, Channel 7 guys, just kept looking at us. What the hell is going on here? It was an incredible moment, but just looking at Willins again, I was just thinking he was looking to open up the shoulders there, and it's another maiden over for Malenko. 10 overs, 6 maidens, none for 6.
He's fixed that rate back.
Yeah, economy rates dropped back down to 0.6.
Yeah. It did peak at 0.7.
But when the lights went out last night, and when the TV station came back on, the players were standing there for an additional 2 minutes after 40 minutes because the commercials are still rolling. And we're standing there beside, and we just looked over into the box. Yeah, they're still running the ads. It's okay. Yeah. So you've got to pay. That's why they pay the millions of dollars for the rights and whatnot. They're going to make some money back too.
Definitely.
Here at Allan Border Field, he's the money man, Jack Sinfield himself, 5 for 42, the youngster. I mean, seriously, you would have loved it if you were him coming into this final thing. Wouldn't I love a bag of 5 to start with? You wouldn't have dreamed about it.
Yeah, it's great for your first day in a 4-day match as a spinner. I feel like usually you think about the pace bowlers on the first day of these kind of long format matches, but yeah, he's taken 5 on the first day as an off spinner is pretty impressive.
I didn't quite get the middle of the bat, but safely got it out there for 1 run. So they're keeping things moving to a degree. They're surviving more to the point. Uni at 7 for 136. Just not quite enough runs on the board.
Awkward little period, isn't it? 9 minutes before tea.
Just lofted a little, but safely enough.
It's probably worth, as you mentioned before, that mid-on probably coming in a bit, trying to save that single for Willins. It's probably an easy shot for him there.
It just shows
go over the top.
He just showed a little bit of intent. They've reacted, and now it's actually easier for Willins to get off strike. He just puts that massive hoof down the wicket. He can just play through the line of the delivery down to mid-on.
Oh, wow, that's a shin breaker. Well stopped.
Wonder if he's wearing some shin pads there.
Tell you what I would be.
I'd have the old full ice hockey goalie suit on.
Yeah. It's not a bad option, is it? No, that's...
See a lot of them wear like the hockey shin pads and things like that. Get the volleyball knee guards out. I'd probably want something on my knees, to be honest, if I was feeling there.
Well, the worst thing I've ever seen is a guy go back, absolutely smoked this pull shot. Short leg, turned his back, hit him in the shoulder blades, pops up, keeper catches it. It's out, but the guy's almost broke his shoulder, massive bruise on his back.
And the keeper gets to claim the catch.
Yeah, and it's just a regular caught behind.
Well, that's another over from Jack Sinfield, completed. 5 for 44 after 22. Uni 7 for 137.
The fielder milked it too.
Yeah.
It was a sternal blow, so he just stayed off till he batted and didn't go against his time, so he can still open the batting. And he just stayed off and said, external blow. I like, you're a genius. Just took one awful hit to the body, and he had about 45 overs off.
Did the sub fielder have to come on and go under the lid?
I think he did actually, yeah, because he was a young guy, so he just There was another young guy that was under the lid, so I put the other one on there. The funniest actually one I've seen is we had a guy who was a bowler. He was a young guy. He went under the lid and then when and bowled, just gave his helmet to the umpire.
Oh, catch! Oh, it's not a catch. It's off the pads, but boy, well taken by Jimmy Pearson down the leg side.
Great take nonetheless. I think a few of the slips got a little bit excited, but that was a fantastic take by Jimmy. I'm not sure if that was off pad or just a wider delivery, but yeah, that was a fantastic grab low to his left at full stretch there. You kind of wish it was a catch so you could get the video highlights reel on it.
Oh, great bit of keeping regardless. It's one aspect of his game that's just improved out of sight. Oh, once again. The outside edge beaten by Malenko and a spectacular take again by Pearson.
Just wondering, you must be getting a fair bit of movement. I didn't actually watch the replay on that one, but a fair bit of in-swing there, I'd imagine, just from the way Jimmy Pearson's been taking the ball.
Well, really laterally,
it's almost a better take, isn't it? Coming when they go to take and it cuts the batter in half and being able to actually catch on the inside. It's always tough moving to the inside, isn't it, as a keeper? Well, as I've been told by them numerous times.
I mean, Pearson's probably...
Especially when you get a bit wrong-footed, it's always, you know...
Pearson's probably had a good summer of warm-ups to the keeping to the likes of Nisa and Steckety and... So Malenko again. Just almost like that water torture. Dropping it, dropping it on the same spot. As a batter, that would slowly drive you insane until you had to have a swing at it.
He's probably getting to the point now. He's probably the one feeling who's getting tortured, not getting a wicket.
Well, in his 11th over, 6 of those have been maidens. He's just tied them up. And that's allowed Sinfield to work his magic at the other end. Baisley and Malenko just supremely economical and giving the young bloke with the tweak a chance to do it. Stimpson's been a little bit more expensive, but he's provided that X-Factor swing that's got a couple of wickets as well. So you just need to negotiate the next few minutes till tea. It's a nice little stroke there from Willins and another run. Simon Malenko's bowling total moves up to none for 7. He's just miserly. He's just miserly. He's not giving them anything really. We might just get another one in. This will be the last ball of his 11th over.
Yeah, so we'd get one more in from Sinfield before the break here.
Jump back, he had him in all sorts. Only the one run from that over. 11 overs for Simon Malenko. 6 maidens, none for 7. And Uni 7 for 138. You've got Walker not out on 11 off 44. Willins not out 5 off 31. So these blokes have occupied the crease quite well.
Yeah, I think there just might be a bit of rain starting to fall here actually.
There is
just
actually,
very,
it's just started.
very light rain. There is a bit of movement from the ground staff buggy just to the fence, but they're not coming onto the field at this stage. But just very light rain, just starting to sprinkle a little bit here at Allan Border Field.
I think that Neil Maxwell calls it mizzle. It's the misty drizzle. But it's not going to worry us here unless it gets a lot heavier. That rain cloud is south of us here at Allan Border Field, but it is moving north. Just having a look at the radar as we see Sinfield come in. Worked around the left and it's caught. No, umpire says no. So Hazlitt looking at leg slip there.
Just time the rain for the tea break, I reckon. Just you know,
it
spice the wicket up a little bit in the break, and then they'll come back and it'll be fine.
Big chance we will get some form of rain this afternoon. Whether this is it or it gets worse remains to be seen.
Change of field as well on this over. Lee Drennan's come out of his position and gone to a short mid-on there to stop Willins coming down and trying to hit it to deep mid-on for a single, so needs to try go in the air. taking that scoring opportunity away from him. Sinfield running back to his mark, trying to get one more in before the tea break. I actually wouldn't mind seeing maybe Sammy Hazlitt bowl one before the tea break. Just something
different.
Just something different, just for one over.
What does Sammy Hazlitt bowl?
Left arm.
I've seen it.
Left arm spinners.
I wouldn't mind seeing Biggs back on for that wild left arm.
Yeah, we just want to see a left armour, don't we?
Exactly. Well, you all look better. We've already established that.
Yeah,
left armers, left footers.
Do you throw right arm or bowl right arm?
Yeah, I bowl right arm, throw right arm,
bat
left.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
That's the same as me. So bowlers a bit of right
They
arm.
look a bit weird. Yeah.
Yeah, left-hand bowlers are no good. Yeah. Just about as.
Left-hand tennis players, I reckon, look a bit awkward.
Yes.
Do you reckon? Tennis players who are left-handed? Yeah.
As I said about my daughter playing hockey, it actually works for her. But great Rick Charlesworth, a great cricketer as well, left-hander. He's a great hockey player as a left-hander because all sticks are right-handed. So if you're
I've never got into hockey, actually.
If you're proficient on the left hand, you can backstick better than most people that are right-handed. And so you're at an advantage. So left-handers, I think, are advantaged to a great degree in that game. But regardless, it doesn't matter who Simon Malenko's bowling to, whether you're left-handed or right-handed, you're struggling to actually hit the pill. They just can't get near him at the moment. None for 7 off 11 overs.
And it looks like they're going to go to the bouncer theory a little bit for the last over. Everyone's going back, or at least they're trying to spread the field to get Willins on strike, but it does look like the old bouncer field. 3 out on the leg side.
Oh.
Deep fine leg. You've got sort of a Lee Dren's gone out to a square leg just behind on the fence, and you've got square leg just in front. And then you've got Sam Hazlitt there, who's at square leg, and in a ring, who's just in front as well. And then a deep, would you call him a deep sort of 3/4 cow as well? So 4 people on the leg side.
Yeah, I think with this tactic, it could see Malenko's figures blow out a little bit here.
Could go double
if he
figures.
goes for a few runs this over, but yeah, certainly going for that short ball tactic, and yeah, it's worth a go. 1 over before the break in play.
I'm going to love to see how the short ball tactic's going to work against a bloke who's 7 metres tall.
Yeah, it is to the short boundary too.
I like how they're going to put the short leg in, actually challenge him off when he's defending it from his face. So I quite like this. Actually, I like how they've done it. They're going to keep doing it for the whole over. Instead of just trying to nick Willins off, actually try something different. And we actually see what he's like on the back foot. Obviously looks pretty good on the front foot. Be nice to see what it's like, games like when the ball's up around someone's nose, which I'm sure he's dished out plenty of medicine in his time. So maybe it's time to cop a little bit.
It's nice when the fast bowlers get a taste of it themselves, isn't it?
It is, but then opening batters have to cop it, cop the anger, and then you look at your opening bowler and you go, why can you just nick him off?
Short, didn't worry him that much.
Probably just too short there, wasn't it? Probably where he could just get under. You want to get just under that armpit. That awkward height where he doesn't know whether he needs to duck or play at it.
That 2 minds bounce.
It's hard to get it right for someone who's 2 metres tall.
Yeah.
So, it's not exactly the spot on the pitch you consistently aim at, is it?
Just in front of your front toe.
Yeah. Oh, that one's a better one. A sharp rising ball. He played it pretty well in the end.
Perfect delivery though. Just see there, not sure what to do. Just went at it with his hands and his gloves. Actually like to see Point come in as well. Just bring him in as well. You've only got 3 balls to go towards tee. If you go for 1 or 2 runs, who cares? But you got a chance of taking a wicket. Get Point right in there at short point when he fends it off.
I like as well that he's coming around the wicket and really directing it into the body here.
Another short one. Ducked under that one successfully.
Coming back over now. Changing up the angle.
big stride forward and knocks it back down the pitch. No run.
He just looks so comfortable, doesn't he, on the front foot? He's got to get up around that grill again.
But it's a good weapon to have, that stride, isn't it? When a player realises the weapon it can be, defensively and in an attack. Getting to the pitch of the ball, others can't. And that's too short as well. But it will signal the end of the over. Only the one run from it. 12 overs for Simon Malenko, 6 maidens, none for 8. And Uni are 7 for 139, with Walker not out on 12. Willins not out on 5. That is the tea break. We'll be back very shortly with University 7 for 139 after they were sent into bat by Redlands, who won the toss. Back with the final session after the tea break.
Hey, how are you?
You good yourself, Dave, is it?
Yeah.
Good job, mate.
Thank
Sorry
you.
I haven't been able to get in
No,
contact
no.
with you, but I would have scolded you if you've done anything wrong.
No,
But you've
okay,
been
great.
really good, mate. No, I'm joking.
I figured
I'm joking.
I figured if it was, if it's wrong, you'd come down. If it was good,
Yeah, to keep doing that, mate. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank
I
you.
said the same with Owen. Don't stress too much about it. You guys have been fantastic because we've already got a hard cam. It's getting
Up
all the
top,
real
yeah.
tight stuff.
Right.
So you guys are doing this fantastic stuff, getting things that are going off out of frame on that one. So
Yeah.
it's just great.
Easy as.
Yeah, and I like that every time he does the bowler
Yep.
when he's on your end. Once the action's coming, they start coming back. I like that nice sweeping action
Cool.
that you guys have been doing. Both you guys. have
Oh,
been
cool,
doing.
great.
Yeah, so it's just nice that when that, because then it gets out of frame in the centre there, but then I
It
have
gives you
this.
something to cut to.
Yeah,
Yeah, for
so
sure.
it's great. But I just want to make sure you were doing a great job.
Great.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Yeah.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
and we dodged that storm thing.
I was looking at it over there. I was like, ooh, all right. I
Yeah.
saw the umpires they kept on looking up at it. But
Oh, yeah.
I think it's gone.
Yeah. Well, there's something over here, but I don't know what it's trying to do because Bond's showing it's like dumping right where it is.
Yeah,
But
right.
it's slow. It's not like it's going to really greatly affect us.
Yeah. Because we go till 5.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So hopefully,
Well, I'm hoping that at least it gets we get at least another hour, and then it can dump all over that, and then
that's a
yeah.
fun time.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, great.
Yeah. But yeah, if it starts like really pelting down, you just
grab everything and I'll bring it up there.
yeah, and I'll just go to the hard cam. It's under shelter there. So,
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Great.
No worries.
It's just a 10-minute break this one?
Yes.
10 or 15 or
Yeah.
something?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You just stretch your legs and stuff.
Yeah,
you know.
yeah. It's like
Because it's quite an exercise this morning just to get all this set
yeah,
up.
I was saying, and like the other camp up as well, even just like walking around, someone else would go the other way, so it's like
Yeah.
it's a long way to run cable and power and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's why you're wireless, that's wireless, and Owen's wireless. Because
It's the future.
Yeah. Well, it's just back in the old days.
Had the cable,
yeah. You run a spool like we
Yep.
got there. You'd run like 5 or 6 of them because if you one buggered up, you at least had another backup.
I mean, not even in the old days, like even 5-6 years ago.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
that's the old days.
Yeah, I suppose. Like,
Yeah.
and now you can get like a little HDMI wireless for a couple of $100.
Yeah. Well, the ones I like, they're a little bit more than that, but
Yeah, true,
because the cheap ones they crap out on you very quick.
Not as good latency. Yeah, true.
Yeah, but for some of these stopgaps, like rather than running like we run 150 meter cable today, but rather than run 2 or 3 just to get up there, it's just it's magnificent, and especially get the other side.
Yeah, for sure.
We did have one on the south tower there, the Catherine Range end. We did have one, but it was just getting so much interference.
Yeah, right.
And so we scratched that one. So we'll see how we go tomorrow. Are you on tomorrow?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for being here anyway.
Yeah, easy as, no
helping us
worries.
out with this. No
Cool,
worries,
man.
mate.
Thank you.
There he is. How you going, brother?
And in bright sunshine here at Allan Border Field, we resume after the drinks break. And it is Uni of Queensland. 7 for 139. Walker's not out on 12. Willins not out on 5. Jack Sinfield is in the middle of, or just started his 24th over. 5 for 44, his figures. And looking to wrap things up for Redlands. They won the toss. They elected to bowl. And Malenko's doing beautifully at the other end just prior to that tea break. 12 overs, none for 8. Well, there's that sweep shot we were after, and it didn't produce the result. Michael Price with you, former New Zealand international Hamish Bennett, former Australian squad member Georgia Redmayne, who's just recovering from a just horrendous injury. How bad is an Achilles injury? He's gone forward, big shouts, and there'll be plenty of these as we go along in this final session. So Georgia and Hamish, obviously Redlands have got the ascendancy.
Definitely, I think it's been a fantastic first couple of sessions for Redlands. They got the 2 wickets in the first session, and they were starting to build a partnership between Street and Max Clayton, and then they've picked up 5 wickets in that second session. So yeah, I think they'll definitely be happy with that decision to bowl first today, and Uni 7 for 139.
Once again, 5 dot balls to open the over from Sinfield. There's that sweep shot. It's cut off nicely. Well done. Keeps him on strike and keeps that a maiden over. 24 overs gone for Jack Sinfield. 5 for 44 with 8 maidens. And Uni 7 for 139. Redlands right on top, Hamish.
Yeah, they are right on top, and it'd be good for them to have a wee break and just sort of get back together and sort of just go over the plans and see what they're going to do for this last session. But I always hated the tea break as a player, especially if I was bowling. You just get off, you sit down, then you've got to get back up again. There's not enough time to do anything really. People always say you can go off and have a drink or go to the bathroom, but you just do that after you spell anyway, so you don't have to field. So when everyone else is in the dressing room with you, it's not really an advantage. So I think it's probably suits Uni a little bit better, that break, just to get back together and talk to the tail enders and figure out a plan of what happens and what maybe the rest of the day looks like and how they can construct a score.
So it's Stimson now who's going to be bowling. And Willins, the big man, just lurches forward and lets it go outside off.
Stimson's had a great knack for picking up wickets today, especially kind of breaking some partnerships too. So he'll be looking to get his 3rd here with Willins on strike. 5 off 43, so he's been able to stick around and, you know, hold up an end. He's shown some signs of trying to go for some big shots every now and then, but hasn't quite got hold of one yet.
He's nullifying the spin with his big step down the pitches.
It's a great shot there.
Really nice shot from the big man. He's cut it away. It's going to roll through to the rope and it'll go for 4 runs.
It's a great cut shot from Willins. I think, you know, that ball's short and wide in there to hit, and I think he's had some great intent there to punish it and hit it to the boundary. You know, second over back after the break. I think that's really good signs for Willins and shows that they're trying to get some runs on the board here. Try to get as many as they can before getting into the Redlands line. Great shot.
What other option have they got from the big man? He's cut it away. Uni. They need to get some runs on the board and do it at a reasonable clip to
it's a great
turn the momentum around. Sometimes it's as slow as turning a truck, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, definitely. It's also, you don't judge a wicket until you've seen both sides bat on it, but also I think you're right. If Uni can get 200, they'll go with a lot more confidence and know they've actually got something to play with and can keep some aggressive fields for longer. So they need to build something. I was going to raise a point, but it was just before the tea break, and I haven't given our statistician any warning on this, so pretty sure see what she can pull off the top of her head.
Oh.
It's a big shot, but Michael, we spoke about the advantage of Willins having the big stride being so tall. There's only, from my top of my head, there's only one player in Test history who's over 2 metres tall who averaged over 40 with the bat. So it would show that actually obviously being smaller in stature is more of an advantage, which is quite strange, isn't it? Because you think it would be an advantage.
Well, Sonny Gavaskar, you know, Tendulkar, all of these players. Bradman, about 5'10".
Well, you know, they get all the tall boys and get them into fast bowlers, don't they? So they probably don't have time for their batting.
It's actually a very good point. The body shape we talked about earlier, the game's for everybody, but they're certainly targeting for fast bowlers that 6'4".
There's a few close, like obviously Cameron Green averages about 37 or something, but do you know who the batter is? What the batter I'm thinking of? If you say another batter's name that I'm thinking of, then we can say there's two. But
I was thinking Cameron Green. I'm not sure he averages above 40 though.
He's technically $1.98 or something, but I'm going to round him up to 2 metres.
I'm trying to think. It'd be somebody from England perhaps. Wild swing.
I'm just thinking, is he like a recent player or is he?
No, he's not
more
recent.
historical?
He is from England. Well, he played for England.
Okay, because I'm like Zach Crawley doesn't average above 40, but he's tall.
Yeah.
How tall was Freddie?
Freddie Flintoff?
Yeah, 6'3". He didn't average. 6'2".
He didn't average.
He wouldn't have averaged 40.
Nah. He's famous in Australia, this guy.
Average 40 million.
Yeah. Especially on a swan boat in the Caribbean.
Was I alive when he was playing?
I certainly wasn't. I know that.
You were alive when he was commentating.
Tony Gregg.
Yeah, Tony Gregg.
The late great Tony Gregg.
Yeah.
He was a tall unit too. Incredibly. And could bat. Graceful for a big man. And he didn't mind trundling over a few overs either. He could tweak it as well. Anyway, Jack Sinfield.
Almost Stimson-like, wasn't he? Tony Gregg.
He did a great pitch report as well.
Oh.
Yeah, the weather wall. Missed.
Oh, and that's 4. He didn't even move. Couple of bounces into the rope. I think he thought it wasn't going to make it and just decided to take off in the end there, Willins. But he's opened the shoulders here. Just have a look. Oh, and that's 4. He didn't even move.
Love that.
Immediately looked down at the crease.
Love that. He's got the reach
into the rope
to be able to play that shot and just get those batters away from the bat. Now he's had an easy single on the league side as well.
A couple of bounces into the rope. And this is what you were asking for from the batters earlier on, guys, is the fact that Sinfield was getting stuff all his own way and they were just playing within themselves too much and allowing him to dictate.
Yeah, it's probably the first real signs of aggression shown against Sinfield. So, yeah, I think the way that he played there, he's got the 4 and then he's got the easy 1. So, I think Willins, he's faced almost 50 balls now, so he's earned the right to be able to, loosen the arms a little bit and try to free up a little bit. So, yeah, really good batting this over and really good signs after that tea break.
So 12 off 53 for Walker and 15 off 49 for Willins. Sinfield 5 off this over so far. He does have 5 wickets to his name. He's been the destroyer for Redlands after they won the toss and elected to bowl. Nearly through the gap. Not quite. Hands on heads from all those behind the stumps for Redlands. Delicate position this game.
It's all about momentum as well, though. Like, they might be 7 wickets down, but if they can kind of close this innings, have the tail wag a little bit and get that momentum into when they inevitably have to bowl it at Redlands, that can go a long way, and they can carry that into the bowling innings and hopefully get a few quick early wickets to even up this game.
I think the perfect scenario for them is to get bowled out for 210, 220 max. I can see them getting, and then getting that awkward sort of 10 over period tonight, and getting 1 to 2 Redlands poles. Redlands going overnight, sort of, ideally for uni 2 for 20, something like that. Come back the next morning and know there'll be a little bit of moisture on the surface as well, and really have the game on the knife's edge.
Give them a nervous night's sleep.
Yeah, except for the openers who are both already bringing the supermarket bag.
That's got to be the worst feeling, though, in these games, the red ball games, and you spend 70 overs out in the field and then open the batting and get out before stumps and have to sit and watch the whole next day. I don't think there's really anything worse than that.
Again, you can see why batters are so miserable.
Here's Stimson now. He's looking better and better with each delivery. Willins. And Matt Willins, 205 centimetres.
I played with a lot of opening batters who get more frustrated than me when I bowled, when guys played and missed. Because they always thought, they'd go, I always nick everything, and then this guy always plays and misses, and, just carry on. And so that's sort of the other thing as well. Once you've fielded all day and you've seen a couple of guys bowl really, 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 really well on your side, been unlucky not take a wicket
Oh.
through some plays and misses, and then you go out in the you go out at night and just nick the first half decent delivery, and then that's your game over. That's why it's such a cruel game.
Then you inevitably come off the field and someone says, "Oh, you nicked it. You must be in form," and that doesn't make you feel any better whatsoever.
Well, if you weren't any good, you wouldn't have nicked it.
Yeah, that's what
right.
I mean.
Yeah.
It's like I know that you're trying to make me feel better, but it's not making me feel any better.
Yeah, just give me half an hour.
It just needs time. And once again, greeted with a long stride down the pitch and the full face of the bat. No run though.
All you'd see is this big spikes coming towards you, wouldn't you? You think he's going to spike you while he's coming down the wicket with his big hoof, but you're right, Michael. He's looking more and more solid every delivery, and it just looks like he's just got a bit of stroke play coming in. So could be quite an entertaining half an hour if he can get going here.
Oh, dropped. That's a very difficult chance. It flew to second slip. But that was the chance Redlands were after, and Matt Willins survives. 150 runs now for Uni, 7 for 150.
Yeah, tough chance there. Kind of high and quick to his right, diving away there. So at second slip, I'm not sure who the fielder is. Can you guys tell who that is from here? But yeah, certainly a difficult chance, but they would have loved to have held on to that, especially with Williams kind of showing signs that he might be trying to accelerate the runs here a little bit.
So Stimson a little unlucky there. The end of his 15th over. He's got 2 for 55. Economy rate of 3.7. It was up there over 6 at one stage, so he's dragged it right back as well.
Just has a knack though, doesn't he, of just creating something, John? Just within getting an edge. He's had a couple of drop catches today, one off a no ball of Bryce Street, but just creates something. Would have been a dagger blow that for UQ. Would have been 8 for 149, and that would have been a real strife, and would have been starting to put the whites on to get ready to field, I think.
Once again, Sinfield over number 26.
Probably seen a lot of that as well today. A lot of turns starting just a touch too straight. You can see by the footmarks there on the wicket, it hasn't really changed the angle that he's bowled from either. So I like to see him just vary his angle, come a bit wider, come a touch straighter.
Just played around the corner for an easy run in the end. Only the two fielders in that space, but it's harmless and played back down the pitch for no run.
Boring. Walker's on strike, isn't it? You want to tell him to get one to get Willins on strike because you know something's going to happen. Saying that though, that was a lovely off drive.
That was a nice shot. Just gets the one run for it though. Brings Willins, the big man, back on strike. And hold the bat. His high score of 41 this season, not out.
It's a good shot.
Nice one down the ground too. Lofted a bit, but it bounces in front of the fielder. Good shot for a single. And Uni all of a sudden at 7 for 153, and Willins has taken over as the senior partner here, 18 off 57.
He certainly looks like he wants to try to take Sinfield on here as well. There we go.
Good shot. How about that?
Bit of an error ball there, full toss, and kind of just asking to be hit, and well dispatched there by Walker. That'll be a nice little boost, boundary to his name.
Also Sinfield's struggling a little bit as well. Obviously a bit of pressure that can create those full toss deliveries, but just grabbed his left hamstring after that. Whether he's getting a bit of cramp or it's a little bit sore, I'm unsure. But
certainly looks like he wants to try to.
This is the result here, the full toss of Here we go there, just grabbing his left hamstring, but it's also the result of showing some
Bit
intent.
of an error ball there.
Not sure if, Walker's obviously tried to look to sweep. Willins has looked to them strong down the ground.
Be a nice little boost. Boundary.
He's got to try and think he'd be ahead of the batter. That's what a little bit of intent does, but hopefully Sinfield's okay.
Take Sinfield on here as well.
Hopefully that hamstring injury, that little niggle there, hopefully it's just a little bit of cramp and he can get a bit of fluids into him.
Bit of an error ball there.
Start again as we sort of see the same with John Simpson as well.
It's been a warm day.
Just look like his right knee. We've got the doctor in the house. George, or anything there for early diagnosis?
Oh, I can't actually see where he is now, but it did look like he was grabbing his hamstring after he delivered that full toss, as you were saying.
Oh, struck on the pad, big shout, but going down leg side.
What's your diagnosis on John Stimpson there? Just right knee, sort of.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about.
No, yeah, got a new patient now.
Oh, right, it's a full ward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's definitely got a bit of a stumble up again.
Yeah, that looks like knee to me. Can confirm.
MCL or something like that. Really cool.
ACL or PCL?
If it was an ACL,
he would be. He'd be a little bit more.
I think he'd be on the ground.
A little bit more discomfort.
Might just be a little bit stiff and locked for him potentially.
Is that not part of your rehab of an ACL? Just bowl through it.
Haven't had to do that rehab yet, thank goodness.
Terrible injury. Hopefully, as you said, hopefully it's just a bit of a lock-up, just a little bit of a funny knee and just maybe a bit of a tight quad that's causing a bit of pain in the patella or something like that. Hopefully he can just run it off, but it'd be a shame to see him have to go off the field or stop bowling because of his body.
Just pops it outside off, and once again, Walker.
Yeah, he's limping a little bit on it, isn't he? Just looks kind of...
A bit proppy.
Yeah, a little bit stiff in there. I'm the expert at limps at the moment, so...
He's got 2 for 55. This is over number 16 for Stimson. That's a good delivery too, just not quite met with full face.
Just that bounce he gets, isn't it? Speaking about it all day, that's his strength. The height he bowls from with the accuracy just can hit the stickers, just innocuous really at times, but he can just come and hit the stickers and just remind you that he's in the battle.
Seems to me an old-fashioned cricketer, if that's a way of saying it. Oh, that's slashed through covers. It's rocketing its way to the rope. A couple of manful chases, but that's 4 runs. Valuable runs here for Uni. Walker moves on to 21 not out. Willins on 18.
Yeah, it's a beautiful cut shot, just leaning back there, using Stimpson's bounce to his advantage. It's been a little bit slower out towards that big side of the outfield, but it manages to cross the rope. And
that's slashed.
Fortunately for Stimpson, I think this is probably going to be the end of his day.
It's rocketing its
One
way
more
to the
big
rope.
delivery.
A couple of manful
Put it
chases,
in, try
but
to get
that's
a dot
4
ball,
runs.
but
Valuable runs
I
here.
think he put a fork in him after this. I think that's his day. Can't afford to let this game slip now from a Redlands point of view. Want to keep applying the pressure.
And finishes that over with a dot. 2 for 59 after 16 from Stimson. 3 maidens involved. Now we've got Uni at 7 for 162. Walker's not out 21. Willins not out on 18.
Just interesting we've seen these last 2 bowlers, Sinfield and Stimson, both show a little bit of signs of fatigue and, runs probably coming a little bit more freely than they have done in the past sessions, certainly. So, yeah, we can see kind of what bowling changes that Lee Drennan and the other kind of senior players at Redlands consider for the next passage of play here.
And you're also getting towards that tricky point as well. 68 overs bowled. You've got the new ball in 12 overs. You want to keep fuel in the tank for Baisley for that. Obviously, it looks like Malenko to take the new ball now. Stimson still grabbing that right knee with Dr. Redmayne still to give us a diagnosis, so we're unsure. But you'd say it'd be Malenko and Baisley for the new ball. So Sinfield will keep bowling keep bowling from this end until the new ball comes, but it's who's going to bowl from the other end. I'd like to see Biggs come on.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's bring Biggs back on. He's only had the one over before lunch. Love to see him get another crack.
I think you can do it with Biggs and a little bit of Hazlitt as well, maybe 1 or 2 overs, just those filler overs, as I like to call them, before getting to the new ball. Just trying to up the over rate and time to get the shiny new ball out. It's a term you can use, Michael. I'll let you use with the negative under filler overs, the overs that
Thank you.
no one really wants to watch be bowled, but we have to.
5 for 56, Sinfield. And Willins facing him right now. Oh, he's backing across and it goes down leg. With that turn, it's not the best movement to go against Sinfield when he's operating on this line. Backing across. And the big swing. It's gone through and Pearson's whipped the bails off. Big appeal, not out.
Yeah, see the back foot of Willins just come up there a little bit, and Pearson very quick to take the bails, but he just got his foot down just in time there.
It's a hard one to call live, and that from Square League, I think. But the TV there is probably a lot closer than you think, but it's so hard to call live.
They never give them out live, do they? They have to wait for the review.
It's another dot ball.
Well, if you're Square League in a TV game, you wouldn't even bother watching, would you? Just see an appeal and just straight away, just go upstairs, cover yourself.
You see them like review some that are just so one-sided, though, and you're like, oh, now this is just time wasting. Like,
glorious shot there from Willins. Open the shoulders there. And 4 runs to him, 22 off 64, and that ends Sinfield's 27th over, 5 for 60 now. There will be a change in the bowling, he thinks.
oh, now this is just time wasting.
Tom Biggs who's coming on here. Definitely from the Hamilton end. Open the shoulders there.
Fresh, that's for sure.
Well, I saw him doing a little bit. And 4 runs to him, 22 off.
Oh, now this is just time wasting. Like,
that's a clue he might be coming. Glorious shot there from Willins. Wild. Open the shoulders there. Action that and 4 runs to him, 22 off 64, and that ends Sinfield's.
Yeah, both batters facing 64 and 65 balls, so they're pretty well set at the moment. And yeah, I think they'll be hoping to make sure they get through and face that new ball when it comes, and not expose a new batter to that.
Biggs, the left arm, quick, coming onto the bat a little bit faster. The big effort, and as you say, the follow-up is 2/3 of the way down the pitch by the time he finishes, so a fair bit of effort being thrown in.
It's a good first-up delivery there, just trying to fall straight at the poles. I think it's something that he's just unpredictable from what I've seen from his 7 balls I've seen of him bowl. Definitely looks like he would create an opportunity.
Oh, and that's the hook shot. It's in the air. He's underneath it. Oh, dropped. Dropped on the ropes. He was very, very worried about the feet going back onto the rope. And perhaps the ball going for 6, but that was just put down. Opportunity lost.
There we go. That's the opportunity Biggs can create. Short ball, Walker. Down a fine leg there. Just out his shot. He's just worried there about his back foot touching the rope.
Dropped on the ropes.
He wasn't quite sure where he was.
About the feet going
just lets that one go through, and wow, was that the opportunity Redlands needed?
Yeah, he looked very comfortable at the start, and then you could see him quickly backpedal when he noticed the ball was probably going a little bit further than he'd first anticipated. But still looked like he was within the rope, but maybe had a quick look back at the rope and lost focus at the wrong time there, and unfortunately put that one down.
So Tom Biggs, unfortunately for him, could have had that breakthrough wicket in his second over.
It's just that misjudgment of when you are fielding on a short side, you just have to stay on the rope, hug the rope and come in. He's a little bit off the rope and went back, whereas if he stayed on the rope, could have just taken one step in and then taken the catch.
Once again, that's in the air, but that's dispatched. One bounce.
That's one
Just
hit
forward
much
a
flatter,
square.
that one.
Well, that was flatter and very hard towards the pickets as well. So just a nice little
On the
purple
right.
patch for Matt
Could just
Willins,
take
the
one
big man.
step in and then
26
take the
runs
catch.
off 66,
Once
and
again, that's
Walker
in the air, but that's
22 off
dispatched. One
67.
bounce.
They've dragged the score to
One
7
hit
for
forward.
171.
Could just taken one step in and then taken the catch. That delivery as well, just obviously didn't get up.
That's in the air, but that's
Only about
dispatched. One
hip height
bounce.
for Willins, which is probably the equivalent of a bouncer for Walker. Just taking one step in and then taking the catch. Lovely swing of the bat.
Once again, that's in the air, but that's dispatched. One bounce. Nice. Straight drive. Once again, down the ground, 4 runs.
Straight away, look at the Redlands field. Fielders as well. Shoulders are down, heads are down a little bit. Turning around, looking at the scoreboard. Still well on top, 7 of 175.
Again, that's in the air,
But
but
Willins
that's
here,
dispatched.
that
One
big
bounce.
stride down.
Nice. Straight
Beautiful
drive.
off drive for 4.
Once
Almost
again,
looking like a
down the
batter.
ground,
No
4
need to run,
runs.
big fella. Well, no need to take 3 strides, 3 or 4
Dispatched.
strides.
Nice. Straight
Yeah,
drive.
suddenly the last little bit batting's
Once
quite
again,
easy.
down
Much
the
easier than it
ground,
has looked
4
for probably
runs.
the rest of the day. So yeah, it's been really good. Obviously,
Straight away.
Walker and Williams have put in the hard yards early. They're both facing 67 balls, and
Look at the Redlands
now able
field. Fielders
cash
as
in a
well,
little
shoulders
bit
are down,
on-
heads are
on
down a
maybe
little
some of the
bit,
looser
turning
bowling.
around, looking at the
Tried
scoreboard.
to
Still well on top, 7 of
hit the boundary
175.
again there. Willins with that one,
Willins
the
here,
last
that
ball, a
big
big
stride
over
down.
2. Straight
Beautiful
drive,
off drive for
10.
4.
Once
Almost
again,
looking like a
down
batter.
175. Willins has moved on to 30 and Walker 22.
But we did see that though after lunch. UQ they scored 20 runs off their first 3 overs into the second session. And it's similar to this session, so they obviously start the sessions well, obviously regroup well on the breaks and know they've got a plan to come out. It's just about what can they do, how can they carry this on.
Well, you mentioned that kind of 210, 215 kind of target. They're within 40 or 50 runs now of that, so they're certainly getting closer, and it's looking a lot more achievable now, especially if they keep scoring at the rate they have in the last few overs here.
How you don't want to put all the onus on that one particular moment, but the complexion would be very different had that catch been swallowed. It'd be 8 for 167 right now. And Jack Sinfield, mountain of work. His 28th over now. That's easily turned around the corner, and it'll just be the one easy run to bring Willins back on strike.
Although they got rid of the short leg.
And this partnership now worth 50. Walker's got 19 of them. Willins with 30. Good partnership. This is rescuing the game, methinks, for Uni.
Probably the first 50-run partnership of the game, is that correct? I don't think Max Clayton and Brush Street got that many runs together, so this would be the highest partnership, which is very impressive for the 8th wicket.
They were in all sorts of problems there. Oh, he's had another crack. It's high in the air. It's into the sun, and he just picked it just before it got to him, did Biggs. It bounces, and he throws it back to the bowler's end.
There's so much real estate out there, isn't it? Such a massive side of the ground. Huge distance between deep square and deep mid-on.
There. Oh,
It's
he's had
actually
another
quite a
crack.
safe
It's
option,
high in
so
the air. It's into the
quite like what Willins is doing
sun,
here.
and
It's great to
he
watch
just
as well.
Plenty of room on the leg side. Picked it just before it got to him. Oh, he's had another crack. It's
Looks a little
high
bit
in the
comfortable
air.
now.
It's into the sun, and he
Turned that
just
one
around for no run, but picked it just before it got to him. Did Biggs. It 2 runs off 70 balls now.
Might be looking to overtake that 41 not out.
Oh, no.
That's been
No,
his-
touch wood.
I know, that'll be a curse, won't it?
Oh, that's
no.
straight up in the air. Big chance. And, oh, Georgia, what did you do to the big man? He skied it straight into the bread basket of the man at deep mid-on. And that's the end of a fantastic innings there from Matt Willins. It's dragged Uni back into the contest. 32. Oh, that's
Caught
straight up in
Pearson,
the air.
bowled
Big chance.
Sinfield,
And, oh, Georgia,
Sinfield
what did you do to the big man?
for the game. No, touch wood. I don't know if that's Sinfield's wicket or Georgia Remain's wicket,
Oh, that's
but
straight up in the
you've
air.
got to give it to the dock. Yeah, you got to give it to the dock, but that's it's well bowled as well. He's been excellent all day, and
he skied
as
it
well. Just unlucky
straight.
there as well. Just looks like a little bit leading. Just didn't quite get it connect as well as he would have liked, but if you're that, you can't be angry, Willins, either, because he's lived by the sword, he's died by the sword, but he's actually created a good partnership there. Actually showed the batters if you go out there with a little bit of intent what can actually happen and how defensive Redlands can go, because they know that they can't afford Uni to score too many runs in this final. So, and I also think coming into the second innings, it looks like at the moment Uni are going to have to bat quite aggressive to get ahead of the game. So show that it's a good surface, and if you commit to your shots you can score runs. But it's a disappointing end for the big fella, but a great knock.
Yeah, well batted, Matt Willins, and very...
Don't grease up now.
I will send my apologies. I'm very sorry about that.
I'm sure someone's done that to you, though.
The commentator's curse.
All the time.
Mate, how many times have I done it over my lifetime? It's the commentator's curse. You wrap up an athlete, the first thing they do is just drop it straight on your head. Simple as that. It's a universal thing. I'm sure they don't mean to. Sinfield, though.
Oh, it's big chance through, big appeal, and...
Appealing for everything there from the
I was
south.
about to say they were appealing for the leg before it clipped the pad, caught behind, and stumping.
Now you see how it looks, just the unnecessary stumping.
Oh, no, it's amazing. Just cause chaos, and they might give it out for some reason, you know.
Yeah, get another drink out there.
Never unnecessary in an international.
At the very least, if it's, you know, a televised game, you get a review, don't you? 'Cause
Yeah.
Now they're all appealing for stumping, and they always have to review the caught behinds now.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't like that though.
Yeah, I think it's a bit dodgy because it's a different umpire calling for the review, isn't it?
Yeah, and also if you're sort of 50-50, you can just do the stumping and then be like, well, I think they might have hit it, but at least not do a review because we know we're going to get like a free one.
It worked a couple of times in the continent, didn't it?
Yeah, you're either looking at the stumping or you're not.
Mm.
Don't try to find everything else.
Yeah,
Sometimes you just get the double play and you get both.
Yeah.
You'll find that loophole will be closed reasonably soon. I'd say ICC will come in and close that door.
Because it's only been a
reasonably
recent
quickly.
addition that they've done it.
The loophole I want to see,
last year or so.
the loophole I want to see a team take advantage of is the no ball. You know, we saw the no ball for the 3 behind square before in a T20 game or a one-day game. Keep the same batter on strike, free hit, but you can't change the field because it's the same batter. So go to the umpires. Well, you can't change the field, so it's just infinite no balls.
That's it.
Yeah,
Bang, bang.
because they go,
That's-
but in the playing conditions, you can't change the field.
The game just goes forever on.
Yeah.
It's just a loop, really.
So if you're batting first, you go, well, you guys just,
It's the captain's hell.
do you guys just want to default?
Goodness gracious, you've come up with some beauties today, Hamish Bennett.
That's a good reminder to always check if there's 3 behind square.
Yeah.
Or you know, like the 5 out rule, or you know.
Yeah, and just be like, well, you can't change your field. Unless there'll be something in there, sure, that says you have to change the field for it to be legal or something. Something in the fine print.
Yeah.
Bigs to Walker, and Walker straight down the ground. Nicely fielded there. Just the one run. 8 for 179, and that exposes Will Crook, who has yet to score.
I'll tell you why I like Biggs. It's because he reminds me of Ryan Sidebottom. With the zinc, the hair, and the way he runs in. Remember the English left armour? That's who he reminds me of. Just throwing it out there. Hopefully there's one other person out there that agrees with me.
Just doing a quick Google search right now.
Oh.
Crook can hold a bat.
A little bit before your time, was it? Ryan Sidebottom.
I feel like I've heard his name, but oh. Yeah, he probably needs a little bit more frizz in the hair. I'd
Yeah,
say.
he needs to frizz it up a bit
Yeah.
more. He gets to get the. Isn't there some sort of hair tool that can do that? Some sort of 80s frizz. Sidebottom used to wear some of the zinc as well.
Yeah. Certainly an iconic look, that one.
Yep.
Tom Biggs. Well played there by Crook. No slouch with the bat. He's got a higher score of 30 not out this year. His 9 innings, he's had 4 not outs. Only has an average of 11.6. But he is batting at number 9. And Tom Biggs. Unlucky not to get a wicket in his previous over. The ball was skied. Dropped on the rope. It's a fair
shot, found the middle of the bat, just goes to mid-off and no run.
It's a sore boy, John Stimson. He's still down. The big fella.
Doing all sorts of stretching as he gets the opportunity.
I think it's the point. Just get the subfielder on.
I don't think there's any point now to have a player who's feeling as ordinary as that.
No, rest him up for next week. Got a week of. He's hobbling around, limping around. Yeah, I just don't see the point of that. Just try and get him off and just say to him, just give the new ball to Baisley and Malenko.
I guess from the Redlands perspective, they'll be hoping that they bat all day tomorrow and won't be needing to bowl.
The ball just keeps following the poor bloke. Have a look at him. He's just, they've hit it to him again. He's just fielded around the ankles.
He might have to go to that second slip position of being on his knees.
I think
they not have a 12th fielder they could bring on.
Well, the signal's just been made. There's just the end of the over there for Biggs. End of his third, none for 11. Little signal was made to Stimson. If you'd like to come to the rope, I'll swap with you.
Yeah, they were.
He's got his boarding pass and he's off.
Time to head across the road to the ice baths at the NCC.
I think his
be over by the time he gets there.
Yeah, I think his ice bath has liquid in it and a few cans. So I think he'll be heading towards that ice bath before the professional one.
So he's not coming off the paddock. Yes, he is. He's walking straight off now. And Stimson getting a well-earned rest. Sinfield. He's in over number 29 now. A lot of work.
Got the shadows coming across the pitch now from the light poles here.
It's going to be interesting at that end, at that Catherine Raymond end. Let's make that light tower pole just going straight across the popping crease almost. Just got the toe of the bat. Walker's still having a crack too, or having a crack at least throwing his bat at it. You're 8 down. Might as well not die wondering, I suppose. Sinfield's just going to keep throwing it up. He's got 6 for 63. It's 4 dot balls as well.
He's been hitting some good shots, just unfortunately finding the field a little bit this over. Walker.
Straight down the ground, safe, no problem. And that is the end of Jack Sinfield's 29th over. 6 for 64 and Unia 8 for 180. Walker's on 25, Cook yet to score. Just having a look at Biggs. It's going to be coming back on from the Hamilton end for his 4th over. Only 9 overs until the, well, sorry, 7 overs until the new ball is due. Overs minimum remaining, and we do have the provision to go to 5:30 to fit those overs in. Just a little bit behind the over rate. It's pretty much on par though. Just trying to give it some, Walker. Not quite getting there. But that's all, I suppose. You must not get confused. You're not a top order batsman. You want to have a crack, but you want to do the right thing for your team as well.
Well, you know, he's faced 77 balls. I think he's earned the right to kind of play a little bit more freely if that's what he wants to do. He's, you know, he's not like he's going out first ball and trying to have a swing. So, yeah, he's obviously trying to make sure they try to get to a competitive first innings total here, which hopefully won't set them behind the game too much.
Well, between he and Willins, they accumulated a 50 partnership, the only one of the innings so far. Biggs. Steaming in.
And obviously they'd probably try to make the most of the old ball whilst they can, because there'd be a new ball due in 6.5 overs here. So I'm sure he's looking to try to get some runs in before the fresh new quick bowlers come on with a new pill.
So what would be the total that you've already said about 210, Hamish? That's something about that you'd be looking at?
Yeah, I think that psychological mark of getting over 200 to feel a little bit more comfortable.
Big, oh, that's beautiful. Lofted. Yeah, over mid-on. And it's bounced twice over the rope for 4 runs. Nice shot from Walker. He moves to 29, Uni 8 for 184.
Kind of sense that he'd been waiting for a shot like that. He'd been trying to free his arms a little bit, and then just got a little bit more room there in that swinging up to hit over mid-on.
Yeah, over mid-on.
Played that really well and gets rewarded with a boundary.
Big, oh, it was right in the slots for him. Lofted. He moves to 29. Yeah, over mid-on. 79. And it's bounced twice over the rope for 4. He had to reach for that one. He's brought it down to ground though. Bounces well. Rolls out to the man at deep square leg.
He's done quite well to keep that down. Then
Almost
hasn't
like
he?
a
It's been
tennis
a pretty
smash.
good bouncer, yeah.
Oh, you would have maybe tried a ramp or something like that in a one-dayer. And again, probably got an outside edge.
It's one of those, it comes natural, that shot, doesn't it? I think there's people, they're either rampers or pullers, aren't they? When it comes to that. Like, there's not many that can sort of, few again there who can do it, can choose, but you're either in that mindset of playing the pull shot or trying to back away from it and play a ramp.
He's generating a bit of pace, Biggs. You can see with the, I know the lower order bats, but jumping back a lot. He's really hitting the bat hard.
He definitely runs in and definitely gives it his effort. You've got to commend him on that. So I do like how he runs in, as you said, Michael. And I think he creates opportunities. That's all you can take. And Walker's got a few away, but I mean, he could have got the breakthrough of Willins, and then he looks like a sort of bowler. If he gets one, he could get you a couple. So he looks like someone who could get pretty hot, take a few on the bounce.
I reckon his tail might have been up had that catch been taken on the ropes there. He comes in again though, Biggs. Quite middle. He's right behind it. Not a problem. That's the end of the over. 4 Biggs. 16 runs for no wicket off his 4 overs. Let's see if they give the ball back to Jack Sinfield. I dare say they will. There's still, what have we got, 74, so still 5 overs until the new ball. Sinfield will accept it.
And get back to your point, George, I think you're right. You want to go hard before the new ball, but I actually think they want to go harder when they actually face the new ball, because if they sit there and try to play like batters, they're actually going to get out. They're not going to be good enough to actually see the new ball off. I actually think they're better off trying to go harder at the new ball, make the nicks and stuff fly over the top, and actually get some cheeky runs.
That's a very good point. Comes off the bat a little bit better, the new ball, and probably better race away to the boundary as well. So if they go hard with that new ball, there are certainly runs on offer than potentially trying to defend it and getting nicked off. You may as well be caught on the boundary than caught in the slips, I suppose.
Something again's happened there. I'm not sure if that's carried to Sam Haslott on the 4 or it's just on the bounce, but it's another no ball for 3 behind square. So Basie out there at deep square is just behind square leg.
Shame it's not a T20. We could have an infinite
we could be
run
here.
fest.
We could literally
be in that loop.
We could be here until Christmas or till the next fixture.
I like how Sammy Haslett basically he laid down across the crease so he could see the exact line of where the bloke should be standing towards the rope.
Do you think he's having a go at the umpire there, or the fielder, fielder?
Perhaps a bit of both.
Because the fielder go,
making a statement.
Yeah, because it's making a statement to someone. Because surely Basie's going, I'm in front.
Or he left that one, but it was well left. Good leave. Still hasn't troubled the scorers yet, Crook. He's faced 9 deliveries. He's facing a bloke that's got 6 wickets to his name. Gets down the pitch and belts that. Hey, he absolutely flogged that down the ground before.
A 6 actually.
Oh, 6 is it? That's actually gone over.
That's certainly a way to get off the mark.
That's don't muck around there. Take it to the Catherine Raymond end and then hoik it over the ropes.
Love that from the tail ender.
Yep.
Off spin it, turning into him.
Down the
Not
pitch
going to last
and
too
bounce
long.
that. Boy, he gave that plenty.
So 9 dot balls, and then he hits the 6 straight down the ground.
Gets down the pitch and belts that. And then a lovely defensive as he moves back.
And it's straight from the side screen. It's good shooting that.
Well, I've got to admit, I lost it. I thought it was going straight down. Thought it was bouncing, but it actually had just bounced off the side screen. Almost crept through the gap there. Tried to give himself a bit of room. Almost too much. So he's got 6 for, but bowled a lot of overs. This is the end of his 30th over. Jack Sinfield. And once again, couple of bounces. This one straight past mid-off. And it'll go for 4. All of a sudden, Uni are 8 for 193, and Walker's got 31 not out. Crook's not out 10.
Well, William Crook certainly dealing in boundaries. There were 2
And
fantastic
once again,
shots. Wouldn't look out of place at the
couple
top
of
of the order
bounces.
with
This
those
one
2 shots. I'd
straight
say.
past.
Be careful what you say with tail enders, Georgia. Go straight to their head.
And once again, I know Sinfield. Couple of bounces. This one.
He's owned this end.
Straight
He's
past
only
mid-off.
going
It'll go for 4. Like after 30 overs. But is this a sign that they're just perhaps working him a little hard?
No, yes and no. I actually think it's a sign of, as a tail ender, I speak. You don't want to face the new ball.
Good call.
So you're seeing the spinner and you're like, right, it's an opportunity to score some runs. I'm going to go hard here. If I get out, then that's okay because I'm probably going to get out with the new ball anyway. So, but he is tiring as well. I do see that, but I actually think if you're Redlands, you've got to keep him on as well.
Now, Biggs.
Probably don't have too many other options as well. If you know, they're saving Malenko and Baisley for that new ball, you probably got to keep Sinfield on unless they go for someone like a Hazlitt, as you were saying before. So, but I think Sinfield's probably, well, he's obviously been the most prolific wicket taker. So, yeah, you probably don't really need to take him off. And I think the batters are probably going to be opening up a bit and creating some chances here.
So 6-4, 76 off his 30 overs. Jack Sinfield. Biggs is in his 5th from the Hamilton end, and Uni getting closer to that magical 200 mark. That's the psychological mark I didn't think they were going to get to be honest with you, about an hour ago. It's short and a little bit leg side and easily dispatched around the corner for another run.
And Crook's got a high score of 30 not out this year. So he can hold a bat reasonable, but Basiley's running in, swinging the ball away, getting that bounce, bowling sort of between 135 and 140. It's not going to be pleasant for a tail ender at grade cricket, so you can see why he's opening his shoulders a bit to the offie, and if he gets out, then he's probably not that disappointed not having to face the new rock. That's how us tail enders think. We don't think like...
You get the job done, get him to 200. And then did more than what the batters did. That's what they'd say, isn't it? The fast bowlers.
Come off and go, well, we did
doing your job for you, you know.
Yeah. We did our job. We'll go bowl.
And yours, yes.
My favourites in the, you have your one-day games, and the bowlers, they love to bowl first, and then they can just sit down and enjoy a huge lunch. They always hate when you bat first, and they're like, oh, well, we can't enjoy our lunch because I have to go out and bowl. So they love to sit down and relax.
only one warm-up.
One warm-up, have a big lunch, and then just say, oh, batters, you've got to do your job now. So
because isn't that the weird thing in cricket? Like, I always used to challenge the trainers about it. If we bowled second, we never warmed up. We just went out in the middle and bowled straight away. So why can't we do that at the start of the day?
Well, Biggs is coming in, and the fielders are spread everywhere now. Top edge and over the head of Jimmy Pearson, the keeper. Oh dear.
Interesting, they've got that kind of third, almost 2/3 of the way out to the boundary there as like a bit of a fly-slip type position. So they obviously sense that the batters might be swinging hard here.
There's the 200 up for Uni. That's that, well, that little figure that you have in the back of your mind. Good psychological win.
We're thinking 220 now.
Well,
230.
Could be even better.
Well, you've been on the money today with that dismissal, so.
Well, Biggs now. And it's a bouncer easily evaded. At the shoulder as well.
Looked like he almost wanted to guide that to that deep fielder at that kind of deep third there. So probably well bowled to his field, but Crook pulled out of the shot at the last minute.
Bit of slip field and catching practice, eh? Someone throwing to you, just nicking it straight to them.
Just 40 metres back.
Yeah.
So really, Walker and Willins were the ones who really dragged Uni back within a chance. Walker's still going. Now Crook's joined the party. What's it? Easily ducked under, but had a good pace about it, that bouncer. Good effort.
When Sale got out, they were 7 for 126. 8 for 200, so it's a key partnership there from Willins and Walker, and these two have just added to it, so...
That could have broken the game. That one wicket, the Biggs sort of enticed that lofted shot. Bit of a sliding doors moment.
No, they had that drop at second slip as well.
Oh, yes, indeed,
Willins.
yes.
I think that was off Stimson, potentially.
Yep.
Biggs just steams in and gets right behind that one. End of the over, the end of his fifth, none for 19 now. Walker's not out on 33 and Crook not out on 11. And Uni 8 for 200. And this will be the kind of... There's 20 overs minimum to go. There's 4 until a new ball is ready. You'd really... Is there part of you as an attacking side that doesn't want to get them out tonight? You don't want to face that 10... awkward overs.
Might just be like, no,
the opening batters are just saying, how about you
field.
guys? We'll just field for the rest of the day, isn't it?
There'll be 2 people. The other 9 and the coach will want to bat.
Yeah. Because it is
The
again,
night watchman might be keen to be batting up the order, so maybe
bring,
he's...
what about a Nighthawk? We'll bring a Nighthawk in.
That'd be great. Who would be the Nighthawk for Redlands?
I reckon John Stumps, he's got the bug knee. Just get him up there swinging.
That's it. Just throw it. No footwork required. Oh, that's a great shot. 1, 2, 3 bounces behind square leg. 4.
Haven't seen many sweeps today, but that one's probably the best we've seen. Walker's done it after tee. He's decided to sweep, shown it, and he's actually hit that beautifully. He's gone behind square, drifted away. So much real estate out there for Paisley to cover. Can't catch that down, and Uni got some momentum here.
1, 2, 3 bounces behind square leg. 4. Runs wise, but 60.
Haven't seen many sweeps today.
You just feel for the next 10 overs or so, the end of this old ball and the start of the new ball, I feel like there'll be a lot happening in terms of runs, chances, potential wickets. So yeah, it'll be an exciting.
Oh, Diane, that's out. That's a stumping. The umpire has to call that. He was halfway down the pitch. Pearson gathered it and then whipped the bails off, and that's 7 for Sinfield. That's the work of Jimmy Pearson right there.
Love a leg side stumping for the keeper. It's the best feeling in cricket, I think, as a wicket keeper. So he's done really well there, Jimmy Pearson. So Crook's come well down the wicket, turn away down that leg side and taken it well and go well out of his ground there.
The umpire
so
has
well done,
to
Jimmy
call
Pearson.
that. He was
Very well composed. That's why he's keeping for Queensland and Australia A now.
Well, they're going to have a drinks break, so we'll do the same. Back very shortly here at Allan Border Field. So we're back to Allan Border Field. The drinks break is over. Umpire's just going to call Jack Sinfield back from his run-in. So 9 for 205, Uni. Henderson's the new bats. Yet to score, he's facing. Well, back and across. Sinfield would love that. He's got 7 wickets, Jack Sinfield, 7 for 81.
Can he get the 8 for? He's already on his best figures for the season so far. Previously had 2 fifers, so yeah, he definitely deserves an 8 for here, and it'll be interesting to see. I haven't seen Henderson bat before, but see how the number 11 goes and see what total that new Q can achieve here.
Well, he's got a higher score of 6 not out for the season.
He probably ran out of partners.
Yeah, that's the only issue in battling. But how is there no short leg?
Very interesting. End of the over. 31st over completed for Sinfield. 7 for 81.
Jerry.
That's got to be close to his nickname, doesn't it?
Jerry?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or something out there like
George is my favourite character.
Yes, we've all got a bit of Costanza in us, I reckon.
Yeah.
So it'll be Tom Biggs coming from the Hamilton ends. He's got the ball in his hand for his 6th over. Looked like he went to get a wicket. Maybe really keen to skittle this last one over to get Uni off the park. Only 3 overs left with this old ball.
Yeah, we might not make it to the new ball. Which, as you said, the batters might not be too displeased about.
I don't think Henderson will be that disappointed if the new rock doesn't come out.
Well, this is the point. It's almost a poison chalice, getting them all out and exposing yourself for that 10 overs.
I think for Biggs here, though, I think this is actually where you have to bowl a lot of bumpers to Walker and just say, right, try and create an opportunity, get him playing some shots. Everyone's gone back. Be interesting to see if he takes the single if it's on, if given the opportunity.
Oh, he's gone for that one. Boy, that's out of here. That's on the roof. It's on the netting of the Queensland Cricket Headquarters next to the Matthew Hayden stand. You're not getting that back. It's gone. It's in the air conditioning.
Yeah, it's on the far side of the netting as well.
Yes.
It's almost bounced into the Queensland Cricket courtyard. I actually thought it was going to, but now it's stayed on the netting, so they won't be getting that ball
he's
back.
gone for that one. Massive 6. Boy, that's out of here.
Climb up there
That's on the
Monday morning,
roof.
get a free ball.
It's on the netting.
Sure, that's a great shot. It's not high enough. Opportunity. See on the replay here, it's just not high enough from
he's gone
Biggs.
for
Walker's
that
just sitting back trying to get under it. It has to be that head height.
That's on the
So he
roof.
can't control
It's
it
on the netting
as well, and that short side as well. You know, he can get
the
under
Queensland
the ball.
Cricket
As long as
Headquarters
he's enough
next
bat on
to
it, he
the
knows he's going to
Matthew.
go for 6. He's got a lot of bat on that.
He moves to 44 now. Well done, Walker.
As you were saying, if you're going to have that short ball bowled at you from this end, you may as well hit it into QC rather than trying to keep it down with this short boundary.
Has a high score of 85. Can hold the bat.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, he is coming off a half century in the semi-final, so he'll be feeling pretty confident. He obviously took his time to get in, and now he's capitalising in what seems like a pretty good period to bat in late in the day.
And the umpires come on with a comparative ball.
Just bring in the new ball. It's 3 overs away anyway.
77.2 overs scuffed up ball. The other one has disappeared into the air conditioning vents at the top of the building.
Challenge for Walker here is going to be how does he play the last couple of balls of the over, making sure he can get on strike, dominate strike for however long they bat.
Well, he just can't expose Henderson to it, can he? Oh, he's gone for the windy wolf again.
Someone ended up down to 3rd.
I reckon he's almost pulled a side muscle there. One of those.
Yeah.
The
about
obliques.
there? The obliques, that's the ones. I'm asking a doctor and all you can see is nothing.
Latissimus dorso.
There you go. That'll do.
Yeah,
That's the answer
there,
I was after.
There you go. Now she's now it's got
Just throw some Latin in there.
Now it's got too technical.
But that's it though. He just wore that one and it bounced away. Could have taken a run. Didn't bother. Wants to keep the strike. Oh, gets down on one knee and just gives it the big swing. Playing a miss.
Something I love about, you know, red ball cricket is that you go through phases in the game where it feels like a real long format, and then it feels more of a one-dayer, and then at times like this it feels like a T20 with some of the shots that are played, and you're seeing the different tactics and the different fields at various points throughout the innings. It's certainly engaging to watch.
Got to ask though, see that as we look at the shadows emanating from Tom Biggs, you see across the pitch though, just in front of the crease, the light pole shadow. I'll ask you guys whether that's going to play any part. You can see it now. But would that put you off as a batter, having that shadow directly across in front of your face?
I think sometimes it's worse, like say if you play in where there's proper grandstands and you get like a stadium where the shade kind of covers half the pitch, like longitudinally. I feel like that's quite off-putting when like half the pitch is in shadow and half the pitch is in light. Like this is probably one little small line which, as long as you don't think about it, I don't think it'll be affecting them. But I think the trick is if you start thinking about it, it can mess with your head a little bit.
Like the water trap in front of you at golf. Don't think about it. Oh, he's had a swing. It's hit him. That's the end of the over too. It's the end of big sixth overs. None for 25. Uni a 9 for 211. Now Henderson. Callum Henderson will be exposed at this end. Will they be bringing Jack Sinfield back on? He's bowled 31 overs, 7 for 81. You'd think so. You'd have to think he'd still get a trundle until they get the new agate.
Yeah, one more over for him.
And this could be all he requires to get 8 for Callum Henderson. He's only had the 4 innings. His highest score is 6 not out. And that's all of the runs he's scored so far this year. Does have a strike rate of 100 though. Highest score 6 not out.
106 Basra. That's good.
So Jack Sinfield. We'd love to wrap up this innings now. Ooh. Just bit off the right shoulder of the bat. No run. So Redlands won the toss. They elected to bowl. At one stage they had Uni at 7 for 126. The tail has wagged. Oh, outside edge and just to the right of first slip. Didn't know much about that one, Callum Henderson. And
he was very quick to get off strike too. He was very quick to scurry up to the bowler's end.
Like a rat out of an aqueduct. Straight up the other end. Bang.
He's done his job. He's got Walker back on strike.
Well, that's it. Play your role. If every player in the team does that, you get success. And the person's got to know their limitations as well. He certainly did. Played it to aplomb. Oh, that's high. They're both racing and it just dropped in between the two fielders. You could just see it was just hanging there for an eternity. Game effort though. Henderson not out 1. Walker not out 45.
It's great gapping, isn't it?
Yeah, it's almost straight in the middle between 3 fielders there. Not quite where he would have wanted it, but probably good that he didn't get as much on it in the end because it would have been caught otherwise.
So Henderson to face Sinfield. Almost the leading edge.
2 more balls to negotiate here for Henderson.
Oh, swing and a miss.
Looks like they want to spread the field here too.
Well, just in case. Man going.
Well, they want to give
right
Henderson.
back to the
They want to give
man,
Henderson the run so they can bowl to him more. See if Walker will either farm the strike if Walker will stay leaning on his bat, or if he'll take the run.
He left that one.
Yeah, Walker was looking pretty comfortable just sitting on his bat at the non-strikers then. I reckon he would have said no.
He was leaning on it. You can't take off from that leaning position with any force. Well, there you go. 79 overs gone. And Walker's not out on 45. Henderson not out on 1. 9 for 213, Uni.
That's why she surprised me when the ball went up then. That Walker didn't try and hustle for 2. She just... Maybe he thought he was going to get caught, so he didn't bother, but he didn't actually try and hustle for 2 to try to get back on strike, whereas when those opportunities go up sometimes you can actually hustle back for 2 because everyone's worried about getting the ball and a little bit of confusion of who's actually going to call for it and then who's going to throw it in because everyone's disappointed that it's at turf. So such a big ground on Walker's offside here as well. He can actually manipulate the field here and get a lot of 2s, easy 2s.
Biggs again. Oh, that one's high. And it's over into the fence for 6.
It's 50 up for Walker as well. Really well batted and highest score of the innings.
Well, he thoroughly deserves the applause that he is getting. Biggs again. 51, not out. Oh, that one's for Henry Walker, the keeper. And it's over into the fence for 6.
Those celebrations as well. Just gave the thumbs up to the dressing room.
Biggs again. That's it. No mucking around. No histrionics
high.
9 for 219 now, Uni.
Fence for 6.
230's on.
Definitely 50 up for Walker as well. Really well batted.
And here he goes again. Here's another one gone into the netting on top of the building. 6 more.
240 now.
Henry Walker, hello. 57 not out off 95 all of a sudden.
Great shot, great intent. That's what you need. It's actually a chance to score some valuable runs here.
Walker as well, really well batted.
Biggs coming, just not getting high enough again.
Here's another one gone into the netting on top of the building. 6 more.
He's going to do that. He's got to get up around the grill.
Walker as well, really well batted.
And here he goes again. Here's another one gone into the netting on top of the building. 6 more. Only be 4 deliveries until the Henry Walker is available.
How does one get to the top there? Is there a ladder somewhere, or?
Yeah, just out of interest.
There'd have to be some kind of access point.
Some little air vent that you get through.
All the air conditioning.
Find a few.
Top of the building.
A few balls up there.
And he slashed at that one.
They're just taking one.
Oh, they're going to take the run. That's surprising.
So they're exposing Henderson now. Walker's on 58. Henderson only on the 1. He's going to be exposed to the pace of Biggs.
Actually, we'll like to see him take the dot there. Try hit another boundary and then try hit your 1 as well. Or if the field comes up for the last 2 of the balls of the over, 2 balls of the over, try hit 2 boundaries there.
It almost looked like he was just so used to running that he kind of was halfway down before he realised, like, oh, maybe I've made a mistake here.
And then he didn't want to be a bit of a dick and be like, no, turn him back around.
Oh,
it was the right decision.
Oh, well done.
Obviously, he knows what we don't. Henderson, classic cover drive out there. They're happy with 2. They're not running.
Again, surprising. Surprising. Would have thought they'd look to run 3 there. And Henderson can try and go bang bang off the last 2 balls of the over, get them up towards that 235. But do you feel we can't be critical? He's playing it well at the moment.
Well, Harry Walker's done a great job too. That vital 50-run partnership with Willins, and now he's 58 off 96 himself. Here's Henderson though. Outside edge gone. End of innings, first slip. Nicely taken. All out for 228 and not out. Harry Walker on 58, who has dragged Uni back into this game along with Willins. Caught Malenko, bowled Biggs, Henderson's out for 3, and that wraps up the Uni innings for 228.
Well, Biggs deserved that wicket. Put a lot of energy in there. Someone had to bowl a big spell before the new ball. He deserves
Outside
that.
edge gone. End of innings,
just like catching
first
practice,
slip.
really
Nicely taken.
perfect height for first slip. And he's
Here's
deserved
Henderson,
that the effort he's put in.
Just outside
done,
edge gone.
Tom Biggs.
End of innings, first slip. Getting the new ball. Nicely taken.
Yep, didn't need it.
Didn't need it. Here's Henderson though. So, Redlands, who outside edge gone. End of innings, first slip. Nicely taken. Uni out for 228. As we see the players trundle off and the ground staff get involved on the pitch. We'll take a break during this innings break and be back shortly from Allan Border Field. Welcome back to Allan Border Field, drenched in sunshine. The change of innings, Uni all out for 228 after being sent into bat by Redlands, who won the toss. Chief Destroyers, Jack Sinfield, 7 for 83. John Stimson, 2 for 59. Tom Biggs, 1 for 40. And the runs, well, Harry Walker, 58 not out. Bryce Street got 44. Matthew Willins, the big man, 32. Max Clayton, 28. And they basically rescued the game. It was basically Walker and Willins who dragged Uni back into it. It's Michael Price with Georgia Redmayne and Hamish Bennett as we get underway with Willins to open the bowling for Uni and straight through, outside off immediately.
Great to get that Willins-Walker combination back running here with maybe a caught behind or two after they batted so well together.
Harry Walker, of course, the keeper for Uni. But they really did drag it back in there. They were 7 for 126, so in effect they only scored they got 3 wickets for 102 in the last hour before the innings wrapped up. So Hamish, obviously survival for the rest of the day is Redlands. It's got to be Redlands' target.
Yeah, spot on, mate. I just think, they've got to try and get through to the end of the day, but it's just the opener's mindset. The wicket, obviously, as you said, 3 for 102, the last 3 wickets. So the wicket seems to be like it's pretty good, obviously with the older ball. So it'll be interesting to see if there's any tricks with the new rock, but I feel as though as long as these batters' intent's good, their movements are good, they're in good positions, then they should survive the day.
Strong forward defence.
Certainly looked probably easiest to bat in the last hour as well compared to earlier today. Whether or not that's the intent shown by the tail end of UQ or whether it's conditions just evening up a bit, but it's certainly been the freest that the runs have flown in the last little hour before the end of that innings.
And also the UQ mentality, I mean, they probably haven't never been, I guess, behind the game as such. They've always dominated the game with the bat. It's just that momentum swing. Redlands come off the momentum. Sometimes with the bowling side, if you don't get an early pole, you feel as though you're out of the game.
Oh, just almost finding the outside edge.
And you feel as though you have to almost overplay your hand to get back into the game as opposed to just doing what you do really, really well. So I'll be interested to see how UQ attack this.
Just got to be patient in those good areas, don't you? Not try too hard searching for those wickets and floating the ball up maybe too full. So yeah, we got 3 catches in, 3 slips and a gully. So yeah, they're definitely trying to set up for that outside edge here. Willins maybe with a bit of shape into the right-hander usually, I believe.
He comes in now to Smith, who leaves it. Exactly as you call it, George. Shape back in.
Well, the big fella's got to use his height as well. If he can hit a good area, hit the stickers of the bat, get one just to go across or just kiss up a little bit and just click the outside edge, and he'll be in the game. He's their strike bowler, he's their big man, he's the contracted first-class cricketer. He's got to make something happen for his team tonight.
So Liam Smith facing for Uni. Oh! Playing a miss outside off stump. Maiden over from Matt Willins to follow on his good batting performance. None for none. Good start from the big man.
Yeah, she's definitely showing those all-round qualities today. So yeah, definitely put the commentator's curse on him when he was batting. So probably owe him a wicket or two.
Well, Hamish might have helped you out as well, because he was saying how he was really looking forward to seeing Willins bowl and releasing it from that 205 centimetres plus when you put your arm up. It's a long way up. It's going to produce some good bounce, methinks.
I don't want to be attached to that dismissal, so if you can maybe get me
Just
away,
back off on that.
Get me away from that. That's all on the dock. That's not on me.
So at the other end, Will Crook is going to take up the ball. His best figure 6 for 12. Play out onto the wicket, blocking no run.
Certainly runs in Crook though, doesn't he? Looks like he takes the crease hard. The first delivery there. assuming by his action that I've just seen there, not watching the monitor, he's going to shape the ball away. Got a little opening combo, having that right arm, left arm combo, doing the things differently, so you're never ever fighting for ends, which always helps.
So best figure 6 for 12, an average of 19.63. Be the second best bowler on the list for Uni this season. Outside edge, but soft hands from Muller straight on the ground.
Well fielded there at the gully.
To do a very sharp dive to the right, well played.
See behind us the Albion Park lights are on. We're up to twice a week movements there, Michael, from once a week? Or
Twice a week, yeah. Okay.
Could go up to twice a week now?
Put some horse racing on for 10 people.
Should go for council.
Oh, if I ran for council, I'd be not elected. Let me tell you, I'd be kicked off the hustings very quickly. He's coming in. I've always thought that area in particular, surrounded by the exotic real estate that it is, it's a complete waste to actually have one of 5 racetracks in the middle of the city. Other sports are dying. You can't get fields. The Olympic hockey, don't get me started on that. They're going to drop in a pitch in Ballymore and completely leave no legacy for hockey in Queensland whatsoever. And the hockey centre's across the road from where the village is going to be. Not an intelligent decision. Beautiful shot though. All the way along the carpet. Nice fielding, those kept it in. Will they run more? No. That's actually saved runs there. They ambled through. Do you think they just didn't hit that first one hard enough, Georgia?
Yeah, I think, you don't want to leave any runs begging. We saw just at the end of the last innings, was it Henderson ran a 2. If he ran a 3, he maybe wouldn't have been on strike when he got out. So, yeah, it's always worth running that extra run. You never know what'll happen the next ball.
You can't get out with you at the bowler's end, can you?
Right.
A good forward defensive there. Steaming into it, but it's well played by Muller.
You can't get out as long as you aren't backing up too far.
That's true.
Which we've seen far too often lately. Not the backing up, that dismissal.
Oh well,
Don't
legitimate
Are you
now.
talking about the man cat, or are you talking about the old touch
cat.
from the bowler running?
There's both, but I'm talking about the man cat. Not a big fan of it.
There's one way to actually close a loophole, and that's just to outlaw it. ICC not happy with that.
Or just staying in crease, I suppose.
They'll stay in crease and don't try and cheat. That's another one.
Yeah, exactly.
See, that's the other side of the fence there, Hamish. See?
No, I think you're always going to have an amount of it, but why don't you, if you go too far, the run just doesn't count.
Ah.
Or, yeah.
Like call it as a short run almost.
Yeah, just be like, well, you can have someone there, maybe the umpire, or the TV umpire's now watching the no ball. The same camera can watch the backing up. Why don't they just say, if you're backing up within whatever distance, too much, I think it's too much. It's just
Minus
no
a
run. Yeah.
Or penalise.
Yeah.
-5.
Yeah, just say -5.
Well, the administrators of any sport have got the power to close down anything they want. This is an interesting one. Oh, just
doesn't go back on the bowler trying to man-cat someone, and have that spirit of cricket debate every couple of weeks.
Was it in the Big Bash they had to review it because Zampa actually his arm went over the perpendicular or something?
He did it the wrong way.
Yeah.
You have to do it before you start your action, right?
Yeah,
and he'd already finished his action.
You got to do it in your takeoff, don't you?
I know the one thing that I do agree with, though, and not that I'm that politically correct, but it shouldn't be called a man cat because that's actually just naming it after one person who did it, and there's 1,000 cricketers have done it since. It should just be called a
woman cat.
You could hyphenate it.
Well, it's like calling it a Labashane if he did it. You know what I mean? It taints the history and
also
of that particular player.
Yeah, he's obviously a very good player as well. So
I was a good player, but he was the first to be pinged for it on an exotic level, on a international level, and it's just stuck with it. You'd hate for something negative to be attributed to your name.
He's not
like bagging real estate.
Person who scored the first 100. It's not named after him, is it?
No, it's not.
I scored a Bradman today.
Yeah. It's a good half Bradman in 30 balls.
Be a bit below Bradman for Bradman.
Yeah.
Bradman to be attached to a half century, wouldn't it?
Ah, exactly.
He couldn't be doing that. That's
Brad.
So it's a
Yeah,
century, then a double ton as a Bradman.
Yeah, that's a bad day for Bradman.
Well struck, straight down the ground, all the way along the carpet as well. It's going to be a big chase. He's loping after it. Will he get to it? No, that's 4.
Great shot.
He did try his hardest to get there. But it is a nice shot from Smith. He moves on to 8 runs off 9 deliveries. Just watching the replay here. Struck, straight down the ground, all the way along the carpet as well. It's going to be a big chase. He's loping after it.
Beautiful shot, showing the maker's name of the bat.
No, that's 4.
Showing the bowl of the stickers.
Struck,
hitting it
straight down the ground, all
scoring
the
the
way
right
along
areas.
the carpet as well. It's going to be a big chase. He's loping after it. Will he get to
He's
it?
very cursed, that's
No,
why.
4.
Great shot.
He did try his hardest.
James Smith's been their top run scorer this season. 687 runs for the season with a high score of 100 not out. So he's certainly been consistent at the top of the order for Redlands.
We would have carried the bat for that 100 not out maybe today, or maybe second innings declaration knock, but...
He's had 26 innings, 5 not outs, got 1 ton, a couple of 50s.
Averaging 32.
He's meeting the ball forward and strongly. It's a good recovery in this over from Willins, who had 8 off the first 3 balls, a couple of dots to follow. So again, runs won't matter here as much. End of day 1 here for Redlands. They just want to get to the end of today's play unscathed, so to speak. Give the openers a fresh crack at it tomorrow morning.
Absolutely. I think we're kind of going back to that perspective of a batter. When you know you only have to bat for maybe half an hour more, you don't want to be thinking time, do you? You just want to be thinking each ball as it comes and trying to keep that good intent to play each ball on its merit, really.
That's the end of the over there from Cook. Sorry, Willem, sorry. 2 overs, none for 8, 1 maiden. Redlands are none for 10, responding to Uni's 228. So Smith on 8 and Muller on 2. You see the shadows starting to extend across from the Matthew Hayden stand now as the sun moves behind it. And the shadows are extending almost to the umpire at square leg there. Actually beyond him to his left. It'll be interesting to see if we can fit these minimum required 10 overs in before 5:30, or those shadows will play a part. So Crook starts his second over. So with those additional runs that Uni managed to bang on in the last hour or so before they were knocked over, that's basically squared the game up again. It's game on. Redlands had that foot on the throat there for a little while and didn't quite finish it off.
No, missed a few opportunities in the field, as we spoke about. Drop catch off Stimson and catch on the boundary of Biggs.
Oh, outside edge, first slip caught! Muller's gone. Crook gets the first wicket, a vital one for Uni, and Redlands are 1 for 10.
Talked about UQ with those extra runs, Redlands being on top. This game is squared up. No, missed a few opportunities in the field. Wait for the replay there. Drop catch off Stimson. And Crook catch on the boundary. Gets the big breakthrough. Oh, it's a good delivery. Just shapes away. Muller just goes with the hands.
Muller's gone.
Good delivery. He'll look back, reflect on, and missed a few opportunities. Go through the keeper. Just had a naughty little play at it. Catch on the boundary. First slip just swallows that. And this is game on now. This game's square.
Well,
Redlands 1 for 10.
Muller's gone. Question whether it was squaring up or not. Wow, that's put the cat amongst the pigeons. That's exactly what Redlands didn't want, Georgia Red, mate.
Absolutely, and I think even more so they'd love to get a second wicket here before the end of play, especially getting someone like Sam Haslett out who's just come to the wicket. So, yeah, definitely evened it up. I think, you know, at the start of the day, if you ask Redlands if they'd be happy to bowl UQ out for 228, I'd say they'd probably take that. But, yeah, it's certainly been a lot of wickets today, and Redlands have to make sure they follow through with the bat here as well as that good bowling performance earlier.
So Muller with a high score of 175 not out and an average of 35.6 has been removed. Oh, and that's a good follow-up delivery to the new batter in Sammy Hazlitt.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a spring in his step now, Crook. He's certainly up and about and looking for that second wicket here. And yeah, Sam Hazlitt coming in as a left-hander probably requires a little bit of adjustment here, but yeah, certainly a nervous time to bat when you know that the time's limited. And wonder if there's any talk about the Nighthawk coming in, but we might see that maybe.
I would love to see a Nighthawk.
So here comes Crook again. Oh, that's there's that drop down leg side. It's been definitely clipped either. It's come off the pads. I reckon he might have just put that one down. It was a sharp,
just couldn't
sharp
hold on
chance.
to it, diving away to his right there, but hard to tell whether that had any bat in it as well as the pad.
It's just that those noises, you either hear the sharp one or the dull thud, and I reckon that had a bit of sharpness about it.
Tell you what, it's game on though, isn't it? It's exciting.
Mate,
That's what you want to see. You've got to give credit to the ground staff, producing a great competitive wicket.
He lets that one go. Bit of movement again off the pitch. Crook steaming in.
Just for those listeners out there, if there is anyone listening to us, the difference between the night watchman is obviously his role is to face every delivery and block it. The night hawk, his job is to come out and get the run rate going. So just if you're wondering what the night hawk is, so his job is to sort of come out. He's the pinch hitter just for the close of play, just to give Redlands a bit of an advantage. I'm pretty sure though they won't be using that.
No. At this stage with 1 wicket down. Oh, that's a big shot. Hook shot for 6. Over the head of the fielder. That's taken the game on right there.
It was perfectly directed towards that fielder out there, so they had the right field set, just unfortunately went over his head back over the fence as well. It'd be interesting if that was on the other side of the field, whether or not that may have gone to the fielder on the boundary.
Oh, that's a big shot. Hook shot for 6.
Yeah, certainly an exciting play there.
I'll tell you the mistake they've made is they didn't have Matt Willins there at deep square.
Oh, that's a big
He's
shot.
a deep fine leg.
Hook shot
Matt
for
Willins
6.
was there. He's just not sure with his height.
Yeah,
if he could have plucked up a big left hand or maybe just taken it chest high.
Oh,
but
that's a
obviously
big
has looked
shot.
impulsive on the
Hook
pull
shot
shot.
for
There's
6.
2 back there.
Over the head of the fielder.
Now it's a
That's
strength,
taken.
but trying to turn that strength into a weakness. Also, Willins to Hazlitt could be a quite nice matchup as well. The left armer swinging it away from the left-hand batter, so if he gets an option to bowl to him. Just looks to be swinging back nicely.
Yeah, the slips are definitely animated out there, and you feel like every ball there's something happening here at the moment, which is pretty exciting.
Just a game that just seems as though that at any moment when one team's just trying to just take it away, you thought UQ maybe could have got 250. Like that partnership could have built, then Redlands would get a wicket. Saying both openers, Smith and Moeller, they were looking good together. And then just out of nowhere, just snips the outside edge, Crook did.
Oh, that looked nasty. That extra bounce from Willins there just reared up and almost chopped on there onto the stumps.
Yeah, it's just bit off the surface. Got deep square out, so it's an option there for Smith to take it on and maybe get inside it, hit the single, get the easy run. But with Willins with that bounce, it's just always climbing at you. If it's just at your body line or just outside your body line, you feel as though you can play it and you'll just get too steep on you, as we've just seen then.
I feel like you can sense that something's about to happen here, can't you? It's chances coming out. There's been 6s hit. Yeah, it'd be certainly interesting. They'd love to get one more wicket.
Yeah, the game's just changed, isn't it? Just the atmosphere, just don't know. There's always, you know, everyone always talks about momentum and you just can't judge it, but it's just that vibe you get, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just something in the air that's just telling you that this day is not done. The drama is not finished. Looks like he's going to change the angle, the big fella. Looks like he's going to come around. Last couple of balls of his over. Just try and change something, maybe try and get one to nip away from around the wicket. Maybe try getting to playing in more deliveries, or maybe looking to go upstairs and get those two guys on the fence, get them active.
Yeah, I was just thinking about those two fielders there at deep fine and deep square. Again, it is to the short side though, so...
Oh.
Was that off the bat or did that come off the pad? Because it just did not carry through.
Yeah, he's just squared him up. Maybe hit the back thigh. Gone straight to first slip, but tell you what, they are in the game. Automatically come first delivery around the wicket, just looking far more threatening. Looking to just go, try and shape it away from him, that angle of left arm around, and almost perfect.
I think it just forces him to play a little bit more. You could see that he was shouldering arms to a few balls earlier in the over, and similar to what we were speaking about with Baisley bowling to Street earlier in the day, it just forces that right-handed batter to play at more deliveries.
Just gets the inside edge on that one, did he? No. All pad.
Must have been going down leg side there, Hamish. Maiden over from Willins, the big man. None for 8. 3 overs, 2 maidens for him.
I think that shout looked a bit better than Willins gave it credit for. It didn't really go up. I reckon that's what the umpires judged on, how much the bowler goes up. Bowler and the keeper.
The field's got to go up if the keeper goes up, because the keeper always knows if it's out.
Here we go.
Well, again, they're closer to the action than most.
Yeah, they're chirpier than most.
Intriguing point of the game here. 16 minutes of actual time and 8 overs minimum remaining. We do have provision to play to 5:30 depending on light. So up to the discretion of the umpires. So Leo Smith and Catherine Raymont end. Gets it around the corner for a run.
He runs in fast, doesn't he, Crook? Gets a lot of energy through the crease in that action.
Charges in.
Now this will be interesting. What sort of delivery he looks to go for? If he wants Hazlitt playing that pull hook shot, he needs to get it up around the badge. You saw it get hit for 6, but there's a massive chance.
Oh, that's a good one from Crook again.
You know what, someone must be listening, because what they've done is they have changed. They've got Willins now at that behind square where the 6 was hit. They've changed him to there. So if it does go there, they've got the tallest man on the park there.
Catching it chest high, probably.
Yeah. But also I think Sammy Hazlitt had a little bit on that previous delivery, had it in his head. You could just see there, the feet didn't really go anywhere, just pushed with the hands. He left the first few deliveries comfortably. Now just trying to play it a few more that he doesn't need to.
Oh, big shot from behind the wicket. Umpire frightens everybody by raising the clicker in his left hand.
He disappoints everyone.
Oh.
Seemed more of a shout from behind the wicket than in front of the wicket then.
Yep. That's another. I suppose you are getting that peculiar angle as well. There's a few things blocked from there. But nice and chirpy in the slips court.
The umpires always get tired towards the end of the big day. Just decision making, you know. Decision making can just be off for touch sometimes.
You turn that around the corner nicely for a run. Well done from Hazlitt. He goes up to 7. Smith's not out on 9, who's now on the strike, and Redlands at 1 for 19 in response to Uni's 228. Been a very interesting day 1 of this 4-day final, Queensland Premier Cricket. So both teams have actually shifted the momentum throughout the day. Ooh. Good delivery outside off. It's that time of the day now. It's been a long day in the field for the Redlands players. Now they're back in the pavilion watching these two, Smith and Hazlitt, have a crack.
No one ever thinks about the opening batters. They have to field for 80 overs, get 10 minutes off, and then come out and face the quicks with the new ball.
That's it. Everybody else is back in the pavilion, feet up.
Yeah.
The two openers facing the music, so to speak. Into that over two. Well done from William Crook at the end of his third. He's got 1 for 10. Magnificent delivery. Got rid of Moa. Now Matt Willins is going to take the ball up from the Hamilton end. 205 centimetre lad.
We got the left-hander to left-hander match up here that we were talking about just earlier.
He's also got the bigger boundary as well for the hook and pull shot. So he can use that bounce some more, knowing that's going to be a bigger hit. So if Hazlitt does hit one flat like that, greater chance of him getting caught. So he's going to have to look to play the ball down if he gets anything short. I think Willins should be trying to pitch it up, swing it away, get it around that knee roll length. Nice wee nick to second slip.
The thread of the bounce is more effective than the actual bouncer, isn't it? We got those fielders on the rope there, well, about 10 metres in from the rope, so definitely coming in on that longer side.
It's a bit wide there from Willins, not making Hazlitt make a tough decision.
See the lights across the road really taking effect. There's the...
What race are we on over there?
Oh, you know. Gamble responsibly though.
Yep.
Make sure you do that. Oxymoron, number 1. As it bounces through. It does generate some bounce. Generates a fair bit of bounce, Willins.
He does. It's a great strength, isn't it? It's just hard for him. It's just what you've got to be conscious of. He's got to bowl that length that hits the top of the stumps, which is always going to be a little bit fuller from that height. Bring the batter forward, because I'll be thinking about leaving him purely on his length.
Well played too. Better length too.
Got a very narrow stance set up, doesn't he, Hazlitt? His feet are very close together and he kind of does a little shuffle back before the ball is bowled.
Yeah, it's key for him to get his trigger right, the timing of his trigger. That's the thing that's only going to put him out. If he does his trigger movement too late, he'll just go with his hands and not be able to get his body through the ball. So batting's all about timing and rhythm.
Saw that one coming though, Hazlitt. Just went to rock away and realised he didn't have to do too much to evade it. Kept him on his toes.
It's a good height too. Kind of that head height region. If you're going to go for a bouncer, you want to make sure it's at the target and not, you know, halfway up from the waist. So, no, it's well bowled. Realised it wasn't really there to hit and he left it well.
I suppose this is even light, isn't it? It's a little dull, but it's even light. The shadows aren't across the field because it's relatively dull all the way across the paddock. So there shouldn't be any issues there. 5 dots in this over from Willins. Once again, Sammy Hazlitt being really watchful.
Yeah, Willins just has to get one on the sticks here. That delivery, couple of deliveries ago, where he brought Hazlitt forward. It's a good line. He's just got to start one middle and off and just get that same shape that he's getting. Try to draw Hazlitt into a defensive shot or into a check drive through cover. Just try to sniff that outside edge.
Oh, he's played around that one. Maiden over there from Matt Willins, his 4th. 3 maidens, none for 8. Recovered after that first over with 8 runs coming off it.
Yeah, that last ball there was quite impressive, as we mentioned. Drew him into the shot and then got the play and miss. Unfortunately, didn't quite get the outside edge, but definitely asking questions there and really good maiden over.
Yeah, Redlands are 1 for 19 in response to Uni's 228. Smith's not out on 9. Hazlitt not out on 7. Officially, minimum overs required to finish today's play 6. We'll see how the light goes. Around about 8 minutes of official play, but we've got provision to go to 5:30. That's one left outside off. Outside.
Yeah, we just got that little bit of drizzle just before the tea break, but nothing since.
Weather's been kind. It's cooled down as well. Around about 25 degrees right now, which is nice. Nice way for the players to finish off with a bit of a breeze coming across the ground.
Great shot.
Yeah, all the way along the floor.
Really good, just bat face, presented full face of the bat, and really just punched it. Didn't really have to swing through, and they've run through for 3 there, so good running. Nice to see some 3s after we spoke about that earlier.
But it's a bit unusual to see the ball pull up next to the rope as much as it has done today. The outfield is a little bit more lush.
Yeah, usually here, if you get it through the infield, it's usually 4. It's typically quite a quick outfield here at Allan Border.
So they move to 1 for 22, Redlands. I suppose they just like to get through unscathed and have that total at less than 200 for tomorrow as well. Oh, that's a great catch! At third slip, diving low to his left. Outside edge from Sammy Hazlitt, and that is a vital wicket for Uni.
Beautiful catch. What a great catch. Absolutely amazing catch there. Just got it off the carpet. The umpire gave him the nod. Crook's running all hard all day well.
That's a great catch.
Hazlitt thought there was going to shape back in, but it's just carried on with the angle, gone across him.
Bryce Street.
Absolute great grab from Bryce Street. Absolute beauty of a grab. Just when you think there's a partnership going, a little bit of momentum back into Redlands, and they're establishing a partnership. There's another wicket. Redlands now, well, Richie Beno will be happy. 2 for 22.
Go. And Sammy Hazlitt just got locked down. I don't know.
I think I'm just loving the energy from Crook at the moment. He's steaming in, running in hard, hitting the crease hard, and you can tell that wicket meant a lot to him. They're up and about now, the University of Queensland team.
As I said, his best bowling this year, 6 for 12 at an average of 19.6. He's got 2 for 13. He's in his 4th over, and that's a vital wicket. Getting rid of Hazlitt just prior to Stumps.
This is a big wicket now as well for UQ. I guess you'd call him the co-kit in really of Queensland. The amount he does it with Usman being away with the Australian Test side. Jimmy Pearson.
A lot of responsibility on the shoulders. Oh, straight past the outside of the bat.
They can sense it, can't they? Imagine if they get Pearson here and get them 3 down. So, yeah, UQ up and about, really searching for that wicket here, and bowlers backing it up.
Indeed. You can see why Crook's at the top of the charts with regards to the bowling. Just really steaming in.
228 looks a good score. All of a sudden.
This is it. Crook to Pearson. There we go.
They opted against the Nighthawk option.
I definitely think they have not even talking about the Nighthawk. The Night Watchman they'll be talking about, I reckon, but not the Nighthawk.
They've opted against that one as well.
Probably just, I reckon next one could be, if they lose another one, I reckon it's the Night Watchman.
Yeah.
I reckon.
Who's the next batter who's due in next?
Next batter to be in should be, sorry, just scroll past him. Or Lee Drennan, they're the man. Or James, well, they've got Drennan, Baisley, and McBride in the list. They had Jimmy Pearson all the way down the bottom as well. So obviously floated one because of the
Only
ability
here
to
for
be
one
here next
weekend.
week. So that's the end of the over. A wicket taker for Crook. He's done it again. 2 for 13 off 4. Redlands 2 for 22. Let's see. 5 overs remaining in today's play at the minimum. Light's still pretty good when you consider it. What the forecast was for this afternoon. But this is a really vital few minutes here. This could turn the match on its head. It already kind of has. Uni were behind the 8 ball, then they fought their way back. The great 50-run partnership between Willins and Walker. Walker went on with it. Put them more or less on an even keel, but now they've just battled back. Great bowling by Crook to actually put them in front of the ledger. Here's Willins.
Well, it's been a funny day though, hasn't it? Because the quality of bowling that we're seeing from, I guess, the known bowlers who have played Shield cricket or been in Shield setups like Willins and Malenko and Baisley, they haven't taken any wickets. Or between all three of them, but you'd probably arguably say if you looked at pitch maps or highlights of where they've actually bowled, they've probably been the best bowlers in that regard, but just haven't been able to pick up any wickets.
Partnership bowling. Get them at the other end.
Well, they set them up for
Set them up,
Yeah.
you knock them down. Oh, and Sinfield just got greedy. Which is fair enough too.
I suppose he's a teenager, you're allowed to do that.
He ended up with 7?
Ended up with 7.
7.
7. Be interesting to see if
7 for 83.
UQ bring on Sale tonight, or if they hold him off just with this new ball, just going a little bit round corners and just doing a little bit with the two opening bowlers. So
See how Sale goes tomorrow.
He's got plenty of time. Don't worry about that. Well, depending how well the pace bowlers go, but Willins are then putting the frighters through Liam Smith.
I reckon he'll get the token 1 over tonight.
Last
over.
Sneak in one more before it's like the end of the day. Have a couple of people with the helmets.
Yeah, get them right round, bowl the last over. Plenty of oohing and ahhing.
The 6 balls feels like it goes for an hour.
Yeah.
Because they'll change the field about 14 times.
No, the big conversation before the last ball.
I do sense that you two have done that before. Hearing that conversation.
Talking about going up and talking about what you're going to have for dinner and what takeaways you're going to go home and get, and then and then you go down and bowl the ball and then you go off.
It's all a mind game, isn't it?
Try and create some drama.
So he's recovered beautifully. 1 over for 8 runs and then 3 maidens since, and Willins has found his mark. Jimmy Pearson's at the bowlers in, the non-strikers in, yet to score. And Liam Smith's on 12, not out.
I've got some bounce to it.
A bit of extra. He ducked under though. Man coming from almost a couple of metres tall.
That's one of those balls.
3.
It's called a wide in one-day cricket, isn't it,
Yeah.
that one? It's quite high, that one.
But then again, that's just making the batter think. Smith's got a lot to think about at the moment. Just trying to negotiate. We've just ticked over 1 minute past 5. 4 overs remaining in today's play after this. It's nicely cut back in, but well played in the end from Liam Smith. That's another maiden over from Willins. 4 out of his 5 overs have been maidens. He's got none for 8. I'm just seeing the shadows reappear across the ground now. Some that shouldn't be an issue for the light here. I've thought any of these shadows are a problem at the minute. We've got with 4 overs left to go.
No, I think we'll be able to sneak the overs in for today.
So Jimmy Pearson, yet to get off the mark, has been in good batting form in the Shield too. Oh, soft hands.
Well, that's bit, isn't it?
That rose sharply.
Bit of bounce, squared him up. I'll be happy to get through to tonight. You know what, especially the skipper who's potentially next in, and Baisley as well. UQ would love to get them in tonight, but if Redlands can just somehow defend this onset tonight, this onslaught, I'll be very, very relieved.
Oh, Crook steaming in. Once again, it got the outside of the edge, but just the soft hands of Jimmy Pearson to bring it down to ground level. But he's charging in at 150 an hour. Just love the wind. When you see a fast bowler with the wind blowing through and they're just absolutely hammering it, there's something special. And you don't like being the batter at the other end when you're facing it either.
No, especially not at this time of day. With a new ball.
New ball.
Fast bowler absolutely steaming in at you.
Knowing that they've only got about 10 minutes work left to go, they can throw it all at you. He popped up a little short and he turned it around the corner. Pearson to get off the mark, and that's 1 run. So Redlands 2 for 23. Liam Smith now back on strike. Yeah, it's been an intriguing day's cricket. First day of a 4-day final.
We're certainly setting it up for a really interesting day tomorrow.
Notwithstanding that if you get the first innings lead and there's no outright results, you take that chocolates home with you. So be a very interesting set of proceedings tomorrow. Good delivery.
I'd love to see getting a second innings result, an outright result.
Oh, well, that's what I think everybody would like to see, regardless of who you're following. An outright result is what you want in the final, isn't it? It's always a little shallow with a draw. Or
You want teams to try to strive to get the outright result as well, rather than maybe getting first innings and then playing out a draw. Saw Ashton Turner hit 100. For WA, I think they were in a pretty good position against Victoria.
Yes, they certainly are. 315 in the first innings for WA, only 195 for Victoria, and they're 2 for 19 in their second dig. They still trail by 101. So WA looking the goods as they're an extraordinary team. Extraordinarily successful team of cricket.
Win all 3 formats, probably, looking likely at the moment
and
for
doing
WA.
it reasonably easy.
And with a lot of players away on national duties as well.
Well, from a distance, the culture and their setup must be so good. I mean, the field and the pitch notwithstanding, but it just must be an exclusive setup because they're just consistently at the top of each format.
Well, they managed to retain their players as well. You think with that much depth, you'd be in danger of a lot of players potentially going into state, but they've managed to keep them all loyal to the Independent Republic of Western Australia.
Not a bad call, that, Georgia.
Going to the eastern states.
Written and authorised by Georgia Redmayne. That's the end of the over, though, and there's 10 overs down. Redlands 2 for 23. Jimmy Pearson will be facing...
They almost have a...
Oh, it's Bryce Street going to trundle in now. This is interesting. Now, you called it. Bryce Street from the Hamilton end has taken over from Matt Willins. Be very interesting.
I like this.
I've never seen him bowl.
I've never seen
Bryce
either,
Street bowl.
but I've seen that he's got an 8-for, so...
Yeah, well, you obviously can.
He definitely runs in. He puts his effort into it.
Well, Bryce Street, here we go. On debut in my eyes.
Has he ever bowled in the Shield?
No, he hasn't bowled in the Shield. Probably
He
doesn't really fit you.
overs,
Yeah, he could bowl. He'd be a very good filler bowler. He doesn't really fit the Australian prototype of a fast bowler. So bowls under 140. Not very tall.
He's short.
Yeah.
He's in the opening batter's mould.
Yeah.
He's got an average of 21.13 grade cricket, and he's taken 31 wickets over the season, so he can do it. He rolls the arm over there, and that, geez, that kept low.
Bowls a lot second 11 cricket. Just hasn't. Probably just, yeah, on those green wickets he could definitely bowl, but then good luck getting the ball out of Nisa and Stickety and everybody else's hands. So,
well, you've got so many bowlers to compete with.
And that's getting back to the WA point. They've almost got a white ball team and a red ball team. That's why they can keep. That's why they can keep. They can keep their stocks up because all their white ball players go off and play in different competitions when the Shield's on, and then all the Shield guys are trying to come through, establish themselves through Shield cricket, then get their opportunities into white ball cricket, which they eventually will once that generation retires and moves on. So sometimes you just strike it lucky, don't you, with who you've got.
Yeah, certainly the generation at the moment, they've got so much depth. So.
They've probably had some good injuries at some good times for selectors. I know that sounds...
Yeah, the rotating door. Not that it makes it any easier for the opposition.
It's true. Didn't quite middle that, but he's going to get a couple.
I know that sounds cruel, but you know, someone like Jai Richardson being out from a lot of the season with a hamstring issue, now got surgery, so that gives another person a go that now doesn't have to leave the state because they've had a good go and feel as though they're backed by the state. And so it's sometimes injuries, if you're a selector or a coach, can be a blessing sometimes.
Pearson moves on to 3. Street. Two for 25, Redlands. 203 short of Uni's first innings total.
Well, if Bryce Street can knock over Jimmy Pearson, he might be entitled to a few overs in the Shield next season.
You reckon he'll give
Pearson
a spray?
being captain a lot of the time.
You reckon you'll hear you should bowl me? He's walking off.
Lots of reaction behind the wicket. Good over for Bryce Street, his first, 1 for 2. Redlands 2 for 25. Smith on 12 not out. Pearson 3 not out.
Tell you something, I'm not sure if the Australian A men's team are going to England. Seems like every other Australian team's going to England this winter. If he's in that setup bowling with the Duke, he'd be very naughty.
I think there is an Australia A tour. I'd say there is to England. I know last time they had the Ashes in England, they had 4 Australian teams. They had the 2 men's and 2 women's, both with Oz A teams. So I think they're going to be doing a similar thing again.
So he could be very, just on a little, just nip it around, swing it away, maybe just shape one back in. Just be very sort of just be a wee pest, really. English conditions would suit him very well.
We got Nick Sale coming on here. We called it. To bowl.
Oh, there's 2 overs left.
He'll bowl one of them.
Yep, and he'll get his token over.
You guys are very, very good. You predicted Nick Sale's going to be dropped in.
We predicted the last one, but
one
not
over.
The second last. So.
Well, his last over. Yeah. I've got to give it to you. You predicted he was coming on. Anyway.
Street wanted the Hamiltons, the road in, so...
Just love the drama of the last over with the spinner when you just change the field so often.
Yeah. Hopefully there's someone else that can maybe bowl that over for UQ, but I wish to see what Sale does, how much purchase he gets. If he gets the bounce, same bounce as Sinfield did get. You feel a little bit of pressure, I'd say, after the opposition spinner gets 7 for. People will be looking at you, thinking you should be able to do the same.
It's like the pressure of going to India and playing, isn't it? It's about average for a spinner to get 7 wickets.
A lot of people around the bat.
That's one way to clear some of the fielders around the bat, so it's well played by Smith. He won't quite get it to the boundary, good bit of fielding. Good teamwork as far as the fielding goes too, as Willins throws it back into the keeper's end.
Yeah, it is one of the benefits when you have four fielders in around the bat. There's going to be gaps in the field somewhere, so yeah, he definitely made the most of that, Smith, and shows good intent even with 11 balls remaining in the day's play.
Sale again. Oh, beat the outside edge. Grasped by Walker, but...
Bit of hands in the air. Not sure whether he got a tickle on that or not, but certainly some excitement in the field.
But what they did do is they got rid of second slip after that first delivery. Get him back in there.
It was very reactionary, wasn't it?
Yeah, just get him back in there. He's just...
He's got best bowling figures of 6 for 55 at an average of 21.45. He's taken 44 wickets this year, Nick Sale. Or this season, I should say. Well fielded by Willins. Been active in the game. I really think Uni have fought their way back into this game beautifully. All facets.
Definitely, I think it is shaping up to be a really good game of cricket. We said if they can get their way to 230 and get Redlands 2 down before the end of play, it's game on, and that's what we've seen. So yeah, it's certainly been a bit of an up and down day, but yeah, shaping up for a really
big
good
shout!
contest.
Oh, sorry, Georgia, but big shout there. That could have done anything. The end of Nick Sale's over. Redlands 2 for 27, so they're still 201 in arrears of Uni's first innings total. Jimmy Pearson's not out on 3 and Liam Smith not out 14. Got 1 over left of today's proceedings. It'll go to Bryce Street from the Hamilton end. Just having a look at the top there, just some greenish tinges down on the outside, the outskirts of the pitch. Still a little bit in it. But you think that overnight and tomorrow that might just dry out a little bit more, become a little bit less spicy.
You know what, just depends on any rain overnight. See if a little bit, could be a few little droplets tonight. Just make the covers, make the hessian a little bit wet, make it sweat a little bit. And I think the key tomorrow is going to be the first hour. If Redlands can get through that unscathed, or if Uni can add 1 or 2 wickets onto the tally, then it's absolutely going to be game on. So Redlands just need to try and occupy the crease, but also rotate the strike.
Just evaded it, but took it beyond the stumps very low.
He's pretty happy to let the ball go through at the moment, Pearson. 2 leaves from the first 2 balls of this last over.
Be taking deep breaths as they try to negotiate this final over of the day 1 of this Queensland cricket final. Ball struck on the pad, muffled shout, no run.
Jimmy Pearson has, of course, been in some excellent form over the back end of the Shield season.
Actually saved Queensland on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, multiple times when the top order maybe failed a bit. He's certainly stuck around and scored some really crucial runs under pressure. So I don't think he'll be too fazed by trying to get through these last 3 balls here.
Bryce Street. Very strong. Beating the pitch and the line of the ball. So wouldn't expect to see anything flash coming out here in the last couple of deliveries of the day's play. Just trying to negotiate them. Get back into the pavilion and reset for tomorrow.
Yep, straight to dinner.
Or straight to dinner, perhaps.
Oh, wow.
Just reminded me. Got a bit of... Didn't quite adapt myself into lunch.
Well, we didn't get the cake we were expecting.
There was no cake.
Break, so.
Monumentally disappointing from that regard.
Blame that on Alex. Look forward to it tomorrow. Might get double tomorrow.
Lots of cake.
We just put it on there.
Double helpings. So just the 1 delivery left. Bryce Street. 5 dots so far in this, the final over of today's play. The last delivery. Tucks it around the corner. Goes Jimmy Pearson. And will get 1 run. He moves on to 4. And that is the end of today's play. It's a maiden, oh sorry, not a maiden over. 1 run from it, from Bryce Street. 2 overs, none for 3 for him. And Redlands are 2 for 28 in reply to Uni's 228. That's maiden over, is it? I thought they crossed for a run.
Yeah, just off the thigh pad.
Oh, still. Right, there you go. No apologies. That noise. The thick noise and the thin noise. But there they are. Redlands 2 for 28. Exactly 2 behind Uni's 228. Still with 8 wickets in hand. Pearson's not out on 3. Smith's not out on 14. So it's exactly as you guys predicted. More or less 230 was what the target predicted Uni would get. Pretty close. And then a couple of wickets down. So where are we at after day 1? Who's got the ascendancy?
I think we're at parity. I think we're even. I think, to be honest, I think both teams will be a little bit disappointed that Redlands can say in their team chat we didn't quite put them away. We had some opportunities that we put down. We should have bowled them out for under 200. University was saying we probably didn't bat well. We didn't bat well enough early on, so we should need to apply ourselves more. The good enough service to get 250 plus and put Redlands under some more pressure. So I think we're at parity, and I think the first hour tomorrow is absolutely critical for this, setting up this first innings of, you know, if it's not an outright result of who's going to win this game. Redlands just need to get through that with a positive mindset, not necessarily playing very positive cricket, but having a positive mindset in their movements and how they play. And University just going to make sure they bowl the ball in the right areas, making Redlands make some tough decisions whether to play or whether to leave.
Exactly right. Well, Georgia and Hamish looking forward to day 2 tomorrow. We'll have Redlands resuming at 2 for 28. That was after Uni was 7 for 126, and then they scored 102 runs for and they lost 3 wickets to make it to 228. Harry Walker top scored with 58, Bryce Street with 44, and Jack Sinfield was the chief destroyer for Redlands, 7 for 83. We'll be back tomorrow with day 2. It's an intriguing battle, this Queensland Premier Cricket final between University and Redlands.